This is Audible.
Surviving the Evacuation, Outback Outbreak, written by Frank Tayell, narrated by Patrick Zeller. Prologue. A Nameless Terror. Braybrook, Melbourne, 18th February, 2 days before the outbreak. A bitter tang lay heavy over the derelict warehouse, a ghost of the spices packaged there before one loan too many had sent the owners into bankruptcy. But the fragrant scent couldn't hide the smell of blood. Sergeant Michael Grabotnik pulled a rolled pair of latex gloves from his pocket, carefully donning them as he examined the building. The windows were sealed, the electricity long since disconnected. Nothing left behind was worth vandalizing, let alone stealing. According to court documents and the local press, the warehouse had been scheduled for demolition until a group of law students had petitioned for an injunction, arguing the new development would sap the soul from the local community. From the creeping damp and creaking joists, the current owners were hoping the building would collapse before the case was heard. In short, it was the perfect place to dump a corpse. "Not the most salubrious of surroundings, is it?" Sergeant Grabotnik said. "I'll have to send my suit to the dry cleaners when we're done, which, I'll admit, is a small inconvenience compared to your problems." Careful not to let his gloved hands touch the bloodstain, he picked up the damp wallet. "The driver's license says you're Wang Min Su?" Grabotnik said. "Wang is usually a surname, isn't it? It's listed here as your first name. You're from Taiwan?" There was no reply from the blood-covered man in the chair. "Growing up, my parents called me Miko," Grabotnik said. "It's not the name on my birth certificate, but my parents wanted me to have a name from the old country." "Did your parents do the same?" "I ask, because this is an Australian license." "Are you naturalized? Or is this license a fake?" He held it up to the flickering light. "No, look, it is a fake, but it's a good one. So does that mean Wang Min Su isn't your real name?" There was no reply, but it would have been a miracle if there had been. "What else do we have in here?" Grabotnik asked himself. "Some cash, non-sequential bills, so that's not indicative of anything. Speak to me, mate. Tell me something useful." But there were no answers in the wallet. He carefully placed it next to the small collection of items taken from Wang Min Su's person. "I think I know who you really are," Grabotnik said. "And I think I know why you came here. But, He was interrupted by a beep from his pocket. He reached into his pocket, took out his phone, and stared at the screen. It was an incoming voice call over a secure messaging app, and he knew full well who would be on the other end. He froze, filled with fear. Grabotnik was ex-military. He'd seen combat. He'd seen even more during the 2 years he'd spent as a euphemistically named contractor before he'd become a civilian and then a police officer. He'd seen action. He'd seen violence. He'd seen the worst people could be, and the worst the best could become. Nothing he'd experienced, and no one he'd met, terrified him more than the soft-spoken woman he knew was on the other end of the call. And he knew he had no choice but to answer. "Good day, boss," he said. "Where are you?" the woman asked. She spoke English with a trace of an accent, but Grabotnik couldn't tell if it was Colombian or Russian, and he'd never dared ask. "At work," he said. In case that wasn't enough, he added, "Melbourne, a suburb called Braybrook, and an abandoned warehouse." "Are you alone?" He glanced at the broken figure in the chair. "Yes." "Good. You have a new assignment. She is sending her plane to Australia. She wishes to make contact with an old asset, one who disappeared some years ago. You have to meet the plane. Do you have a team?" "A team? Don't need one," he asked. He didn't need to ask who she was. It could only be Lisa Kempton, the elusive billionaire. "Failure is not an option," the woman said. "I'll know some officers who can be trusted," he said. "Where am I going?" "A place called Broken Hill." "Oh." "Is that a problem?" the woman asked. No worries, course not. I know who to call, he said, desperately trying to think who might be available. How long do I have? You will leave immediately. More information will be given to you when you arrive. No worries, Grabotnik said. I'll get it done. I never worry, she said, and hung up. Grabotnik sat on the battered edge of a rusted steel drip tray. Do you have a boss like that? The woman terrifies me. He knew what he'd be expected to do. He was a specialist, after all. Upon whom could he rely to assist? Broken Hill was a small town 850 kilometers north of Melbourne, in the Outback, and in a different state. Flashing his badge would open more dialogue than it would doors. There were 4 police officers he trusted, and another 2 he'd been cultivating who he could lean on in a pinch. But so many asking for immediate leave would be answered with questions that would only raise suspicions. No, better to take professionals. There was Rogers. Of course, not that was the man's real name. They'd met when both had been mercenaries, and worked together on assignments a few times since. Grabotnik opened the secure phone app and dialed. Rogers, it's Miko. Had a call. Got a job in the Outback. No, don't ask questions. We'll need a small team ready to leave in an hour. He glanced at the blood-soaked figure tied to the chair. Make it 2 hours. I've got some paperwork to finish. He hung up. Well, Mr. Wang, I am sorry about this, Grabotnik said. I really am. I was contracted to do a job, and now I'll have to renege on that. So it goes. He opened his coat and drew a long, thin knife from a sheath hidden in the lining. A piper knife, we call it, because it can shave a layer of skin paper thin. Got it from my boss. She taught me how to use it. Believe me, that's not a lesson I want to remember. I was going to take your toes first, then your feet, then the fingers from your right hand. But I'd leave the left while I began on your skin. You leave a man a hand, he still has hope, you see? I can make this last days. 4 is my record, but I've booked an entire week's leave. Thought I might see if I could top my best. But duty calls, and I've got to leave. Good news for you, I suppose. He pulled the gag from the bloody man's mouth. Wang spat, then glared, but he didn't scream or shout for help. Who supplied you with that cocaine? Grabotnik asked. Were those 20 kilos the entire shipment? How did it get into Oz? Wang's face was emotionless. Do you even speak English? You don't, do you? Oh, it's a neat trick. Well, there we go. I'm off the hook. They should have told me that when they hired me. Not your fault, of course, but I'd say that's grounds for me to call the contract void. He resheathed the blade. There was a fractional relaxation in Wang's shoulders. They tightened again as Grabotnik withdrew a small pistol from his pocket, onto which he attached a suppressor. He raised the gun, aimed between Wang's eyes, and fired. He detached the suppressor and pocketed the weapon. He'd have to get rid of the gun, of course, planted on someone who could be found dead and plausibly be blamed for the murder. Rogers? Why not? After all, Sergeant Grabotnik prided himself on his ability to close a case. Chapter 1. A Billionaire's Gamble. Wall-to-Wall Carpets, South Bend, Indiana, USA. 18th February. 36 hours before the outbreak. Pete Guinn's eyes followed the clock's second hand as it ticked towards 12. 1 minute to go, he said. He weighed the worn keys in his hand and turned away from the equally aged set of doors towards the ancient registers lurking in the shadows cast by stacks of unsold carpets. Only the signs proclaiming the closing down sale were new. For the pitiful custom they'd generated, they'd been a waste of money. Lock up so we can leave, Olivia Preston said. Neither of us is being paid right now. Hang on, not yet, Pete said. Of average height and average looks, he carried above-average weight on a frame that bore an echo of the high school football receiver he'd been a decade before. A high school not 10 miles from the Indiana store in which he now worked. The store doesn't finally close until 7 o'clock. We've got another 30 seconds. You really want to do this by the book, don't you? Olivia said. A year younger than him, at least according to her social media profile. Single, too, according to that same profile, which Pete checked at least once a day. A foot shorter and a good deal more athletic since she'd taken up jogging on New Year's Day in a resolution she'd failed to persuade Pete to join her in. With everything finally looking up, I don't want to jinx it, he said. 10 seconds, she said. And perhaps you're right, we should mark the occasion. She raised her phone. As she tapped the screen, a fanfare erupted from the small speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, she announced in a stentorian bark, before you stands a lowly retail clerk, beaten down by the vicissitudes of our century, on the cusp of abandoning all hope— I wasn't, Pete cut in. Shush! On the cusp of abandoning all hope for a better future, but fate had other plans. Until now he has only been accustomed to the gloomy depths of our stockroom, but he is beginning his quest to the headiest heights of corporate America. Regional management, Pete cut in. He leaves here a sales assistant, but will return as a junior executive of the Claverton Group, our regional manager, and my boss. Raise your voices. Her voice grew louder as she increased the volume on her phone. Acclaim and cheer the one we shall all soon call our granter of overtime, defender of the sick day, and awarder of the bonus. Mr. Pete Guinn. She tapped her phone, and the music was replaced by the sound of a cheering crowd. You worked on that all afternoon, didn't you? He said. All week, she said. What else was there to do? Like Mrs. Mather says, no one buys carpet in February. The cheering finished as a guitar began a stadium rock version of the national anthem. Pete reached for the lock. No, wait, Olivia said. It's the national anthem. You have to wait until it's finished. Right, sorry. He stood, waiting. It's a long version. This guitar solo seems to be going on forever. And like you said, we're not being paid. Good point. She tapped the screen. Land of the free, home of the brave. She added quickly, now close the store. And so, finally, for the final time, Pete turned the ancient lock before swinging the equally ancient sign from open to closed. And now it's done, Olivia said. Wall-to-wall carpets is no more, and you are no longer a sales clerk. Do you feel any different? Not yet, Pete said. Give me time. No, give me a paycheck, then I'll feel different. I can't give you any more time, she said. Us not being paid bothers me a lot more than it does you. I can't believe your new salary. From minimum wage plus commission, which usually meant just minimum wage, all the way up to a 6-figure salary? Wow. Yeah, I don't get why a billionaire would want to buy this store, he said. For the real estate, Olivia said, voicing her favorite of the theories they developed since Mrs. Mathers had announced she'd sold the store to Lisa Kempton just before Christmas. Someone's about to begin a massive redevelopment of the entire block, and this plot is key to the plan. Lisa Kempton will flip it for twice what she paid. Maybe, Pete said. But that doesn't explain why she's refitting and reopening the store in 2 weeks, or why I got promoted to regional management. Yep. Why anyone would want to promote you is a mystery, Olivia said, grinning. Hey, Pete said with mock outrage. Together they headed toward the rear of the store, the stockroom, and the back door. You should have called them and asked, Olivia said. I did, Pete said. No way, she said. At lunchtime, he said. And? I spoke to a woman in HR, Saoirse Locke, Pete said. The Irish woman who interviewed you? Why didn't you tell me? What did she say? That Lisa Kempton already owns a furniture store in Wisconsin, a plumbers and contractors in Iowa, and a prefab housing manufacturer in Michigan. This completes the set. Surely she didn't say that. She did, Pete said. Those were her exact words. She was obviously joking, Olivia said. She must have been. Not even a billionaire buys a carpet store like it was a collectible figurine. Right? Why not? He said. But yeah, probably not. Probably it's because of the real estate or something. What did Sorchelok say about why you were being promoted? She said that when bees are making honey, you don't poke the hive, meaning you should shut up and stop asking questions. Yep, something weird is going on, but it's better than Mrs. Mathers just shutting down the store. Did you know she was going to? Pete asked. I knew she was thinking about it. I didn't think she ever would. You remember when I helped her clear out the old cabin after her husband died? She said she'd lost interest in the business, but didn't think anyone would ever want to buy it. Turns out she was wrong. Now, on your journey to the corporate ivory tower, don't forget us, little people. Actually, no, I don't care about anyone else. Don't forget about me. I expect preferential treatment. If you're climbing the greasy pole, I'll be clinging to your coattails the whole way. If it's covered in grease, it'll be hard enough to climb as it is. That's why you'll have to work twice as hard. With you as my boss, I'm going to start some serious slacking. She grinned and laid a hand on his arm. Seriously, though, congrats. You deserve this, Pete. I don't know that I do. No, you're right, you don't. Her grin grew wider. Come on, let's get out of this dump. The remodel can't come soon enough. Oh, for 2 paid weeks of leave. That you'll be spending them in Hawaii kind of takes a thrill out of my plans to watch TV in my PJs. You're flying out Monday? No, tomorrow, he said. When I spoke to Ms. Locke, I asked if you could come too. You did not, she said, all humor gone. You're not being serious. You can't ask your new boss something like that. I didn't say it like that, he said. Not exactly. Ms. Locke said it wasn't a holiday. Despite it being Hawaii, it would be 16-hour days, 7 days a week. But she said there's an annual conference in New York every July, a weekend thing that's more of a party. And I get to bring a +1. New York? It's not Hawaii, but it could be fun. But seriously, Pete, you can't mess this up. It's the opportunity of a lifetime. I know, I was just, It was his turn to stumble to a halt. Like you said, we're not being paid. Time to leave. They got their coats, turned off the lights, and exited via the back door, this time without ceremony. Hey, it's snowing, Olivia said. A thin dusting of flakes danced in the orange glow of a sodium light older than the asphalt onto which the snow settled. Pete locked the door and handed Olivia the keys. You let the work crew in next week? Bright and early, she said. But I'll be wearing my PJs as soon as it's done. I'm heading back to bed. I always liked snow in February, Pete said. You can enjoy it more when you know that spring's just around the corner. And when you're heading off to a tropical island, Olivia said. Does Hawaii count as tropical? Well, I guess I'll find out. She said. So, he said. You know what? She said with sudden decisiveness. It's not late, and neither of us have to get up first thing tomorrow. Let's go have a drink. We'll celebrate your promotion properly. Okay. Yeah, that'd be good. But the drinks are on me. Oh, you bet they are. In the dark corner of the parking lot, furthest from the exit, 2 beams of light pierced the night, then dipped. An engine came on. Gravel crunched as the vehicle drove into the yellow glow of the security light above the door. That's a limo, Pete said. And finally we know why they promoted you, Olivia said. It's clearly for your keen observation skills. The limo stopped 10 feet away. The driver's side door opened. A tall woman approaching middle age, dressed in a chauffeur's uniform, complete with cap, stepped out. Mr. Guinn, she said, no hint of a question in her tone. I'm to take you to the airport. I thought the flight was tomorrow, Pete said. There's a weather front moving in over the Pacific, the driver said. The pilot wants to depart before the flights are grounded. Oh, right, sure, Pete said. But my clothes, my passport, they're at home. It's a private jet on an internal flight, the chauffeur said. We'll give you a corporate credit card when you land. You can buy yourself whatever you need. You do need new clothes, Olivia said. Give me your car keys. I'll get Nicole to bring me here tomorrow, and we'll pick up your car. Are you sure? He asked. Quick, now, Olivia said. The snow was fun for a bit, but now I'm just getting cold. Keys, thanks. Now you have to come see me when you get back. Have fun. And bring me back something other than a tan. She stepped back. "Go on." The driver stepped to the side and opened the door. "Mr. Guinn, thank you." Pete climbed in, taking the rear-facing seat that backed onto the driver's partition, while keeping his eyes fixed on Olivia. The driver closed the door behind him. Outside, Olivia stood beneath the sodium light, her arm fixed in a wave, her smile oddly wistful. Pete raised a hand to wave back. "Do you think she can see you through the tinted glass?" a woman asked. Pete spun around. He'd been in such a whirl he'd not realized the car had another occupant. It was a woman dressed in a navy blue suit trimmed with gold. Pete had never met her before, but he recognized her instantly from the covers of magazines, from interviews, from profiles, from the information packet that had come with news of his unexpected promotion. It was his new employer, the billionaire, Lisa Kempton. Ma'am, Pete Guinn. Pleased to meet you." He thrust out a hand. A bemused smile flashed across Kempton's thin lips. "You don't think I know who you are?" "Oh, right, no, of course you do." The limo pulled out. Pete glanced out the window, but he could no longer see Olivia. "Is she a romantic attachment of yours?" Kempton asked. "No, I'm not sure. Wait, sorry, is that a problem? I guess she's working for me now." "It really isn't a problem. Not in the slightest," Kempton said. She leaned back in her seat. Pete relaxed into his. "Never been in a limo before," he said. "We thought of hiring one back in high school for the prom, but in the end I never went." He stopped, realizing what he was saying, and then he realized where he was, and in whose company. "Sorry, do you usually give a ride to people you promote?" "He didn't ask," the driver said, her voice coming clearly through the intercom. "That's $5 you owe me." "Tamika and I had a wager on what your first question would be," Kempton said. "I thought you'd ask where we were going." "But you didn't," Tamika said. "So I win, and you just made a friend for life." "Do you make a habit of getting into cars with strangers?" Kempton asked. "No, of course. He stumbled to a halt, confused, but Lisa Kempton smiled, while from the front of the vehicle, Tamika Keynes chuckled. "So, where are we going?" Pete asked. "Where do you think we're going?" Lisa Kempton asked. "The airport?" Pete guessed. "And then?" Kempton asked. "Hawaii." "Just tell him, Lisa," Tamika Keynes called from the front. "We'll be at the airfield in 30 minutes, and they're waiting to take off." "Tammy rather does like to spoil my fun," Kempton said. "But she has a point. Time has run short, which is why we are collecting you ourselves. If the first question I expected from you was where are we going, the second was why I purchased the company in which you were employed." "I did wonder," Pete said. "Olivia thought it was for the real estate, is that it?" "She sounds like someone to watch," Tamika said. 28 minutes, Lisa." "Thank you, Tamika. But allow me some theatrics." "But yes, time is pressing. I bought the carpet firm because you work there, Mr. Parsley Guinn." "But why did I buy it?" "I changed my name to Pete," he said, like the moment I was legally allowed. "Pete Guinn," she said. "Why did I buy the firm?" And then he realized. His face fell. His heart skipped. All enjoyment and excitement at the promotion, at Olivia's possible response to a question he'd not asked, at the idea his life might, finally, be turning a corner, fled. "It's my sister, isn't it?" "Wait, Corrie's not dead, is she?" "Why would you think she was dead?" Kempton asked. "She's not," Tamika said. "Your sister is alive. There's no traffic, Lisa. We're making good time. I'd say you have 20 minutes. "Corrie works for you?" Pete asked. "She did, a long time ago," Kempton said. "But you've seen her more recently than I." "I haven't seen her for 6 years," he said. "We don't have time for this," Tamika said. "Your sister used to work for us. We need her to look at some code she wrote and make some changes. Over the years, we've approached her, but every time we got close, she disappeared. We almost lost track of her completely and can't afford to do so again. We're sending you in to talk to her. If she won't listen to you, she won't listen to anyone." "Oh." Pete slumped in his seat. "Why buy the carpet store? Why not just ask me?" "No one can know about this," Lisa Kempton said. "While there are many plausible routes to the same goal, for me, for someone with my wealth, would anyone think it suspicious? You will fly to Honolulu. As far as everyone is concerned, you will be at our villa, undertaking an induction into our corporate structure. No one will question it." "Olivia will," Pete said. "And you will find a way to lie to her until the time comes when she can be told the truth," Kempton said. "Oh, and my sister's in Honolulu?" Pete asked. "No, the plane will take you to her," Kempton said. "On the plane you will be given a phone. Give that phone to your sister. Ask her to call me. Then both of you, or you alone, will return to the plane and to Honolulu, where you can enjoy the rest of your holiday. In 2 weeks you will begin your new life, your new job with a salary sufficient to impress your friend. It isn't a complicated task. It requires little of you other than handing a phone to your sister." "Yeah, I don't know Corrie will want to see me," Pete said. "If she worked for you, why did she quit? Why'd she run away? Why'd she disappear when you tried to talk to her?" "Good questions," Kempton said. "Ones you should ask her." "And if she doesn't want to talk to me?" Pete asked. "You will have tried," Kempton said. "That is all any of us can do. Try our hardest and then try harder. But how hard will it be to hand her a phone?" "And if I fail, if she doesn't call, your company will go bust, right?" Pete said. "That's what you mean. That's what's going on here." "Something like that," Tamika said. "She is not my only asset," Kempton said. "Who can say what the world will be like next week, when we don't know if it will end tomorrow?" Which was an odd thing to say, but before Pete could ask any more questions, the limo came to a halt. "We're here," Tamika said. "All being well, we'll see you in Hawaii next week." "You're not coming?" Pete asked. "Do you think I have so much free time I could enjoy a few days in the sun?" Kempton said. "Right, no, I guess not," Pete said, and climbed out of the limo. He wasn't at South Bend's airport, but at a small airfield with a long runway. The limo had driven onto the runway and stopped a few dozen yards from a blue and gold jet. The runway was illuminated, as was a small control tower about 500 yards to the north. Otherwise, the plane and airfield were in darkness. As for the jet, there was only one engine on this wing. His limited knowledge of aviation told him there'd be another engine, and another wing, on the plane's far side. He also would have expected windows along the cabin's fuselage, but they were missing. Perhaps that was a feature of private jets, one of those facts the initiated all knew. He decided to hide his ignorance, and so not to ask the man standing by the steep stairs leading up to the open door. There wasn't enough light to make out the man's features, but he was dressed in a similar uniform to the chauffeur, though without the hat. Behind him came a mechanical growl. He turned around in time to see the limo drive away. "Mr. Guinn, I'm Gary Rampton," the suited man said. "I'll be your co-pilot. This way, please. We'd like to get underway within the next 20 minutes. There's a front we need to outrace." "Right, sure," Pete said. He took one last unilluminating glance at the darkness behind him, and followed Rampton up the steps and into the plane. Rampton motioned Pete should step further into the softly lit corridor, then reached out and pulled the door closed. "Don Jackson's the pilot," Rampton said, pointing through the open door to the cockpit. Inside, Jackson gave a casual wave, but didn't turn around, nor did he take his eyes from his instruments as he ran through the pre-flight checklist. "There are no other passengers?" Pete asked. "And no stewards," Rampton said. "Is that normal?" Pete asked. "For Lisa Kempton? More normal than you'd think," Rampton said. "You're new to the company, but you'll get used to it. We do things a little differently than most. If you like, you can join us in the cockpit for takeoff." No, thank you, that's okay. If you don't mind, I'll sit in the back. Sure, Rampton said. He reached behind Pete and opened a door leading into the cabin. Sit anywhere you like. We'll depart in a few minutes. Pete stepped into the cabin and into luxury. He'd never seen anything like it. The cabin ran for 20 yards, but only contained 4 seats, 2 on either side of the aisle. Behind them was a pair of large white boxes, each 7 feet long, 4 feet wide, with curving tops that made him think of coffins. Behind those was another closed door. He took the nearest seat that was more a couch than an armchair, and far more comfortable than the 2-seater he'd picked up at the flea market. At the rear of the cabin was another closed door. There had to be more seats through there, surely. But maybe not. His eyes fell on the coffin-shaped boxes. Were they beds? If so, he wasn't going to use one. On a folding arm next to the chair was a screen, which he decided it was best not to touch. Next to that was an extendable table, and a handle that suggested a storage locker. But there were no luggage bins overhead, nor were there any safety notices. The stairs have been moved. Rampton's voice sounded loud and clear through a hidden speaker. We're about to taxi onto the runway. You'll want to buckle up. After a moment's searching, he found the seatbelt and buckled himself in. Thanks, Rampton said. Flight time to Honolulu is 9 hours, 10 minutes. If we can get ahead of this storm, we'll have a good tailwind that should knock 20 minutes off that. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. There's a screen next to you if you fancy a movie. On your left, he added. Pete looked to the left and then realized there had to be a camera in the cabin. He made a mental note not to do anything that might imperil his new career. Except everything that had happened in the last 30 minutes washed over him like a tsunami. Lisa Kempton, a billionaire, had purchased the company he worked for just so she could send him to somewhere in Hawaii to get his estranged sister to call her former boss. That didn't make sense. Yet the ridiculously comfortable chair told him it was real. His sister, Corrie, known to him and everyone else as Corrie, was 4 years his senior. As they'd grown up in one foster home after another, she had been his world until 15 years ago, when she was 17, she'd hacked into the DMV. She'd been caught, but instead of being charged, she'd been given a college scholarship. A week before his 14th birthday, she'd left him. She'd visited him, and he'd visited her, but a void had entered his life. Rudderless, confused, alone, his downward spiral had begun. From what he'd gathered during her brief visits, so had hers. Football had kept him in school, but it hadn't kept him out of trouble. Trouble that worsened after Corrie hacked into NORAD. Again, she escaped serious charges and landed herself a job. She wouldn't tell him with whom, but he'd always assumed it was a government agency. With his graduation approaching and college looking increasingly unlikely, he and some friends had broken into the old quarry, looking for a quiet place to drink a crate of stolen beer. They'd stumbled into a pair of on-duty cops who'd had the exact same idea. Pete had run, so had his friends, and they'd run faster. Pete had been caught, arrested, and charged with everything the cops could think of. An odd thing had then happened. The judge had dismissed the case. Pete had been allowed to graduate, but not to attend the ceremony, nor ever return to the school. His hopes for a college scholarship were dashed. But he'd not cared. His parents had abandoned him, then his sister, and then his friends. He was truly alone in the world. But then an odder thing had happened. Corrie had appeared with a new car and more cash than he'd ever seen before in his life. She'd moved him into a small apartment in South Bend and helped him find a job. Then she'd left as abruptly as she'd appeared. That was how it had been for a couple of years. Sometimes she would appear out of nowhere, always with money. Since he'd had so little, he'd never asked where it came from, nor precisely whom she worked for. He'd assumed it was a government job, and that a few pulled strings explained why the judge had set him free. Now he knew differently. She'd been working for Lisa Kempton. That certainly explained the abundance of money his sister always had. It didn't explain the judge. Or perhaps it did. The plane juddered, bounced, accelerated, and the force pushed him back in the seat. Pete barely noticed. His mind was lost in the past. He couldn't recall the last thing he'd said to Corrie that last time he'd seen her. He did remember, like it was yesterday, when she'd not shown up to their not-a-Christmas dinner 3 months later. That was the only tradition they'd kept from the days when they were both children. Each year on December 6th, they would go to a diner to eat the most unfestive meal they could think of. Every year, even during the bad ones. Until she didn't show up. Her disappearance was a wound that had never healed, so he'd bandaged it with anger and rage, with miserable depression, and then, finally, 2 years ago, with acceptance. That was shortly after Mrs. Mathers had given him the job at the carpet store. Although, and he was only realizing this now, a more honest way of describing it was shortly after he'd first met Olivia. Everything had been going great, better than great, as good as it ever could possibly be. But no one won the lottery without buying a ticket. There was no promotion, no induction in Honolulu. Presumably, there was no 6-figure salary. There was only a desperate billionaire whose company was about to collapse. Ms. Kempton had admitted as much, and if she was so desperate she'd fly him halfway around the world to get an ex-employee to call her, then surely that collapse was guaranteed. He reached for his phone, an instinctive impulse to call Olivia. Remembering the camera by which the pilots could observe him, he decided to leave his phone where it was. Besides, he could see his future far more clearly than a few hours ago. And once again, it was going to contain a lot of uncomfortable interviews with the authorities. Anything he said to Olivia, she'd only have to repeat to them. "We're leveling off," Rampton said over the unseen intercom. "We'll reach cruising speed in another few minutes. The galley's behind you. There's beer in the fridge and some steaks you can cook in the microwave. It's preset 3. "Thanks," Pete said, uncertain whether the pilot could hear him. Steak and a beer. It sounded like a last meal. Chapter 2. Where the Outback Begins. Broken Hill, New South Wales, 19th February, 11 hours before the outbreak. Pete wished there was a mirror, but there wasn't one aboard the plane. He wished the shirt was looser fitting, though if he were wishing, he'd wished that he'd kept his New Year's resolution and joined Olivia jogging. And the shock of the company's sale, then the even greater shock of the promotion, exercise had been ignored, if not entirely forgotten. Besides, in the depths of winter, what did it matter if he was carrying a few extra pounds? Except it wasn't winter. Not here. It was a little over 24 hours since they'd left the nighttime, snow-dusted familiarity of Indiana. Outside, in a twist that should rightly be considered magic, it was morning, and it was summer. Pete pulled on the boots. Like the shirt and trousers, they were pale blue and mustard yellow, a close approximation of the company's blue and gold color scheme. This was his second change of clothes since leaving South Bend. The first had been made as they were approaching Hawaii, when he donned a steward's uniform. That simple disguise had been in case anyone boarded the plane. No one had, and he'd not thought to ask why a disguise was needed until they were in the air again. That was when he'd been told their final destination was Australia. "If you could buckle up," Rampton said over the hidden intercom. "We're coming into land." Pete sat. Australia. His sister was in Australia. Why was she in Australia? How was she making a living, after she'd quit working for her employer, and before she properly disappeared? She told him she'd tried farming alpacas. Was she doing something like that here? And where, exactly, on a continent-sized island on the other side of the world, was here? The landing was smoother than the takeoff, and while the plane was still moving, the cabin door opened, and Rampton entered. "The uniform suits you." "It's a bit snug," Pete said. "It's engineered for extreme weather of every kind," Rampton said. "If all goes well, it'll be rolled out worldwide later this year. In different colors, obviously. We're at a place called Broken Hill. It's a mining town in New South Wales with an airfield used by the Flying Doctor Service. Do you know much about Australia?" "Only kangaroos and boomerangs," Pete said. "We're deep in the Outback, and your sister's deeper still. She's working as a ranger a little over 300 kilometers away near a hamlet called Tibabura, close to the border with the next state, Queensland." "What's she doing there?" "Keeping an eye on the dog fence," Rampton said. "It's to keep the dingoes in the north." Have you heard of dingoes? It's a type of wild dog. Wild dogs? They have wild dogs? Thanks to the fence, not so much in this part of Australia, Rampton said. He walked over to the coffin-shaped pods behind the seats. He opened one, revealing a trio of rucksacks. He undid a zip, checked inside, re-zipped it, and handed it to Pete. This is yours. There's a sat-nav in there. It's pre-programmed with your sister's address. The sat phone is in there, too. Press 1 and you'll be connected to Lisa. When you reach your sister, give her the phone, ask her to press 1. Clear? I guess so, Pete said, taking the bag. If you break down, press 1 on the phone, Rampton continued. If you get lost, press 1. If the cops stop you, press 1. And Lisa will take care of it. The cops? You think they might stop me? Maybe for a welfare check or possibly a chat, considering how isolated this place is. I can't tell if you're joking, Pete said. If the police do stop me, what do I say? The truth, more or less, Rampton said. You're Pete Guinn. Your company was purchased by Lisa Kempton. Your estranged sister used to work for Lisa, and she offered to fly you here so you could reconnect. As to why, you don't know because you're a junior employee and she's a billionaire the officer can speak to by dialing 1 on the sat phone. As to what we're doing here, we're waiting on a mining executive. Lisa wants to buy the mine. Does she? Rampton shrugged. As far as you need to know, why not? Right, fair enough. And where's the car? It's been hired for you using an app, so you don't need to speak to anyone. It's a white Land Cruiser parked out front. The keys are in the lockbox next to the door. The code is 0000. The gas tank should be full, but if it's not, there's gas stations marked on the sat-nav. Front pocket of the bag has your new driving license, company ID, and company credit card. The PIN is 0000. Figured that would be easier for you to remember. There's cash in there, too. $1,000. Use the card if they'll accept it. Cash if they don't. Ask for a receipt. Not because our accountant cares, but so anyone you meet remembers the company, the clothing, and not your face. Understand? Right, of course, he said. And he did understand, or he was beginning to understand, just how much trouble he was in. Drop Lisa's name into conversation, Rampton went on. People are far more curious about a billionaire than a junior clock watcher. There is one thing you will have to lie about. If anyone asks, after Hawaii, we stopped in Cairns. That's a city in the far north. That's where we completed all customs checks. But no one will ask, and you shouldn't need to talk to anyone. The car should have enough fuel to reach your sister. Where did we stop on our way here? Cairns, Pete said. And where are you going? I'm following the sat-nav. But it's near Tibabura. Where is it near? Tibabura. The code to get the keys to the car is 0000, same as the PIN for the credit card. And your name is? Pete Guinn. You're ready to go, Rampton said. Stick to the speed limit and you should be with your sister in 4 or 5 hours. I guess you want to spend the night there. Set off tomorrow at dawn, so we'll see you about this time tomorrow. And what if she doesn't want to call Lisa Kempton? Make the call yourself, Rampton said. Stick it on speaker and hold the phone close to her ear. And if Corrie isn't there? She will be, Rampton said. You've just got to drive and make a phone call. That's not hard, right? Pete nodded. He wasn't going to get any real answers from the man, so he decided to stop asking questions. Got it, he said. There was a knock on the cabin door. Perfect timing, Rampton said. Those are our stairs. You ready? Sure, Pete said, as he picked up the bag. He wasn't ready, but more than anything, he wanted a few minutes to think, somewhere away from Rampton, and away from the cabin's hidden cameras. There was something wrong, something other than his increasing complicity in a gargantuan financial scandal involving one of the planet's most prominent multinationals. He almost had what it was when Rampton opened the door. The heat was a sledgehammer striking his chest. Hurry up, Rampton said. You're letting the cool air out. Good luck. He put a hand on the small of Pete's back and pushed him into the doorway. Pete had been expecting heat, but not an oven. The air was blistering, baked by an unforgiving sun, bouncing off the runway, glaring off the white wings of a trio of prop planes. The handrail burned to the touch as he gingerly began his descent. Behind him, the plane's door clanged shut, the stairs shook, and he almost lost his footing. "Steady up there, mate," a ground crew attendant at the bottom of the steps said. "You're Pete Guinn, right? The bloke who's hiring the doc's car?" Yes, Pete said. "White building with a red sign above it and a flag above that. The doc's waiting for you. Now," he added, grabbing Pete's shoulders and turning him around. "That way. Get off the runway and follow the path. American truth." Pete didn't hear the rest of what the attendant said. Squinting, he made out a building that seemed to be glowing rather than painted white, but it appeared as if there was a flag on top. Getting inside was suddenly more important than anything else. By the time he reached the building, the plane's air conditioning was already a distant memory. He pushed the door open and found himself standing in a pool of fast-moving, lusciously cool air.
"That one's for the medical books,"
a voice said.
"He'd stroke in 2 minutes."
Pete opened his eyes. In front of him was a table doing service as a desk. Behind it sat a man in his 60s, dressed in an immaculate red and blue uniform, holding a small magnifying glass over what looked like a partially dismantled mechanical watch. The man stood. He was at least twice Pete's age, but with an athletic physique that came from a lifetime earning his pension the hard way.
"Do they pay you to wear that?"
the man asked. Pete looked down at his podgy frame, clad in blue and yellow.
"You need to sit down before you collapse,"
the man said.
"The booking form said you worked for the Claverton Group. That's Lisa Kenton's mob, isn't it?"
He took Pete's arm and led him to a pair of battered sofas.
"Sit down. I'll get you some water." "They make you wear the uniform even when you're not on duty? Or are you on company business?"
Pete realized that the old man's earlier comment hadn't been rudeness, but genuine curiosity.
"It's my car you're hiring,"
the man said, as if guessing some further explanation was required.
"Nick Dodson. I'm Surgeon Emeritus for the Flying Doctor Service, which is a nice way of saying that I'm too important for them to retire. Not that they didn't try. Here, drink this. Sip, don't gulp. Where'd you fly from?"
"Indiana," Pete said, taking the proffered glass. "Via, But he'd forgotten the name of the Australian city where they were supposed to have refueled.
"What was the weather like in Indiana?"
Dodson asked. "Snowing," Pete said. It had just begun to snow.
"And you've been in the controlled environment of that jet ever since? No wonder your brain's confused. That's all that's wrong with you. You need a few minutes to acclimatise. I've seen this before, though not where it's developed so quickly. It'll make for a good yarn. Interesting plane you've got. Thought it was a Gulfstream G650, but there are no windows in the cabin. Was it modified for range or speed?"
"Sorry, I don't know. I sell carpets," Pete said.
"Carpets? You've come all the way from Indiana to sell carpets?"
No. My sister works at it's a fence, 300 kilometers away at a ranger station," he said, the details slowly coming back. "Near a place called Tibu something."
"Tibbabura? Your sister works near the dingo fence."
"Yes, Corrie. We're sort of estranged. I haven't seen her in 6 years. But when the plane was coming down here, there's some mining executive they have to collect, so I thought I'd hitch a ride, come and see her."
"Is that so?"
Dodson said.
"You thought you'd visit the Outback during a heat wave?"
"I miss her," he said, opting for the honest truth.
"You paid for the car, so I'm not going to stop you taking it. Where's your map?"
"Map? I've got a sat-nav," Pete said.
"And what are you doing for brakes? I'll get you a map. Don't suppose you have a hat either?" "Yep, this is going to be a good yarn. But I'll bet it's going to end with me having to rescue you."
Muttering under his breath, the doctor retreated through a small door on the other side of the desk. Pete leaned back, sipped at the water, and looked around the room. It was halfway between an office and a lounge. The chairs were battered, old or at least third-hand. The table in the center had a phone and an antique computer, but also a far more modern switchboard with a shortwave radio set. A TV hung on one wall, near a door marked with the universal sign for a bathroom. On the other walls were photographs. Most had a plane, in front of which stood a large group of people, and in most of those, Dr. Dodson was present. In the older, more faded photographs, he was off to the side. In the more recent pictures, he was center stage. Pride of place went to a picture larger than any of the others, and with a wide gap around it. There was no plane, but a stretch of road with a sign above it reading, "Welcome to Broken Hill, where the Outback begins." Beneath the sign, in the middle of the road, stood Dr. Dodson and a woman half his age. Both were smiling. He proudly, she resignedly. He was holding something. Pete stood to get a better view.
"Got you a map?"
Dr. Dodson said. Pete turned around.
"It's my daughter, Honor,"
Dr. Dodson said.
"We took that picture just before she went to Canberra. She's our MP. In the government. In the cabinet."
He cleared his throat.
"But here's your map. You want to take the Silver City Highway north to Tippabura, but you're going to stop at the Pack Saddle Roadhouse and fill up the tank. That's 200 kilometres north of here. You should reach there in 3 hours. I've called Marty and he's expecting you. From there, you head up to Tippabura, where you make a right turn. Here, on the map, this road, it's more a trek than anything. You'll find your sister about 40 kilometres along. And you should be there about 6 hours from now, give or take. Do you have a phone?"
Sat phone, yes," he said.
000 gets you through to emergency dispatch. You won't break down because I take good care of my car. But if you do, remember Rule 5. Stay with your vehicle. Marty'll come collect you.
Rule 5? What are the other rules?
If you obey Rule 5, you don't need to know,
he said. Right, thanks.
It's my car I'm worried about, he said. It was my daughter's idea. Said there was no point having a car sitting idle, seeing as I fly most places. Hire it out, she said. Top up the pension fund, she said. You're the first bloke who's hired her. First and last, I think. But you're paid in advance, so a deal's a deal. I've written out a number on the map. Call me when you get to your sister's. Don't break the speed limit. Keep your eyes on the road. Watch out for kangaroos.
Right, of course, he said, assuming that was a joke. He smiled.
You hit a roo, you're paying for the repairs,
the doctor said. He took off his hat.
Yeah, you want this. And these.
He pulled a pair of sunglasses from his pocket.
Your company's picking up the bill, right?
Yes.
Then I'm going to charge you extra for the hat and sunnies. Lisa Kempton's not aboard, is she?
No, sorry, it's just me and the pilots.
Shame. I'd like to have told my daughter I'd met Lisa Kempton before she did. The keys? It's the white Toyota beneath the awning. The air conditioning is on, so it's ready to go. I'll stuck some water in an esky, and that's on the back seat. Marty will set you up with some tucker when you stop. How you feeling?
Better? Fine.
Then you better go before I change my mind. Door behind the desk, down the corridor, and you'll be out front. Go on. And we drive on the left. The left.
The car was parked beneath an awning, and easily identified as its engine was gently humming. The short walk to the car wasn't as torturous as the long walk from the plane, but the heat was still a burdensome weight he was glad to discard when he climbed into the vehicle. A moment's confusion as to why there was no steering wheel was solved when he got out and walked around to the other side. Stick shift. Of course it is, he muttered. Then he breathed out. And again. Finally, he was alone. Sweat was already beading on his brow, and his new shirt stuck to his back. But he'd made it through the airport. Despite what Rampton had said, there had been questions, but none Pete couldn't answer. Although perhaps it was best he didn't linger. He opened the bag, took out the sat-nav, turned it on, and found it was already set up. After a brief fumble with the gears, he found first. A minute later he was driving along Airport Road and towards the town. 20 seconds after that, he drove beneath the sign he'd seen in the photograph. Welcome to Broken Hill, where the Outback begins. The pre-programmed route took him toward Airport Road, onto Bonanza Street, and into a suburb of small houses. They all seemed to be one-story, low to the ground, ringed by fences or walls, occasionally shadowed by sprawling trees of a type he'd never seen before. There were taller buildings behind, but only 2 or 3 stories high, and they appeared more industrial than residential. The sat-nav beeped, and he turned onto the less exotically named B-79. The houses were replaced by an industrial facility on his right, an arid orchard on his left, the trees looking as parched as he felt. He was tempted to open the cooler on the back seat and grab some water, but that would require stopping, and so might invite questions from passers-by. Not that there was anyone about. But no, better not to stop until he was out of the town. Unless he already was. That can't have been the entire town. It wasn't. The suburbs returned, and he had the road almost to himself as he drove by houses, a cafe, a trio of retail units, offices, and then a squad of municipal buildings. There were even fewer people than cars, but the town didn't appear dead, so much as asleep. Or at work. He drove by a mining firm, a new car lot, a diner, a high fence hiding whatever lay inside, a roundabout, houses, offices, a shop, a car park, more houses, and then nothing but distantly spaced trees on either side, none more than 4 meters high, their small leaves wilting in the heat. Beyond the trees, the oxidized earth stretched as far as the horizon, only broken by the occasional depression and struggling desert grass. That was the town? He glanced in the mirror, then checked the sat-nav. It seemed happy that he was on the right road. He leaned forward, peering at the small screen. Yep, Silver City Highway. That's what the doctor said, wasn't it? Okay, yes. Good. This was nothing like the highways he knew from home. It was paved, sure, and the line down the middle divided it into 2 lanes, but it was nothing more than a ribbon of concrete laid on top of the ancient soil, ephemeral, a temporary intrusion. Part of him wanted to stop so he could properly take it all in, but at the same time, he'd never felt so alone before in his life. He wanted to drive and keep driving until he reached civilization again, but it was only just dawning on him how far away that was. Then there were no more trees, only telegraph poles with wires looping off towards unseen and distant settlements. Ahead, to the east, to the west, there was nothing but rust-colored scrub, parched soil, and distant hills. Finally, he stopped. But he didn't get out. He reached behind, cracked open the cooler, fished around in the melting ice, and took out a bottle of chilled water. He took a sip and took in the wide expanse. Even up in the sky, there was nothing to see, not even a cloud. No, there, ahead, there was something. A bird? If it was massive, a shimmering silver blue, bigger than an eagle, hovering above the road. They have giant birds in Australia? I suppose they have kangaroos, and those are like giant rabbits. So why not giant birds? That explained the doctor's instruction to stay in the car. He hauled the cooler onto the passenger seat and set off, one eye on the road, the other on the hovering bird, and so almost didn't see the 18-wheeler barreling towards him. "Left!" he yelled, swinging the car into the correct lane while the juggernaut charged onward, horn blaring, barely slowing. Sorry, Pete muttered, keeping his eyes fixed firmly ahead, his hands at 10 and 2. A building appeared on the horizon beneath the bird. As it turned with the breeze, he saw it wasn't a bird, but a kite the size of a hang glider. The building was a house, again behind a wall, and with a man sitting on the porch. The man stood as Pete approached, but Pete didn't stop. 20 minutes later, he did slow when a kangaroo bounded across the road half a kilometer ahead. Olivia would take a photo of that. He took a hand from the wheel, reaching for his phone. Except he didn't have it. His phone had been in his pocket, but he'd changed clothes before reaching Hawaii, and again before they landed in Broken Hill. That was why he'd been told to change into the steward's uniform. Why else? Without the phone, how would he contact anyone? Who knew anyone's phone number? He realized he'd not been told where he was being taken until after he'd given up his phone. Now he stopped the car. He opened the bag that Rampton had given him. There was water inside, a fold-up hat, a pair of sunglasses, a box of protein bars, a small medical kit, and the sat phone. He took out the phone. It had a number pad, a small screen, and a large folding aerial. He couldn't even go online and message her through social media. He put the phone back in the bag, then stared at the sat-nav. It wasn't Olivia they were worried about him contacting, but his sister. Or was it the police? Because he'd certainly entered Australia illegally. Then there was the driver's license in the bag. It looked real. It had his name on it, but it wasn't his. Surely that was something you had to apply for in person. What should he do? What could he do? There were two choices. Broken Hill would have a police station. He could turn back and hand himself in. That would lead to a lot of unpleasant questions with immigration, and with whatever the Australian equivalent of the FBI was, before being extradited and questioned by the feds. Or he could continue onward, hope to find his sister, and then probably face the same fate. It was a long time since he'd seen Corrie, and if she'd disappeared once, she was liable to do so again. This might be the last time he'd ever get to see her. He started the engine and continued driving north. Chapter 3. Cornelia, the Dog Fence, New South Wales, 5 hours before the outbreak. As the day turned to afternoon, Pete sped along the almost empty Silver City highway with the car window open. The fast-moving wind sucked the heat from the vehicle, if not from him. As his destination neared, the sat-nav directed him off the road and onto a dirt track. Even at 30 kilometers an hour, the wheels churned the ochre soil into a fine dust that forced him to close the window and once more rely on the car's struggling air conditioning. The temperature rose, sweat beaded, the wipers slapped against the windshield, worsening visibility as the settling grit was spread across the glass. He dropped his speed. Droplets of sweat turned to rivulets, trickling across his face, along his neck, down to a growing pool in the small of his back. "You have reached your destination," the sat-nav chimed, but it had to be wrong. He was 40 minutes and 40 kilometers east of Tibabura, where he'd refueled to the amusement of a small group of spectators. He'd gone through the same experience at the Packsaddle Roadhouse, where a larger group had been waiting for his arrival. He blamed the clothing. He looked like he was on his way to a comic book convention. He'd had enough fuel not to stop at Tibabura, but a full tank gave him more options, and the delay had given inspiration longer to strike. It hadn't, and according to the sat-nav, he should have run out of time. "As soon as possible, turn around," the sat-nav sang. But there was nowhere to turn. A dry creek bed was to his right. To his left was a low fence, beyond which a trio of four-legged animals languidly strolled through the wilted brown tufts of spindly grass. Dingoes? Maybe. He remembered Rule 5, and decided he shouldn't get out of the car. Should he turn around? Could Lisa Kempton have been wrong about his sister's location? Certainly. But as he leaned forward, looking for somewhere to turn, a flagpole emerged from behind a hill. No, not a flagpole, but a scaffolding tower on which an Australian flag had been hung. A radio mast? Possibly. The mast was perched on a shallow hill, but there were no buildings nearby. "As soon as possible, turn around," the sat-nav said. He was inclined to take its advice. And then he saw it. Beyond the shallow hill, nestling close to the low fence, was a small compound, containing a pair of single-story, wind-worn, peeling paint buildings. The sloping corrugated roof of the smaller building extended a further 4 meters, creating an extension beneath which squatted a dusty pickup. A raised wooden patio ringed the larger building, with faded cloth awnings bolted above the windows, creating the shade for the motley collection of bleached benches and warped chairs. Ringing the compound was a 2-meter-high chain-link fence, broken by a gate almost as high. There was no barbed wire, which he took as a good omen. No signs of life, though, and surely someone would have heard his car approach. He stopped in front of the closed gate, watched, waited, and wondered what to do next. When no one appeared, he reluctantly opened the car door. He'd been expecting the heat, but not the smell. It wasn't the gasoline tang of the diesel stop, the burned rubber of the airfield, the scrubbed air of the plane, or the comforting fug of the city. This was rich, deep, almost alive, utterly natural, and weirdly unsettling. He trudged over to the gate. It was bolted, but there was no padlock. There were a forest of signs. None were overly welcoming, but each was reassuringly official, with the largest listing a string of phone numbers, with a note that there was a radio inside. He reached for the bolt, but then paused. The silence was striking. The car clinked. Something behind the low buildings softly hummed. The veranda's cloth sunshade flapped as a ghost of a breeze danced across the compound. Otherwise, there was absolute silence. "As soon as possible, turn around," the sat-nav chimed, breaking the spell the beautifully harsh isolation had weaved. He'd come too far to go back, so he pulled the bolt, tugged the gate outward, turned to head back to the car, and saw a rifle walking towards him. He saw the figure carrying it a second later, a woman, short, slim, wearing a faded checked shirt and cargo trousers tucked into calf-high boots, with a wide-brimmed hat that shielded her face. The rifle barrel dropped a few inches, then a few more, as she let the weapon dangle from her right hand. With a casual flip of her left, she knocked the hat back from her head, letting it fall until the lanyard caught around her neck. Her hair was roughly cut, cropped short. The face was one he didn't recognize. But she recognized him. "Hey, Pete," she said. "Corrie?" She smiled, and he saw a shadow of his sister in the unfamiliar face. Corrie glanced into the back seat of the car before laying the rifle on the roof. She walked over to Pete and hugged him. "It's wonderful to see you," she said. "Wonderful and terrible all at the same time." Pete stepped back from the embrace. "You look different. Very different." "I had plastic surgery in Hungary," she said. "About 5 years ago." "Oh." "Dr. Dodson said you were traveling alone. Is that right?" "It is. How do you know? He called you?" "The Outback teems with life, but not much of that's human. Dr. Dodson and I are friends, I suppose, or near enough. He called to say some bloke had arrived claiming to be my brother." "What did you tell him my name was?" "Corrie, I think," he said. "What else would I have said?" "No surname? Out here I go by Cornelia, not Coriander," she said. "That way I can go mostly by Corrie. I tried changing it to something else, but it's a name that cuts too deep." "Speaking of cutting too deep, I get why you might use a different name, but why did you change your face?" She shook her head. "Later. Dr. Dodson said you flew in on a jet belonging to Lisa Kempton?" "That's right. That's why I'm here. I'm to give you a sat phone so you can call her." "Kempton flew you here?" Corrie asked. "Are you sure it was her?" "She didn't fly the plane herself," Pete said. "A couple of pilots did." "No, I mean, are you sure it was Kempton who sent you?" "I met her," Pete said. "She picked me up outside work yesterday. I think it was yesterday. The time zones are confusing." "Do you mean that carpet store?" "How do you know I work there?" he asked. "It's all part of the same, very long story," she said. "But you came here alone. No one followed you." "Why would they need to? They gave me a sat-nav so I could find this place." "And you actually met Lisa Kempton? You're sure?" "Positive," he said. "Why?" "Because I'm on the run, Pete, and Kempton is one of the people I'm running from. Out of all the people who could have found me, she is the least worst, but that doesn't make this good." "Bring the car inside. We'll talk in the shade." She hugged him again. "It is good to see you, Pete. I just wish it could have been under any other circumstances than these." "Bathroom's through there," Corrie said, pointing to the clearly marked door to the right of the entrance. "Bunk room is at the back on the right. Kitchen is on the left. My room is behind it. I'll get us something to drink if you want to wash up and change." "I don't have anything to change into." She looked him over. "You look like you're in costume. I'll see if I can find something. The archaeologists always leave things behind." As she headed into the back, he looked around the place his sister called home. On one side of the door, a squad of unmatching armchairs sprawled around a patched sofa facing an ancient TV. A table, teetering beneath a library of battered books, stood by the window on the door's other side, In the middle of the room was a desk and bulky radio set. Underneath, wires snaked across the floor to join those leading to electric fans set up in each corner. Corrie returned with a tray on which were 2 glasses, a jug, and a silver-wrapped foil package. "Let's sit down. We've got a lot of catching up to do, but I'm not sure how much time we have, so you better start with Lisa Kempton and this phone call I'm supposed to make." He told her, beginning with the limo ride, jumping back to Kempton's purchase of the carpet store, before ending with the plane trip. "Are you going to call her?" he asked when he finished. "I don't know," Corrie said. "Saoirse Locke isn't Kempton's head of HR, she's her deputy. Tamika Keynes is not a chauffeur. Among other things, she's in charge of security and the captain of Kempton's ship. Rampton and Jackson are in the inner circle too. Did you see anyone else? Speak to anyone?" "Just them," Pete said. "They're senior executives, multimillionaires in their own right. They shouldn't be flying you halfway around the world just so you can give me a phone." "They were worried you'd disappear if they approached you," Pete said. "They were? I've been here 4 years. No one's come asking about me before now. That's why McDodson thought to warn me." "What's going on, Corrie? You said you were in hiding, but from whom? Why do you have a new face? Why are you living out here? Why didn't you ever call?" "Because I am in hiding, but clearly I didn't hide well enough," she said. "I don't know how much I should tell you, because the less you know, the less you'll have to tell. But okay. That Kempton met you, that Keynes was driving, that Locke spoke to you on the phone, and that Rampton and Jackson flew the plane means she doesn't know whom to trust. That's not a good sign. Her company's about to go bust, isn't it?" Pete said. "That's what this is about." "It's a lot worse than that," Corrie said. "She gave you the sat-nav with this address." "It was in a bag on the plane," he said. "Rampton gave it to me after we landed. The address was already programmed in." "Then they know where I am. They've probably been watching. If this was just about a phone call, Kempton or Keynes or Locke could have come here themselves. But if they were watching me before, they'll be watching now. No, I don't mean they'd have followed you," she added as Pete turned towards the window. "She has her own satellites and probably has one overhead. This is bad, Pete. I'm sorry. I really am. I thought by disappearing I was keeping you safe, but I was wrong. I'm sorry. Where's that phone?" "In the bag, in the car. You're going to call her?" "I don't see I have much choice. We'll talk afterwards." She went outside, and Pete found himself alone. He sipped from the chipped glass, placed it on the burn-marked tray, leaned back in the worn chair, and took in the room more closely. Everything was patched and repaired, a function of how isolated the cabin was. There would be no "please take furniture" left on the curb, no thrift store treasures discovered on the way home, no spur-of-the-moment online purchases waiting on the doorstep. The posters on the wall veered towards the official, with a focus on health and safety. The nearest had photographs of the 10 deadliest spiders in the region. After a frantic glance, and then a more measured one, he couldn't spot any cobwebs, but he didn't feel reassured. The few pictures on the wall appeared to be cut from magazines, except for a copy of the photograph of Dr. Dodson and his politician daughter, standing beneath the welcome sign at Broken Hill. The newspaper on the table was 2 weeks old, the magazine beneath it older still. He got up and walked across the room, pausing in front of the entrance. Above it hung a hand-smoothed plank of wood, on which someone had carved the message, "Rule 1, check your boots." He glanced down, uncertain what he was checking them for. On the desk was a list of emergency numbers, and a radio set with instructions on how to operate it. There were no personal numbers of friends Corrie might call. Now he was looking for them, he couldn't see any homely touches at all. Certainly no computer, and if he had one abiding memory of his sister, it was of her sitting behind a screen. The bathroom was a double cubicle with a single sink, solitary shower cubicle with a fine wire mesh over the drain, and sloping floor. On the wall was another hand-carved message on a wooden plank. Rule 2. Remember Rule 1. Deciding it was an Australian expression for washing one's hands, he did so, then continued his exploration. The bunk room had 6 pairs of adult bunk beds with uncovered foam mattresses, but no sheets or pillows. Perhaps they were kept in one of the 12 narrow lockers, or perhaps visitors were expected to bring their own. He revised his opinion when he saw the kitchen. Visitors weren't expected. Of the 3 fridges, 1 was disconnected. The second was marked as containing antivenom. The third contained more silver foil packages, a handful of plastic boxes, and a carton of unopened soy milk. The rack by the sink was empty. The cupboard above it was full of crockery, none of it matching. 2 kettles, 2 hobs, 3 microwaves. There had to be a generator, presumably in the other building. He wondered if there was air conditioning too, but he couldn't see any controls for it. He didn't open the door leading from the kitchen into Corrie's room. Growing up in one foster home after another, they'd both learned to prize what scraps of privacy they'd been able to scrounge. Instead, he returned to the sofa, drank some more water, and unwrapped the foil package. Inside were small squares of chocolate cake, dipped in coconut. He ate one, then another, then a third, hunger creeping up on him with each bite. At the Pack-Saddle Roadhouse, after they'd filled his tank, he'd been given a steak sandwich the length of his arm, but covered in far too many onions to be edible. There'd been 2 microwaved steaks on the plane, and more nuts than was surely healthy. But otherwise, his last meal had been lunchtime in Indiana, a mustard cheese salad that Olivia had made for him because she hated how he always had cereal for lunch. The door opened. Corrie came back inside. "Did you call Miss Kempton?" Pete asked. "I did," she said. "And I'll tell you what she said. I'll tell you everything. But there's something I have to do first." She strode across the room into the kitchen. A moment later, there was the sound of a door opening, a clatter as if she was searching for something. She came back out, ripping the plastic from a still-boxed laptop. She tore the box open, tossing the polystyrene onto the floor as she searched for the power cable. "What's going on?" he asked. "It's bad," she said. "Worse than bad." She plugged in the air-gapped computer and stared at the screen. "And now I've got to wait for it to start." She dashed back into the kitchen and her room beyond, returning a moment later with a paperback. "Here, have you read it?" "On the beach? No," he said, taking it. "Read it. I'll be an hour or so. It's a good book. I've read it a lot." She plugged the sat phone into the laptop, frowned, unplugged the computer, took it, phone and cable to the table covered in books, and swept them aside. She set the computer up again, this time with the sat phone close to the window. Sitting behind the screen, she was finally recognizable as the sister he'd not seen in so long, and he knew that, for now at least, she wouldn't answer any more questions. According to the synopsis, the book she'd given him was about life in Australia after a nuclear war had devastated the Northern Hemisphere. On balance, it wasn't what he considered light reading. He put it down, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes. Chapter 4. A Conspiracy to Destroy the World. The Outback, New South Wales. "Pete?" He opened his eyes. "I brought more Lamington cake," Corrie said. She unwrapped another tinfoil package, revealing more of the coconut-dipped chocolate squares, though these were a little larger than the previous batch. "Do you make these yourself?" he asked. "No, Dr. Dodson brought them. He comes up here quite often, more since his daughter went to Canberra. These are his ancestral lands. He likes to check up on them. Or me. Or he likes the excuse to get away from Broken Hill. The cake is from his daughter. She's an MP. He told me. Her constituents baked the cake. During the election campaign, there was a mini-debate where her opponent, the incumbent, tried to paint her as being out of touch. Did a whole thing about her being like Marie Antoinette, and how the only advice she'd ever be able to give was to tell people to eat cake. Then he asked whether she'd spent enough time in the kitchen to even know how to bake. She was a teacher before she ran, and responded with an impromptu lesson on the French Revolution. She won in a landslide, and since then her constituents bring her cake. She gives it to her dad, and he brings it up here. It's not birthday cake, and I missed quite a lot of those. But it's close enough. How long was I asleep? About an hour. And did you do what you had to? He glanced over to where the laptop sat on the desk, the screen dark. I did what I could, she said. And what was that? He asked. Seriously, Corrie, what's going on? Do you remember when we were young, how I hacked the DMV? Sure, you got a place at college, then you hacked NORAD. That got you a job, but you'd never tell me with who. I thought you were working for the government, but you weren't, were you? You were working for Lisa Kempton. Yes. There's this guy, Tom Clemens. He used his connections to get me out of trouble, and to get me that job. He wanted me to spy for him. You mean spy on Lisa Kempton? Why? He didn't say, not really. And when I found out what was really going on, I quit. You went to farm alpacas, he said. Yeah, I never actually got any livestock. You sent me pictures of a herd. Pictures I faked, she said. I never finished prepping the ground. I liked being outdoors, but farming was too much effort. After that, I tried keeping a low profile, thinking if I stayed away from them, they'd stay away from me. But I couldn't ignore what was really going on. Not when I knew what I'd done and what they were doing. Except when I tried to tell someone, they killed the journalist. What journalist? Who are they? She didn't seem to hear. That was 6 years and 2 months ago, just before Christmas. You know, when we were meant to meet. For our not-Christmas dinner, I sat in that diner for 5 hours waiting for you. I know. I was outside watching. But so was Loretta Keynes. Who? Wait, Keynes, like the chauffeur? Tamika isn't a chauffeur, but yes. Loretta is her sister, and she works in the FBI, but she works for Lisa Kempton. That's when I vanished. They were watching you because they wanted to catch me. I thought you'd be safe as long as they never found me. I went to Europe, had plastic surgery. I tried to disappear, but I was never very good at languages, except computing ones. That's part of the reason I came here. I created a new identity with the qualifications needed to get this job. It's remote. I know everyone who lives within 200 kilometers. If anyone asks questions about an American called Corrie, they'd warn me. Like Dr. Dodson did. But this is the first time someone has found me, she said. And it was Lisa Kempton, so it could be worse, but only in that it means we're both currently still alive. Why? What's going on? What did she ask you to do? I'll tell you. Then, tomorrow, I'm going to call Dr. Dodson. He'll fly out here, and then take you to meet his daughter, Anna. You'll tell her, because she's in the government. I trust her. And as much as I trust law enforcement in any country, I trust them here. They're not involved, or they weren't. I don't know if they've been infiltrated in the last few years. I've stayed offline as much as I can. When I do go online, it's down in the big city, and then only to check out your social media feed. I like to know that one of us is living a life out there in the real world. He waved that away. What am I supposed to tell Miss Dodson? There's a conspiracy, she said, and it's been going on for years, decades. It began in England as the Cold War was heating up. Their government was worried about biological attack from the Soviet Union, so they opened a black ops lab to develop a super vaccine, a wide-spectrum preventative to any major disease that could be spread as a biological weapon. The vaccine didn't come to anything. The project was mothballed, but the funding didn't dry up. Not exactly. The people involved, they teamed up with politicians in the U.S. and elsewhere, finding common cause in their twisted idea of what a new world order should be. The project was restarted, and now they're ready to demonstrate it. She twisted her head to peer at a clock on the wall. In a few hours. In Manhattan. A vaccine? That doesn't sound bad, he said. Because that's not the bad part, she said. These politicians don't care about people. They have no vision, no policies. They don't want to make the world a better place for the next generation, or even to stop it from sinking further into despair. They want power for power's sake. To get it, they teamed up with a cartel. You mean like drugs? Heroin from Afghanistan, cocaine from Colombia, amphetamines from Southeast Asia. They formed a collective with the intention of controlling supply and demand across the world. How does that tie into the politicians? Because the cabal have been accruing power for decades. They have people in the CIA, the FBI, Interpol, MI5, and every other unimaginative acronym. The cabal tip off the agents, leading to the discovery of a shipping container with $10 million worth of cocaine. The agent gets promoted to a place where they can direct task forces away from the cartel's activities and towards their competitors. And so the cartel gains territory. The cabal gains power. Corrupt politicians being bought by the mob is an old story, but this is on a completely different scale to anything the world has seen before. It's why I ran. I couldn't go to the authorities because they were the authorities. How is Lisa Kempton involved? Pete asked. The politicians provided access to intelligence and a route to power. The cartel provided the muscle, killing anyone who learned too much. Kempton provided the money, transport, and logistics. I don't know how much of the cash was laundered from the cartel, how much was from our own pockets, but there's a limit to how much you can siphon, even from a black ops budget, without being discovered. I still don't follow, Pete said, rubbing his temples. If Kempton is involved with a cartel and these politicians, then why am I here? I mean, she knows where you are, so why hasn't she killed you? Because Kempton said she wants to destroy the cabal and the cartel, Corrie said. When I was working for her, when I discovered what she was doing, I confronted her. She said she wanted to stop them, but that she was just a billionaire. Just? Ha! But she had a point. She is just a person. The FBI could have arrested her at any time, shut down her operations on any number of inflated charges. She was in too deep to walk away. So I walked instead. It's been years, and surely she's had a chance to end the cartel. She hasn't. So what does that tell you? I've no idea, Pete said. I really don't, but all of this, it's been building to a demonstration in Manhattan in a couple of hours? That means the vaccine works, right? Kempton says it does. And that's why she sent you here, Corrie said. The vaccine is the carrot. It'll change the world. But first, they have to make the world sick. They need something to cure, something to prove the vaccine works. Otherwise, who'd want to buy it? The price won't be money, but acquiescing to the leadership of this new world order. The cabal will be the emperors, and the world will have to bow down or face the consequences. What do you mean they'll need something to cure? Have you heard of the Marburg virus? No, you're lucky. Ebola? Right. Start there. And think worse. Not every nation will submit, of course. To deal with those countries, they're planning a nuclear first strike. A nuclear war? Not a war. She sighed. These aren't the best and brightest. They're not the people with a dream. They're not even also-rans or the leaders of the opposition. They're the candidates using Iowa as a stop-in-a-book tour. The parliamentarians in gerrymandered seats who, despite money and murder, still can't make it to the podium. They're going to fail, and in that failure, they will destroy the world. We have to stop them, he said. Yes, she said. And we will. Do you have that book? She picked up the copy of On the Beach. In the spine is a memory card. It contains enough evidence, enough proof to convince the Australian government. Give it to Anna Dodson. We can trust her. What did Kempton ask you to do? I won't say, not yet, she said. Anything I tell you, you'll have to repeat. I'm sorry, Pete, this might get uncomfortable for you. You mean they'll torture me? No, but they'll question you hard, she said. In a few hours after the demonstration, Kempton is planning to steal the research notes. Or her agents are. She's going to release them to the world. He stood. Then we should go now. If we're going to do this, then let's get it done before anyone else is sent here. If you've done what Kempton asked, there's no reason to let you live. And if Kempton wanted me dead, I'd be dead, Corrie said. But she sent you instead. And if she does release that information as she promises, then maybe there's a chance you get to live a normal life after this. But you don't trust her, he said, sitting down. No, not a bit. But we should wait. Give her this one last chance. I'm sorry, Pete, I really am. I should have known I couldn't keep you out of this. It's okay, he said. It's not. Come on, it's dusk. There's someone I want you to meet. There's someone else here? Not exactly. She led him outside. The shadows were growing longer, though the temperature had barely dropped. Sit here, she said, pointing to a rickety wooden bench beneath the shade of the roof's overhang. Is it always this hot? He asked. Shh. There she is. Do you see? He turned to look, and couldn't help but see her. On the other side of the fence was a kangaroo. She's Matilda, Corrie said. Matilda, this is my brother Pete. Say hello, Pete. Hello? Corrie laughed. I was kidding. You don't really need to talk to her. Though I do. A lot. Her smile faded. She started coming around about a year ago. I think after she raised her kids, she decided to spend her retirement seeing a bit of the world. When she got here, she decided to stay. Really? Kangaroos retire? No. The real reason she's out here alone has to be a sad one, so I prefer my version. She comes for water, though, so I need to fill her trough. It's the price I pay for company. Sit. She can get a bit antsy around strangers. Corrie walked over to the smaller of the two buildings and came out with a sealed jug of water. She opened the gate and walked along the exterior of the fence. Matilda took a cautious step back, then tilted her head back to look at Pete. Despite the up-jutting ears, protruding mouth, and a patchy red fur crisscrossed with scars, the piercing black eyes were oddly human. He wished he had his phone. It was something he'd love to show Olivia. And in a flash, the exhilaration of the near encounter evaporated. It was going to be a long time before he'd see Olivia again. Assuming he ever did. Corrie finished filling the trough, walked backward a few paces before turning and coming back through the gate. And that's Matilda, she said. I'm not going back to America, am I? Pete asked. Hopefully not, no, Corrie said. I met someone. The girl in the New Year's photo? I'm not sure what you were dressed as, but she was dressed as a vampire. How do you know? It was on your social media feed. I went down to Adelaide last month, bought a new computer, masked the IP, bounced the connection across 3 continents, looked, but didn't post. I wanted to, but I was worried someone was keeping tabs on you. I worried that if they thought we were in contact, they would have taken you. Tortured me, you mean? Yes. They've done it before, she said. But here I am, he said. Yes, she said. Earlier, what were you doing on that laptop? He asked. Hopefully I stopped things from getting as bad as they might. You won't tell me? I can't, she said. Not yet, not until I know this is truly over. Then what did you do for Kempton all those years ago? I wrote code, she said. I guessed that. What kind? An air traffic control system, she said. That was one of them. Kempton got the contract to produce a new global tracking system. You know she has her own satellites? Not until you told me. I designed an air traffic control system, but she wanted a way to alter it after the fact. Not to make it so planes could disappear, but so they appeared to have come from somewhere else. Why would anyone want to... He began. Oh, when we flew in, it was direct from Hawaii, but the pilot, or whoever he was, he said to say we came in via Cairns. Sorry, you can blame me for that. When I realized what I'd done, I knew what I'd done, obviously, but not why I'd been asked to create it. If that makes sense. I'd given Kempton a way to make an international flight appear to be an internal one, at least to a casual observer. I knew Kempton was up to something because that's why Tom Clemens got me the job with her. But that's when I started to understand everything else she'd asked me to do. It's when I started digging. Most days I wished I hadn't. How long have you been out here? 4 years, but as far as the official records go, I emigrated 10 years ago, became a citizen 5 years ago. Don't people ask why you're here, though? I just tell them about our childhood, she said. That's the reason I give. They don't ask questions after that. Ah. Matilda finished drinking, straightened, turned towards them, then bounded away. But what do you do out here? Fix the fence. It keeps the dingoes to the north, away from the farms in the south. 5,614 kilometers of machine-made steel and hand-planted wood. It's beautiful. A fence is beautiful. All that research into silicon and software, all that money to fund wars, and the longest structure in the world is a fence to help farmers. There's beauty in the elegant simplicity of it. Beauty and hope. You look after all of that on your own? No, though I wish I did. Do you see the mast? There's that and 44 others to keep an eye on. I use it for the radio, but the university set it up for some climate monitoring experiments. Then there are the archaeologists. There's a site about 10 miles south of here that's about 50,000 years old. Dr. Dodson brings up the rock polishers, makes sure they stay respectful of his ancestors. That's how we met. I met Anna, too. She came up to the site herself. Nice woman. Driven, trustworthy, honest. There's no way I'll see Olivia again, is there? Probably not. It'll be detention in Australia in some federal cell. Probably. But it'll be more like witness protection. You haven't done anything wrong. Were you and Olivia dating? No. We were going to have drinks just before Kempton arrived in her car. I don't know. Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe there was nothing there. From the way she was looking at you in that photo at New Year's, I'd say there was. Personally, I like to hold on to the good memories. Some days they're all I have. There weren't many of them, he said. Not growing up. Do you remember that time, you were 10, we went to the amusement park? You ate all that cotton candy. I remember feeling sick. It was a nice day, she said. Maybe nicer for me. She sighed. There's something else I should do. One last thing. Stay and wait for the sunset. You won't see one like it anywhere in the world. Chapter 5. Outbreak. The Outback. Pete's gaze wandered from stunted trees to scrubby grass to the lengthening shadows cast by cacti that almost looked like prickly pears, but surely couldn't be. Not here in Australia. Perhaps if the vista had been less unfamiliar, the weather more what he thought of as normal, he'd be better able to make sense of what his sister had said. Corrupt politicians and murderous gangsters plotting a nuclear war? Surely that wasn't how the world really was. Surely not. The landscape offered neither confirmation or denial, and certainly no comfort, and so, as the sun eased towards the horizon, he retreated inside. Seeking an echo of familiarity, he turned on the television. The set was as battered and ancient as the chairs, and so was the American sitcom currently airing. It was too great a reminder of all he had, apparently, lost. So he flipped through the channels until he found the opening credits for a late-night show. Expecting a news satire, he frowned when the opening monologue produced no studio laughter. Understanding dawned as he realized it was a program on art and history. He was about to turn back to the sitcom when he caught the name of the host's first guest, Anna Dodson. A woman in a cream-white suit walked onto the stage. The polite applause faded as the host finished his introduction and picked up a book. "Your new book is called Pioneers in Democracy, the First 100 Years, the host said. But it only begins with the start of the First World War. The title itself implies that there will be another 100 years, and that what went before can be discounted." "Not discounted," Anna Dodson said. "But empires are not democracies. How can they be, when they're based on the notion that some people's voices, their opinions, their votes, their lives, are of lesser value than others? At some point, we have to say the past is history. It shouldn't be forgotten, but in fixing our eyes too far back, and focusing on millennia of cultural rise and fall, we have little time for the present, and none at all for the future. We risk being lulled into the fallacy
that our species' progress has been a straight path advancing through enlightenment and equality to the here and now. That democracy is both inevitable and permanent. It is not. Give me an example, the host said. How about the by-election in Wentworth? She said. That got a chuckle from the audience. Pete sat down, listening curiously. The names of places and politicians meant nothing to him, but he was more interested in the shape and tone of her words. Soon Anna Dodson would hold his life in her hands. After a few minutes, the host abruptly raised his hand. I'm sorry, I've got to stop you there. We're getting... Before the host could finish, the screen switched to a news desk. Behind it sat a disheveled anchor, still adjusting her microphone, a sheet of tissue paper stuck beneath her collar. She snatched the paper away as she turned to the camera. There was a moment of silence as she scanned the words on the teleprompter. She licked her lips, nodded, and began. Reports are just coming in of a viral outbreak in Manhattan, New York, she said, her voice trembling. She coughed, clearing her throat. It's currently 7:31 there, local time. Eyewitness accounts and video footage being uploaded to social media appear to show... She paused, took a deep breath, and continued. Appear to show infected people attacking one another. No official confirmation has been received, nor an official diagnosis. So far it has been confined to... But Pete had stopped listening. It was the start of some movie. That had to be it. He reached for the remote, thumped the buttons, and when nothing happened, got up and found the button on the set. When he saw a sitcom playing on the next channel, he relaxed. It was a movie. That was all. A weird one, sure. For it to begin with an interview with a real politician. They must do things differently in Australia. He flipped to the next channel and saw what appeared to be shaky phone footage of a man staggering along the sidewalk. Skinny, with clothes to fit, his jacket and shirt were almost shredded and entirely covered in blood. More blood covered his face, utterly obscuring his features. A few yards in front, the door to a coffee bar flew open. A woman in a green pantsuit, headscarf, and heels ran out, her eyes fixed on what was still inside. Her foot slipped, and her left high heel spun from her foot. She slipped, falling to hands and knees. The blood-covered man reached out to help, but seemed to trip and fall on top of her. But he hadn't fallen. He'd lunged, mouth open. His teeth tore into the woman's flesh as his hands grabbed and clawed. The footage abruptly cut out, and the image switched back to his studio and an ashen-faced anchor. "Pete, watch this," Corrie said, and Pete jumped. He'd not heard her approach. She placed the laptop in front of him. "Is it New York?" he asked. "Yes. I think I've just seen it," he said. "It's fake, right? A hoax, it's not real." "What do you think?" "It is real?" he asked. She pressed play. 2 police cars had stopped askew across a junction. 4 officers stood with sidearms drawn, their weapons braced on the roofs of their vehicles. Behind them hovered half a dozen civilians armed with bats and brooms. One civilian, a woman wearing chef's whites, held a cleaver. Only when the police began firing did Pete realize there was no sound. The angle of the camera was off by 40 degrees, and initially didn't show the officers' targets. The screen moved, blurred, then refocused on 24 blood-soaked figures staggering along the street. In suits and skirts, jeans and workout gear, there was no uniformity in their clothing, or ages, only in the blood coating their snarling faces. A police officer began wildly gesticulating. Perhaps it was an instruction to stop. Perhaps it was something far more primeval. The cops opened fire. The lurching figures staggered as bullets impacted against their chests, their arms, but they kept moving. Then one fell. "Headshot," Corrie whispered. "It has to be a headshot." Another fell, but the remaining monsters marched closer, with ever more slouching into frame until, abruptly, the screen went blank. "What happened?" Pete asked. "The guy with the camera decided to stop recording and run," Corrie said. "What's going on, Corrie?" Pete asked,
not really expecting an answer, but simply voicing his confusion. It looks like zombies, she said. That's what people are calling it. It's not, is it? What is it really? Guess, she said. How could I guess? How could I know? Wait, you mean that thing, that vaccine they were demonstrating in New York? Is that what it is? It isn't the vaccine, but it's connected, she said. It has to be. The coincidence is too great for them to be unrelated. But at the same time, who would deliberately release this on the world? The cartel? The politicians? Campton? Pete leaned back in the chair, and his eyes fell on the muted TV. It showed a different street, a different group of people, but it was the same story. Someone coated in blood attacked someone else, killed them, and then moved on. And then he saw the victim drag themselves to their feet and, dripping blood from the stump of their hand, lurch along the street in pursuit of the still living. Zombies, he muttered. They're zombies. Call them that if it helps, she said. I don't think it does. What does this mean? He said. Should we stay? Go? What do we do? We should do something. Like what? I'm going back online to see what I can find out. Maybe they'll get control of things in a few more hours, Pete said. That's New York, right? If anywhere can deal with this, it's there. Maybe, Corrie said. She picked up the laptop and retreated back to the table by the window. Pete turned back to the TV, shocked, confused, refusing to accept that the impossible had happened, and a nightmare walked the streets of New York. Chapter 6. The Phony Apocalypse. The Outback, 20th February. After an hour, Pete switched off the TV, lay down on the sofa, and closed his eyes. But the violent scenes of walking death stayed with him. He sat up, turned the TV back on, but walked over to the window, watching the darkness outside. There were stars, and he wished he'd learned their names. His eye was caught by the radio mast's red and white blinking lights. He wished he'd learned how radio worked, or TV, or anything and everything. It truly felt as if he'd never now get the chance. He returned to the chair, the television, and to the same scenes repeated over and over again. As the Australian night headed towards morning, and the American day moved towards night, the footage was edited, trimmed, and sanitized. The anchors were replaced with calmer voices, but that didn't change the reality of what they were reporting. Nor did the new and more professionally shot footage offer any hope that, with time, the authorities in New York were getting the nightmare under control. It became clear that no one knew precisely where and when the outbreak had occurred. Even he knew that was the first step to containing the horror. He fetched himself a glass of water, then poured one for Corrie, and took it over to where she was still sitting by the window, hunched over her laptop. How bad is it? He asked. It could be worse, she said. They're stopping it? No. I mean that it's getting worse, but it could get worse still. The police and military are acting against one another. One group will set up a barricade, and another will be told to abandon theirs. I think they're receiving contradictory orders. She leaned back and rubbed her eyes. Sometimes people are infected and turn immediately. Sometimes they don't. Does that mean they're not infected? That some people are immune? Or is that wishful thinking? It's too early to tell. Have you seen any just die? Pete asked. On the TV, they've shown clips of people with arms missing, with open, oozing wounds that should mean instant death. No. So far, only those shot in the head haven't risen back up. It spreads through saliva, I think. Through bites. Maybe through touch, I don't know. It's too soon to know anything. There's no real information in what the government is saying. In anything any government is saying. How could there be? It doesn't appear to be airborne. It might be, for all we know, but I don't think so. But that's one way this could get worse. Another is a collapse of the electricity infrastructure. The internet still works. The data centers still have power. People are still uploading footage to social media. Comments, too, but I'm ignoring those. There's too much rumor, too much speculation. It's hard to tell how far the outbreak has spread. You mean it's beyond Manhattan? It's beyond New York State, she said. They're talking about destroying the bridges and tunnels, cutting Manhattan off. But they've left it too late. What about South Bend? He asked. I don't think it's reached Indiana yet, she said. But it will. Because people don't turn symptomatic immediately. They get in their cars and drive. A few hours ago, they were still getting on trains. I think the airports are closed, but if there's a plane on a runway and a pilot wanting to flee, how would they stop them? And other than watching, there isn't anything we can do. Life goes on, even now. Which means we've got chores to do. Can you take some water out to Matilda? We had a little rain at the beginning of the month, but then this front moved in and summer returned with a vengeance. If we don't give her water, she might not find it. I'll see if I can find you some more clothes. We'll have some breakfast, take it from there. He filled the jug with water and took it outside, and into a world that was already heating up as the sun dragged itself up into a cloudless sky. Sweat blossomed on his neck, threatening to turn to a waterfall as it trickled down to the small of his back. He was in an oasis, literally and figuratively. Though, considering hell had been unleashed a few thousand miles away, it was better to think of the calm as a mirage. Matilda waited near her trough. As Pete took a slow step towards her, the kangaroo backed away, giving him a suspicious look. Just bringing you water, he said, cautiously filling the trough. When he was done, he stepped back. She hadn't moved, but had seemed to relax a little. Her head was cricked to one side, her hands loosely resting on each other in front of her chest. He backed off, but only when he was 10 yards away did she bound toward the trough. In that moment, the anthropomorphic features once more became those of an animal. Okay, you're a weird creature, he said. She cricked her head towards him. Weird but cool, he added quickly. Different, I mean. This is not how my morning usually goes. Usually I wake, make coffee, go for a shower, drink the coffee, get in the car, and go to work. Olivia brings breakfast to work, you see. Has done for the last 6 months. Huh. Never really thought about that before. She always brings me breakfast. Lunch, too, sometimes. Says I eat too much cereal. But that's not why, is it? Matilda returned her attention to her water trough. Olivia would sure like a photo of this, Pete said, and retreated another few steps, looking down to see where he was putting his feet. A black spider with a red stripe splashed across its back was sidling up his boot. Remembering the poster inside, he danced and shook, kicking the spider free. The sudden movement startled Matilda, too, and she jumped back a few paces, glared at him, then bounded away, across the red ochre plain. Pete quickly retreated back inside. Everything okay? Corrie asked. I saw a spider, he said. I think it was this one. He pointed at the poster. A mouse spider. No way, she said. Not out here. It had red markings on its back, he said. How big was it? About an inch. Then it was probably a redback. Oh, okay. Then he saw that redbacks were on the poster, too. The spiders don't bother you? He asked. They used to. Growing up, you were terrified of them. Then I finished growing up, she said. What's the point of being afraid of them? They're not afraid of us. They're not aware of us. Besides, I've got a fridge full of anti-venom. Just remember Rule 1. She pointed to the carved wooden board above the door. Always check your boots before you put them on. And remember Rule 2. Always remember Rule 1 when you're in the bathroom. Check the toilet bowl, the sink, the shower. Seriously? I wish you'd told me that yesterday, he said, looking at his feet. Who came up with the rules, you? Dr. Dodson. He has a string of them he tells the archaeologists when he brings them up here. He adds more each time. You mean he makes them up? Pete asked. I'd say it was more that he adapts them for his audience. But rules 1 and 2 never change. They're not really about the spiders, but more about making people remember this isn't the city, and it's not the coast. The Outback can be a dangerous place for the complacent. Does Dr. Dodson come here a lot? More, since he was meant to retire. He trained as a pilot first, then as a nurse. Doctor's just an honorific, a courtesy, a sign of respect. A couple of years ago, they made him Doctor Emeritus of the entire Flying Doctor Service, in the hope he'd get the hint and retire. But then his daughter got elected to Parliament. They don't mind him sticking around now, not while they're applying for more funding. We've got instructions, though, over the radio. The zombies have reached Australia? No, I don't even think they've reached the Pacific, she said. They want all tourists in from the Outback. They're shutting down some mines, too, and they've issued instructions to the cattle and sheep stations, but they're not our problem. The tourists are. Do we have to go look for them? Not yet. The Flying Doctor, the Flying Padre, the mail planes, they're being sent up to make sure that the remote hamlets all know what's going on and find out who's traveled through there over the last few days. A message is going out over the radio as well, on all frequencies. We're a refueling stop, and we've just got to make sure anyone who passes through has enough diesel to reach Tibabura. If they need petrol, they're out of luck, and they're to wait here. Tomorrow, maybe the day after, we'll have to join the search for anyone who hasn't come in, but today we've just got to sit and wait. I think I've got the training for that. What happens to them after Tibabura? They go to Port Augusta if they've the fuel. That's on the coast, about 800 kilometers due west. If they don't have the fuel, they'll go to Broken Hill, where transport will be provided. And what'll happen to them after Broken Hill? Pete asked. Locals will go home. Guests and visitors will be found accommodation until they can be safely repatriated. Those were the exact words they used. Somehow, I doubt they'll be staying in a spa. I found you some more clothes. They're not very clean, I'm afraid. Blame the archaeologists. I had to get rid of the washing machine. Dirt dusters always want to wash their clothes. There's a well, but it's been dry since November. Water has to be bussed in. Getting rid of the machine was the easiest way of stopping the mud brushers from using a week's water in an hour. But I think there's another one of those, uniforms in your bag. I think I'll stick with jeans, he said. Shower's in there, she said. Remember rule 2. I'll fix us some breakfast. Eggs okay? You don't have cereal? You mean something that's 50% sugar and half the rest is chocolate? You still eat that? Sometimes, he said. Not always. Eggs and oatmeal, that's all I have, she said. But there's a shop down the road if you want to buy something different. It's only a 2-day walk. Eggs would be great. The shower wasn't. The water cut out while he was still covered in soap. No matter which way he turned the handle, no more flowed. He stood, naked, dripping soap and suds, enjoying the cooling feeling of the water evaporating. Then he remembered the spiders, hurriedly wiped off the soap, and dressed in the borrowed jeans and not clean shirt. The water stopped, he said. Oh, sorry, Corrie said. I should have said, again, blame the archaeologists. I had to install a timer. 2 minutes is all you get. It resets after 5 if you wanted to jump back in. No, I'm cleaner than the clothes, and that's clean enough. She turned off the small stove and put the eggs on the plate. He took his and followed her over to the table. No more news? He asked, pointing his fork at the open laptop. No new news, no, she said, closing the computer's lid. It's good to see you, he said, despite everything. I know. It's good to see you, too. I wanted to see you before, to say goodbye. Why didn't you? Why not a postcard or something? He asked. Before I disappeared, I went to a journalist, she said. Before that, I dug. Each day I went online. Each night I traveled. Planes, trains, buses to different states, different countries, different continents. I wanted to go to the authorities, but whom could I trust? The cabal controls too many people in too many senior positions in law enforcement. So does the cartel. Kempton has her own people, and though they're not as violent, they're just as bad. Tom Clemens is... he's just like me, really. You've mentioned him before. He's the guy who got you out of trouble when we were kids. He's a man with his own agenda, Corrie said. And yeah, he wants to stop all of this too. But he's just one man. To bring down these people, you'd need an army. I didn't realize that. When I decided I couldn't trust the police, I went to a journalist. I arranged a meeting in a parking lot in Portland. She didn't know who she was meeting. I was just an anonymous tip. I'd fed her a little information, enough so she knew I was for real. I'd picked the spot because of the cameras, all wirelessly linked to a control center out of state. I was lurking on the roof of a convenience store opposite, waiting, watching. I saw the journalist arrive. A few minutes later, a second car arrived, but it stayed outside the parking lot, just out of sight of anyone inside. I thought it might contain a photographer. Our deal was that she should arrive alone, so I texted her to say the meeting was cancelled. She got back in her car. As she drove towards the exit, the people in the second car opened fire. 117 rounds hit her vehicle. 19 bullets hit her. She died almost instantly. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, her editor and his family were burned alive in their home. The sub-editor, an assistant, and the owner of the paper, they were all killed, all on the same night. Wait, I remember that. They said it was a local drug gang out for revenge after an investigation into their activities had been published. Didn't someone even confess? Turn witness or something? Sure, they were told to. It was the best way to throw everyone off the scent. That witness got murdered before the trial, but they had the video testimony to secure a conviction. 89 people were rolled up in that investigation, all part of one gang or another, but none of them, other than that witness, had anything to do with the cartel. And it was the cartel who killed the journalist. That's who was in the car. That's how they work. And that's why I didn't get in touch. She shrugged. Let's eat. He did, but he wasn't hungry, and his eyes kept going to the laptop. This Outbreak, it's connected to Lisa Kempton, isn't it? She laid her fork down. Connected, yes. But she can't have been behind creating the zombies. I don't think so, Corrie said. They kidnapped sick people to use as test patients, then took them to a lab in England for the trials. I won't say I'm certain of anything, but I'm reasonably sure she thinks the vaccine was real. Then who is behind this? I don't think it matters, she said. Not now. Even so, we should tell someone, he said. Whom could we tell? She asked. Anna Dodson, he said. You wanted me to tell her everything about Kempton, so if you trust her with that, we can trust her with this. She could tell the Prime Minister, and he could get word to the Australian ambassador in Washington, and so to the White House. What word? Corrie asked. What precisely do we tell Anna? That there was a conspiracy? Yesterday, Kempton's wealth became worthless. The international drugs trade is dead. There are still the politicians, I guess, but who cares what senators and ministers say? To stop the outbreak requires roadblocks and checkpoints. That's a job for local police, state troopers, National Guard commanders, and citizens with an ounce of sense. That's who's going to stop this, not some order from the White House. Even so, he began. She raised a hand, cutting him off. Even so, if I thought it would help, yes, I'd say we should speak to Anna Dodson, but there's nothing the Australian ambassador can do in Washington. Anything we say will only confuse things. It'll inflame tensions. People always want someone to blame. But what they need is to act. Tell me I'm wrong. I can't, he said. Mostly because I still don't really understand what's happening. What about Lisa Kempton? Did you call her? I tried, but I only got through to Saoirse Locke. She told me to wait for further instructions. Instructions to do what? I'm a hacker, not a virologist. No, I was a hacker. Long ago. Now I fix fences. And only the literal kind. And not that anymore. Who cares about dingoes when we've got zombies tearing up a continent? So that leaves us here, waiting for stray tourists. Waiting for instructions, she said. Waiting for real news. But yes, waiting. She reached for her laptop and opened the screen. Pete nodded and took the plates to the kitchen. He busied himself with what few chores he could think of, but found himself drawn back to the television. Despite its increasingly professional coverage, it had nothing new to tell him. There was only one thing he wanted to know. that the outbreak had been contained. But as the minutes became hours, it became increasingly clear that wasn't going to happen soon. Chapter 7. Grey Nomads. The Outback. After 4 hours of the same horrific scenes repeated on every channel, Pete's nerves were beyond frayed. When Corrie jumped up, he did the same. "What?" he asked. "We've got visitors," she said. An RV had stopped on the dirt track outside the compound. The vehicle was white-sided, trimmed with green, and covered in dust, as was the dirt bike slung at the rear. Corrie and Pete walked down the cabin's wooden steps and were halfway across the packed soil yard when the RV's door opened, and a woman stepped out. Approaching the end of her middle years, with a green scarf tied loosely around her graying hair, she wore patched dungarees and a long-sleeved cotton shirt with puffed sleeves. She smiled and waved. A man followed her outside. He was about the same age, retired or approaching it, wearing a green baseball cap with small rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He gave a brisker wave and curt nod and headed around to the vehicle's engine. "I won't say we're lost," the woman said. "I won't," she added, glancing at the man. "But we think our map might be wrong." "We're on the road to Tippabura," the man called out, a hint of a question buried within the assertion. "You're heading in the right direction," Corrie said. "Told you," the man said, with a heavy dose of self-satisfaction. Corrie frowned. "Haven't you heard the news?" "Radio cocked it a week ago," a younger woman said, stepping into the doorway. A teenager, perhaps 18, but emaciated and pale, made to look more so by her jet-green hair. "Dad thought it'd be smart not to bring any phones with us. No phones, no sat-nav, just a map, which apparently is wrong." She grinned, then coughed. "You need to get back inside. Stay in the shade," the older woman said. "I'm fine, Mum." "What news?" the father asked, coming to stand by the door. "Where are you heading?" Corrie asked. "Adelaide," the girl said. "We started in Cairns. We're seeing Australia. It's something I wish I'd done when I didn't die. We thought we should." Her mother pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. "She was crook," she said. "The big one. But she's fine, and we're fine. Just a little bit lost." The father gave the side of the RV a ringing slap. "Sorry, not lost," the mother added. "And if you're heading to Tippabura, then no, you're not," Corrie said. "Told you," the father said. "Where are you from? Is that an American accent?" "A long time ago," Corrie said. "I've been working here for 4 years. Do you have fuel, water?" "Enough, we don't need to stop," the father said. "But we're going to," the daughter said. "What's this news?" "There's been a viral outbreak in Manhattan," Corrie said. "A bad one. It's spreading fast. Instructions from Canberra are that all tourists cut their holidays short and return to the towns and cities." "What kind of outbreak?" the father asked. "No one knows. Something like rabies, I guess," Corrie said. "Maybe we could go inside and talk there. I've got cake and iced tea." "Cake sounds good," the daughter said. "Canberra want people back home because of an outbreak in Manhattan?" the father asked. "All flights are grounded. All ships are being kept in harbor," Corrie said. "We've got instructions to send tourists back to town. If home is Adelaide, you should head back there while you can." "You're looking at a home," the father said. "Hard to sell the house." "My sisters are in Adelaide," the mother said. "We've got enough diesel to get there." "Buy some more in Tippabura," Corrie said. "Buy it while you can." "What about you? Would you like a ride?" the mother said. "Our instructions are to stay here," Corrie said. "But hang on a moment. I'll get you a radio. You can listen to the reports for yourself." She headed inside. "Manhattan?" the mother said. "This sounds bad." "It does," Pete said. "You're American too?" the father asked. "I don't work here," Pete said. "She's my sister. I was visiting." "Looks like you got out just in time," the father said. "Shush, Richie," the mother said. "I'm sorry. You must be worried about your family, your friends." I guess so." He was uncertain what else to say, but was saved from any further awkward small talk when Corrie returned, a small radio set in one hand, a silver foil package in the other. "Radio and some cake," she said. "Drive slow. Take care." "You too," the mother said. The girl gave them a wave and retreated back inside. Corrie and Pete watched the RV drive off, then retreated back to the shelter of the overhanging roof. "I don't get how you can cope with this heat," Pete said, "or how people can drive around in this weather." "Says the man who drove out here yesterday when it was hot enough to make a wombat paint herself black and white and apply for asylum in China as a panda. It's 4 degrees cooler today. Besides, a couple who had a late-in-life child who barely made it through school before she got sick and had a miraculous recovery, they wanted to spend every waking moment enjoying what they had. I can understand that." "Me too," Pete said. Silence stretched, broken by a buzzing chirrup beneath the veranda's sun-bleached deck. "Should we have told them more?" Corrie asked. "I wanted to, but didn't know how to explain there are zombies in America. Not so they believe me. They have the radio. They'll hear for themselves." "You're calling them zombies now, too?" "Not just me. Online, everyone is, and there's comfort in saying they're monsters rather than people." "It's getting worse, then?" he asked. "With every minute. It's spreading, and beyond the borders, Canada, Mexico, even France. Though that might only be a rumor." "France? How to get there?" "By plane, I hope. The alternative doesn't bear thinking about. There were reports of people who were bitten but didn't turn. A lot of them. People posted up to their feeds that they'd been attacked, but they were okay. They said they must be immune. There were at least 2 concrete cases of people turning hours later." "They let planes leave?" he asked. "Private jets, sure. Or maybe pilots took off without clearance. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these new outbreaks were as deliberate as Manhattan, or just as random. I don't know which, and I can't see how I can find out. The internet is breaking. No one is showing up for work, either in data centers or power stations. They don't require much maintenance, but they do require monitoring, and no one is doing that. The dead man's switches are kicking in and places are powering down. It's only a few sites right now, but it'll cascade. I took a look at South Bend." "You did? How is it?" "I found the cameras outside the courthouse. Things seem okay. Quiet. I guess people are staying at home." "Could you find Olivia's house?" "I know the address." "Physical addresses don't mean much in the digital world. Do you have her phone number?" "On my phone, but that's still on the plane," he said. "Ah, well, I could try to find her. It might take some time, and I might not be able to." "I guess it's better not to know." "Probably not." Chapter 8. The Nightmare Begins. The Outback. 21st February. Their childhood was a minefield littered with too much sadness and pain to be retrodden. While Pete's recent past was an uneventful catalogue of routine drudgery interspersed with brighter moments, generally featuring Olivia, remembering her only summoned worries over the unknown nightmare she faced. And so, as the scorching afternoon turned into a baking evening, conversation became more subdued. Corrie's trips inside grew longer. The summary of the news she learned grew shorter, but all the grimmer for it. The outbreak had spread far beyond America's borders, but so had the efforts to contain it. The race had begun, and only time would tell who would win. Near sunset, Matilda returned. Pete filled her trough, but when the kangaroo sprang away into the darkening, empty expanse, he retreated back inside, seeking the familiar comfort of the television. The stations were still broadcasting, but every channel now showed old sitcoms, with news breaks replacing commercials. Each break contained the same tired admission that the crisis was ongoing, though with enough minor variations to prove they were broadcasting live. The fans' labored whine nearly drowned out the television, but he'd seen the show so often he knew most of the words. He stretched out on the sofa, watching the familiar scene, wondering whether the choice of a sitcom set in New York was a twisted joke, or an oversight. At the next break, he sat up. It was a news anchor and a new graphic. He switched off the fan, leaning forward as the blades slowed and silenced, but the anchor wasn't reporting anything new. Planes and ships were being prevented from leaving, and arrivals were being quarantined. He'd known that. Rather, Corrie had. The sitcom resumed. Sweat was already beading on his forehead and back. He turned the fan back on. Yes, Corrie had said that planes weren't being allowed to leave. But had that been widely known? Perhaps not. But did it matter? Probably not. He leaned back in the chair and let the familiar sitcom send him to sleep. A screaming roar shook him awake. He stumbled from the sofa, orientating himself by the TV's dim glow. Corrie was already sprinting for the door. Pete grabbed his boots and ran after her, while the roaring and shaking continued. "Planes," Corrie said, as they stared up into the cloudless night sky. Beneath the stars, red and white lights arced through the air. 12, she counted. 14, 18, more. They're flying in formation. They're military? Pete asked. I don't think so, Corrie said. They're civilian, but they're big planes, 4 engines. That's a 747. That's another. That's a Dreamliner, I think. They're flying north to south, right? Pete asked. What's that town up in northern Australia, Cairns? Could they be from there? There's dozens of cities, airports they could have come from, she began, but then one set of lights detached itself from the others. It's coming down. Must be engine trouble. It's coming in to land, Pete said. A high-pitched whine rose above the roar of the passing jets as the stricken plane approached the ground. It's going to crash, Corrie said. Pull up, pull up, pull up. It's going to hit us, Pete whispered. It's going to... But he gauged the distance wrong. The plane didn't pull up, but plowed into the dirt a kilometer to the south. The lights disappeared, replaced by a flash of flame and a thundering explosion that rocked the wooden deck. Get your boots on, Corrie snapped. I'll get the kit. What kit? Boots, she said, and disappeared back inside. Feeling 9 years old again, he dragged on his boots. Above, the remaining planes continued south. The lights inside the cabin came on, as did a bank of spotlights on the roof, 2 for each compass direction, piercing the night. A second later, Corrie sprinted out, a bag in each hand. Both were emblazoned with a red cross. Get the gate, she called as she ran to her 4x4. Comprehension dawning all too slowly, Pete ran for the gate, dragging it back as Corrie gunned the engine and drove her truck towards him. Slowing as she reached the gate, Get in, leave it open, she said. We're going to help? Of course, she said. Shouldn't we call for help? She hesitated, glancing back at the cabin. Later. Those planes will have radios. They'll have called ahead. Someone will come, but it'll be too late for anyone except us to help. Pete jumped in, though he thought he and his sister would be too late too. From the size of the orange glow to the south of the compound, no one could have survived the wreck. Corrie drove straight towards the smoking flames, and soon he could make out individual burning pools of fuel, some already spreading to trees and shrubs. This is bad, she said. We had rain last week, but I don't think it was enough. Enough for what? To stop a firestorm, she said. I wish I hadn't asked. The 4x4 bounced and clanged over rocks, spraying a fine shower of dirt over windshield and windows, reducing his view to a glowing patchwork of distant flames. With no warning, Corrie slammed on the brakes. Grab a bag, she said, and threw open the door, letting in an acrid tang of burning fuel. Pete snatched one of the kits, threw open the door, and stepped into hell. A smoking aluminum strut jutted vertically upwards, a meter in front of the truck. We almost drove right into it, he said, gagging on the noxious fumes. Can you see anyone? She asked. No one, nothing, he said, peering into the smoke-filled haze. There's a flashlight in the bag's front pocket. He found the torch, turned it on, and sent the beam out into the darkness. I don't know what to do now, she said. Hello? he called, shining his beam into the smoke-filled gloom. It's worth a try, he added, but no reply came. People closer to the tail will be more likely to survive, she said. You think so? I suppose it depends whether the tail or nose hit first, she said. We'll look for 20 minutes, and keep an eye on the flames. If the fire looks like it's spreading, we need to leave. Right, got it, he said. 20 minutes would be long enough, more than long enough, because he couldn't hear anyone calling for help. He couldn't even hear anyone scream. Avoiding the cloying fumes, they moved around the wreckage, illuminated by flickering flames. Stop, Pete said, holding his light steady. You found someone? An arm, he said. I can't see the rest of the body. He shone the torch across the ground, then back to the charred flesh, still covered in torn and singed cloth. Did they train you for this? Of course not, she said. Talking helps, he added. Someone alive might hear, and it helps me too. Snake bites, sunstroke, broken limbs, she said. I patrol the fence, make sure it's in a fit state of repair. That's the job. Everything else, it's part and parcel of living somewhere remote. Is that movement over there? This way. She led him at an oblique angle for 50 meters, but found nothing more than a shredded jacket caught on the buckle of a twisted triple seat. There's a suitcase here, Corrie said. The lid had come open, revealing the items within. They had a chance to pack, Pete said. He bent down, checking the document pocket inside the case. Money, about $2,000 US. They came from America. Or maybe that's where they wanted to go. Hello? She called. Again, no reply came. We'll keep moving. Over there, towards where the fire's thickest. 10 more minutes. We're not going to find anyone, are we? He said. Alive, I mean. I'm not giving up, she said. Not. She stopped speaking, while her light stayed fixed on a headless corpse. 10 more minutes, Pete said, looking away, trying not to gag. Come on, 10 minutes, then we can say we did all we could. A creaking crash came from the main part of the wreck. An unseen spar collapsed inwards, sending up a shower of burning sparks. Hello? Corrie called. Hello? They walked more slowly, tracking their lights far, then close. Pete had no watch and no way of keeping track of time, but he knew when he next suggested they go back, she'd agree. And so he said nothing. He'd watched enough late-night reality TV to know someone always survived plane crashes. Although, as he picked his way through the charred clothing, flung from broken suitcases, it dawned on him that perhaps those shows only featured the crashes in which someone had survived, where the program could be framed as a story of survival rather than tragic disaster. Pete, there, Corrie said, and began running. Pete couldn't see what she'd seen, but followed. No, there, movement. An arm, waving, signaling. Hello? He called. Hello? No reply came. The survivor was in the middle of the 3 seats. To the left was a man in jeans and t-shirt. To the right was a woman in a charred cream suit. Both were smoke-stained, soot-blackened, and slumped forward, limp. But as he played the torch from one to the other, he saw the damp wounds around their necks. The survivor looked little better. His charred right hand jutted from a singed sleeve. The fingers curled open and closed. His left hand lay on his lap, twisted and twitching, oozing from where a white needle of bone jutted through the barbecued flesh. No words emerged from his mouth as his teeth snapped against one another. It's okay, Pete said. We're here to help. He stepped forward, but Corrie grabbed his arm. Wait, don't, she said. Don't get any closer. Why not? Realization ran down his spine. An ice-cold needle. It's a zombie? The man bucked against the seatbelt, shaking the 2 corpses on either side. His hand clawed out. His teeth snapped down. Pete backed up a step. It has to be why the plane crashed, Corrie said. She spun around, sending her light across the wreckage.
Someone on board was infected. Everyone else was strapped in. With nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, they all got infected.
Maybe not all of them, Pete said, stepping back.
Maybe someone's still alive, someone out here.
Maybe, Corrie said.
We need to call this in. We really do.
Pete didn't argue, but backed away from the trapped zombie until his foot hit something hard, rigid.
He spun around. Careful, don't run,
Corrie said, her words clipped, her tone trembling, as if she was seeking comfort in reciting words she'd been told long ago.
That's rule 3. Don't run at night. A twisted ankle can be a death sentence out here. Anything can be. Everything can be.
Pete glanced behind, but he could no longer see the zombie trapped in the seat.
We saw more than one plane,
he said.
Yes.
They could all be carrying the infected.
Yes. Maybe we should walk a bit quicker?
Yes. A flat thud resounded behind them. Pete spun around, but only the shadows moved, flickering out of time with the flames.
Where's the truck? Ahead, she said.
Where?
No, look, there's someone moving.
She waved a hand. The staggering figure raised one in return.
She's alive.
They turned 30 degrees, moving more quickly towards the limping survivor. The figure slipped, falling to hands and knees, then uttered a loud and plaintive scream.
Hold on,
Pete called, but slipped himself. He landed on his knee, and as he straightened, his light caught the figure's face.
No, he whispered. No, Corrie, no, it's one of them.
It was, and the zombie hadn't slipped, but had deliberately fallen onto another passenger trapped in their seat. That trapped figure had been alive, and it was she who'd screamed before being finally silenced when the walking corpse had ripped out her throat. The zombie's blood-drenched teeth glistened as it tilted its face into the light. A gobbet of flesh fell onto the bloody ruin of the recently alive corpse as it snapped its mouth open, pushed down on its twitching victim, and staggered to its feet. Clawing, snarling, it took a lurching step towards them.
Run,
Corrie said. She grabbed Pete's arm and hauled him back and sideways. Lights bouncing before them, they bounded through the wreckage, around the burning fuel, across the charred scrub, avoiding a burning tree, and all the time Pete looked for the lights of their truck.
Do you know where we're going?
He yelled.
Keep running.
So he did, and saved his energy for that.
There,
Corrie said, pointing 20 degrees to their left.
The truck.
Pete turned his head, almost fell, righted himself, and saw the lights over 100 meters away. It was an exhausting sprint, leaving him breathless when he reached the vehicle.
Inside, inside,
Corrie yelled, throwing open a door. Pete grabbed the rear door, diving inside as Corrie jumped into the driver's seat. Pete pulled the door closed, and he saw the shadowy figures illuminated by the growing fires. Dozens of them, marching, walking, staggering, tripping, crawling towards the truck. Corrie started the engine, stuck it into reverse.
Are they running?
I can't see, he said, dragging himself up from the footwell to a position behind the passenger side seat.
No, they're not running, but they're following. Wait, you mean they can run? I hope not.
She spun the wheel and drove the truck forward, taking it in a wide arc until finally it faced the compound.
They can't run. In none of the footage I saw did they run. We're okay, we're safe. How far to your cabin?
He asked.
Forget that, we're going to Tippabura, and then we'll keep going. Are they still following?
He peered through the rear window screen, but couldn't see anything except a few meters of dust. The car abruptly swerved to the left, hurling Pete across the back seat.
Damn the Rule 5,
Corrie said.
Tires are gone. Must have hit something. You okay?
Fine, he said, though when he touched his forehead, his fingers came away wet.
Out,
she said.
Back to the cabin. Get Dr. Dodson's car. You're bleeding,
she added, as he stepped into the light from the car's now cracked headlamp.
I'm fine,
he repeated.
Cabin, car, and get the hell out of here, right? Right.
They trudged through the dust at a quick walk.
Rule 3,
she said. Don't run at night. She shone her light backward. Damn. We left the bags in the truck.
I'm not going back,
he said. A shadow cut across the vehicle's headlight. Me neither. They've reached the truck, she said.
So soon?
He asked, glancing around. He could make out the shadows, and they were moving, following. And then he realized, it's different ones, isn't it? There's a whole plane of them, Corrie said.
I think I can manage a jog,
he said. No. Twist an ankle, we die, she said. We have to stay ahead of them, that's all.
I can manage a bit faster, though.
Even so, it was another 5 fear-filled minutes before they reached the compound. Wait here, Corrie said, and ran inside. Pete leaned against the open gate. He was exhausted, sore, battered, too shocked to be scared. Another 5 minutes, and they'd be in the car, 10 miles down the track. An hour later, they'd be in Tippabura. But why stop there? They could keep going, driving as fast as they could until the fuel ran out. The spotlights on the cabin's roof stretched 200 meters into the Outback, and there, at the furthest extreme, he saw the shadows move. Hurry! He yelled, grabbing the gate, uncertain whether to close it or not. The shadows drew closer. Corrie! He yelled. Still she didn't come. He counted a dozen figures now, heading up the track to the compound, no more than 100 meters away. 80 meters. 70. He grabbed the gate and was about to close it when Corrie ran outside, sprinting for Dr. Dodson's car. 50 meters. The car's engine whined, spluttered, died. 40 meters. The shadows drew nearer, coalescing into the shapes of people. Marionettes in charred clothing. Scalps burned of flesh and hair. Arms were missing hands, and in one case, a torso was missing its arm. They moved awkwardly, jerkily, but inexorably. 30 meters. 20. He turned around as the car's engine roared into life. Corrie drove it up to the gate. He reached for the door and looked out at the ground beyond the open gate. The nearest zombie was 10 meters away, with over a dozen others close behind. Too close. Far too many. And far too close. He ran to the gate, shoving it closed. Pete! No, he said, just as the first zombie launched itself forward. It staggered and tripped, falling face first on the ground, but its outstretched hand caught against the gate's chain link. No, Corrie echoed as she got out of the car. We were too slow. Damn Rule 3. Chapter 9. A compound doesn't make a castle. The Outback. Another undead passenger slammed into the gate. He was a man, or he had been, and wearing a tie. The other shreds of fabric had surely been a suit, though the clothing was so burned it was impossible to be certain. The zombie's feet were shoeless, removed during the flight or lost in the crash. His arms were now flat by his sides, scrabbling and twisting as he pushed against the gate. Pete, throw the bolts! Corrie called, and Pete came back to himself. He slammed one bolt home, then another. The gate rocked as a second zombie reached it. A woman missing her nose and one eye, blood coating her thin blouse. Pete looked for more bolts, for padlocks, for something with which to better secure the gate. What now? He asked, but Corrie had gone. The undead woman answered him instead, letting out a guttural gasp. Are you alive? Pete asked. Can you understand me? Can you even hear me? Are you still in there? But he got no reply, only another clang as she clawed at the gate. The first zombie, who'd fallen face first in the dirt, began hauling himself up the chain link. Him, or it. Pete took a step back, the question forgotten as the next living nightmare trampled onto that first creature's back. This new zombie had to be an it, because no human could survive such injuries. Blood oozed from the stump below its elbow. Charred skin flaked from its broiled face. Pus seeped from the ragged hole that had once been an eye. Yes, it. The distinction hardly mattered, offering a narrow emotional distance from the monsters, though no safety from the growing mob pushing and shoving at the creaking gate. But the gate was holding. For now. We should have taken our chances in the car, he said. No, Corrie said. Pete swung around. He'd not heard her return. "You were right. We wouldn't have gotten through them. Stand back." She held a rifle, the same weapon she'd been carrying when they'd first been reunited, and a gun he'd forgotten she had. Instinctively, he relaxed. For all their numbers, for all their terrifyingly inhuman implacability, they weren't unstoppable. He'd seen it in one clip from America after another, of police and civilians firing from hastily arranged barricades, felling the unarmed, unthinking monstrosities. Corrie raised the rifle, then lowered it. "They're not people," Pete said. "They are," she said. "Or they were, not very long ago." The gate shook. She raised the rifle and fired with a muted report. "You missed," he said. "I didn't," she said. She fired again. "Aim for their heads," he said. "I am," she said. "Can't you see the dart?" "The dart?" he asked, turning to look at her. "It's a tranq gun," she said, "and it doesn't do a bit of damage to them." "Don't you have any real bullets?" "No. I'm going to try the radio. There's fencing in the workshop. See what you can find to reinforce that gate." She ran back inside. With one last look at the growing pack of zombies behind the shaking gate, Pete gratefully turned away and sprinted over to the workshop. "Fencing, fencing," he muttered, glad to think of anything other than the impossible nightmare a few meters away. The workshop, the smaller of the two buildings, was a single-room storage block. A humming generator took up most of one corner. In the other, a cluster of pipes and gauges erupted from the ground, presumably marking an underground storage tank. Between them were rows of metal and wood shelves. The rolls of chain link were easy to find, stored against the far wall. He grabbed a coiled loop and carried it back outside, not looking at the undead as he dumped it near the gate. He ran back into the workshop, scanning the boxes of bolts and nuts, the stack of fence posts, the shovels and picks, looking for something with which to secure the fencing in place. "Time, you're running out of time." He grabbed a loop of electrical wire. It wasn't ideal, but it would do for now. Except it soon became clear it wouldn't. On his third attempt to loop the wire through the chain link, he gave up, hurling the wire to the ground in frustration. When he approached one side of the gate or the other, so did the undead. When he reached forward to thread the wire through the gate, the undead reached out themselves. Their clawed fingers curled around the chain link, and once around the wire, while their snapping teeth pushed against the taut links. "Maybe build a second fence," he said, speaking loudly to drown out the rattling wheeze of unbreathed air being pushed from undead lungs. Building an interior fence would take time. The gate was holding, but for how much longer? "Better to do something than nothing," he said, and ran back into the workshop. He grabbed a fence post and carried it outside. The post was 2 meters tall, a half-cylinder of rough wood with a flat diameter of 10 centimeters, crudely sharpened at one end. The way the zombies scrummed and pushed, if he had a row of posts, the monsters would impale themselves. But to set that up would take far longer than building a new line of fence. He hefted the pole, taking a step towards the shoulder-height gate, but the wood was too heavy to use as a spear. Stick with the plan. He ran back into the workshop, increasingly frantic as the impossibility of what he wanted to do sank in. On the shelf, he saw a pair of gloves, thick canvas, not leather. Were they bite-proof? He pulled them on. Maybe it was best to try with the wire again. But if he got infected, if he turned into one of those creatures, then Corrie would have to... He didn't want to complete the thought, so grabbed a pickaxe and a shovel and ran back outside. He dropped the shovel and swung the pick at the ground. The constant passage of feet and car had packed the dirt tight. The pick barely made a dent. He swung again, with little better result. The cabin's door flew open. Corrie ran outside, but not over to him. She sprinted to the awning under which the cars had been parked, jumped, grabbed the roof, and hauled herself up. "What is it?" he yelled. "Secure the gate," she said. "But how?" He hefted the pick, looking at the gate and at the monsters behind. The zombie wearing the tie fell to its knees, biting at the chain link. A creature wearing a steward's uniform pushed forward, stepping on the now kneeling zombie, trampling the creature. Trampling, but not killing. The tie-wearing zombie, now on the ground, clawed at the gate, its fingers coiling through the fence. Time was running out. A hand fell on his shoulder. He sprung around, raising the pick. "It's me," Corrie said. "It's only me." "I can't get close enough to secure the gate," he said. "The radio is down," she said. "Did you get through?" "Not for long enough. We need to turn off the lights. They might go away." He looked back at the gate, uncertain, but hiding in the dark was preferable to any alternative. Still carrying the pick in his gloved hands, he followed her up the wooden steps and into the cabin. "The breaker is in the kitchen," she whispered as she bolted the door. He kept his eyes on it as he backed after her into the small room. A moment later, everything went dark. "You called on the radio?" he whispered. "I was cut off," she said. She pressed a torch into his hand. "Hold this. No, switch it on first. Hold it so I can see your head. You were cut." "Okay." She took a small first aid kit from a cupboard, opened it, and took out an antiseptic wipe. "It's just a cut," she said. "A cut, not a bite." "I hadn't even thought of that," he said. "Then don't," she said. "What was that you were saying about being cut off?" "The mast outside, that's the antenna. Power comes from the generator in the workshop, but the insulated cable runs along the ground. I started digging a trench, but they didn't give me a cable long enough. It hasn't been a problem. Matilda dislodged the cable once, but it only took a minute to reconnect it. There. You're bandaged. That's the best I can do. You need a couple of stitches, but they can wait." "Thanks. What about the sat phone?" "That works, but no one is answering. There was just a recorded message, Social Lock's voice saying that the master code had been reset to 01/01/1980. "What does that mean?" "I have no idea, but I can't see it helps us." "Well, if the sat phone works, can we call someone else? 911 or someone?" "It's 000 here," she said. "And no, we can't. That phone is programmed to dial only one number." "But you got online," he said with increasing desperation. "Could you, I don't know, make a call over the internet? People do that, right?" "Not with that phone," she said. "Not now. I've been locked out. I think Kempton set it up so I'd have to use that phone, so she could capture all the data I was transmitting. We can talk about that later because it doesn't help us now." "No. How are we going to get out of here?" "Wait until they've gone," she said. From outside came a metallic creak, a clunk, and another creak. "They're not leaving," Pete said. "How strong is that gate?" "Not as strong as the fence. I'm good at fences. Should have put one up around the antenna, but it's not like I had to worry about vandalism out here." "It doesn't sound like they're leaving. We could use that fencing to barricade the cabin." "If we knew help was coming, I'd say yes," she said. "And it should be coming. Surely it should. But there were all those other planes. If they've each crashed somewhere between here and Melbourne, they'll deal with the wrecks near the more populated places first. You don't get much more remote than this. It might be days before someone comes." "We don't have that long. Can we cut a hole in the fence and run?" he asked. "How far is civilization?" "If you mean a phone or radio, there's a cattle station 20 kilometers away. They shut it down last year, but they had someone keeping watch on the place over the summer. Beyond that, it's Tippabura, but that's 40 kilometers away. It's dangerous to run at night and won't be much safer during the day. It's 20 degrees out there, 68 Fahrenheit. Come sunrise, it'll get worse. If the wind picks up, we might be out racing a firestorm. We need to drive." "We need to kill them, don't we?" he said. "I think so. Kill enough we can drive away." "And before more arrive from the wreck," he said. He lifted the pickaxe. "I was okay with you shooting them, and I was okay letting them impale themselves. They're not people. Not anymore. I can do this." Chapter 10. Their first last stand. The Outback. It was far easier said than done. Pete forced himself outside, pickaxe and torch in his hands. He swept the light across the gate, then the fencing on either side. The few minutes they'd spent out of sight had done nothing to dispel the mob. 6 pushed against the gate, another 5 scrummed for position behind them, with at least 2 squirming along the ground. 3 more were hard against the fence to the left of the gate, 2 on the right. "About 20. Shouldn't be too much of a problem," he said, hoping if he sounded confident, he might start feeling that way too. Except he stumbled at the next hurdle when he found no way to keep the torch pointing towards the undead while he swung the pick. When he placed the light on the ground, it shone on the zombie's legs. In some ways, that was better, as he had fewer gore-coated faces of the recently living as a distraction. He hefted the pick, giving a few practice swings. It was a heavy tool, with a point on one side of the head, a broader levering blade on the other. On his first practice swing, the tool twisted in the air. He tried another testing blow, and another, and knew he was only delaying the inevitable. The top of the gate was at shoulder height. His shoulder, not that of the slouching undead. But two of them had managed to get their arms over the top. One arm reached out towards him. The other was braced at a 30-degree angle above both his head and the zombie's. Even in the fragmented shadow light cast by the torch, he saw it was the steward. Before more doubt could set in, he swung the tool up and over his head. The pick sailed through the air, missing the zombie's head by a feather's width. The wooden shaft slammed into the gate with a tremulous gong. He pulled the pick back, and almost lost it as the zombie's outstretched hand curled around the shaft. He swung again. This time his aim was true. This time the pick sank deep into the zombie's skull, and it stuck. The zombie went limp, fell, and took the tool with it. Monster and pick clattered to the ground on the other side of the gate. A second later, the body was lost beneath the feet of another zombie who pushed itself into the gap. "I filled 2 bags, Corrie said. "I lost the pick," Pete said. "What bags?" 2 bags, with water and some tools we can call weapons, hammers and things, whatever I could grab. They're on the porch. If we have to run, inside or out, grab one." "Right, got it. I'm going to get another pick." "I only had one," she said. "Oh, sorry." She drew a hunting knife, held her torch in the other, walked over to the gate, and stabbed the blade through the links. Missed. She lined up her blow again, and hissed in triumph as the blade sliced through a zombie's eye. "Did you get it?" "Only its eye." She stepped back as the blinded zombie swiped at the gate. "The blade's too thick," she said. "Too big for the gap in the fence. We need chisels, screwdrivers, that kind of thing," Pete said. "In the workshop," Corrie said, lining up her knife to try again. Pete grabbed his torch and ran to the workshop. This would work. It was going to work. The gate rattled and shook as he sprinted back to Corrie's side. He held his torch high, shining it straight into a patchwork of charred flesh. A man, maybe, or he had been a few hours before, but the heat of the crash had bubbled and cracked the skin, making the features barely recognizable as human. Swallowing hard, trying not to retch, Pete raised his gloved hand, balancing the tip of the screwdriver on the wire at approximately eye height. Without warning, the zombie smashed its head into the chain link. The blisters erupted in a spray of red-brown pus as Pete stabbed the screwdriver at its face. He missed its eye, plunging the tool into its cheek. The zombie twisted its head, ripping the hole into a jagged gash from which a red-brown gore poured forth. Pete dragged the screwdriver free and stabbed again, but the zombie had stepped back. "Third time's a charm," he said through gritted teeth as he lined the screwdriver up again. The zombie bucked forward, impaling its eye on the screwdriver. Pete stabbed with the tool, then slammed his palm into the hilt, aiming to hammer it into the zombie's brain, but the zombie moved its head back, and the screwdriver fell on the other side of the gate. Pete stepped back. "This isn't working." "I got 2, she said, "and lost the chisels each time. But yeah, we need another idea." "Can we up-armor the car?" Pete asked. "What?" "Like in that Romero movie. They turned a school bus into a tank. I think it was Romero." "I think that's fiction," she said. "I don't have the tools, and we don't have the time. Besides, with all those dead zombies by the gate, we'd need a tank to drive over them." "Let's at least turn the lights back on," he said. "No need. Dawn's coming." "Does Dr. Dodson have a rule about running through the Outback in daylight?" "Probably that it's a bad idea," she said. "Worse than staying here?" "No, you're right. We don't have a choice. We've got to run. That gate won't hold. We'll cut a hole in the fence at the back, away from these zombies. Get through and run." "Maybe we could cut a hole big enough for the car," he said. "It's rough ground," she said. "I don't think we'd get up enough speed before the zombies caught us. Anyway, cutting a hole that large would take too long. No, let's just run. 20 kilometers to the old cattle station. We can manage that." 20 kilometers. Right, sure, he said. He had only the haziest notion of what that was in miles, but it was still over 19 kilometers more than he'd run since leaving high school. Yeah, I can do that. I'll get the... She began, and stopped. She pointed. Matilda. The light was still dim, the kangaroo still more shadow than shape, but there was no mistaking the silhouette. Matilda stood on a shallow incline, 30 meters from her trough. Go away! Pete yelled. Run! But the kangaroo didn't. She took a bounding step towards the water trough. No, don't, please don't, Pete called, his voice dropping to a whisper. Just go, run. Go away, there's no water, please. The kangaroo took another cautious step towards the fence. 4 of the undead were now heading towards her in an irregular line. Matilda didn't run. She abruptly swiveled towards them and cricked her head to the other side. Run! Corrie yelled. Instead, Matilda jumped, balancing on her tail. Both feet lashed out, smashing into the zombie's chest. Gore flew as skin ruptured and loops of decaying intestine fell to the ground. The rest of the zombie collapsed a second later, sprawling to the dirt. Matilda hopped back, shaking one foot, then the other. Can kangaroos be infected? Pete whispered. I hope not, Corrie said. The other 3 zombies lurched onwards towards the kangaroo. Matilda looked at Pete and Corrie, then at the zombies, cricking her head to one side as she stood, waiting. Don't be a hero, Corrie called out. Run, Matilda! Matilda bounded forward, rearing up, balancing on tail and toes so she towered menacingly above the zombies. She punched her arms out, straight at the nearest zombie's head. Perhaps the zombie's skull had already been fractured in the plane crash. Perhaps the kangaroo was just that strong. But the zombie crumpled to the ground. But that first of the living dead that Matilda had disemboweled was, somehow, impossibly still moving, crawling across the dirt towards her. Run! Pete yelled. And this time, Matilda heeded his warning. She bounded back a dozen meters. The zombies followed. Matilda retreated again. Hey, no! Corrie called. Leave my kangaroo alone! Pete looked back at the gate, and then to Matilda, but the animal had vanished. She ran, he said. Time we did the same, Corrie said. I'll get the bolt cutters. Wait, he said. Listen. What? Do you hear that? What is it? He turned south, towards the sound. It's a helicopter, Corrie said. That's why she ran. 3 single-rotor black helicopters buzzed towards them. They stayed low to the ground, and as they neared, the undead stopped beating at the gate, twisting towards the newcomers. The helicopters didn't slow until they were almost overhead. Blackhawks, Corrie said, waving up at the machines. Army! She said something else, but he couldn't catch it above the din. 2 of the helicopters peeled off, heading towards the crashed plane. The third hovered above them. A pair of ropes dropped from the already open door, and 2 soldiers belayed down. 2 more perched in the doorway, weapons trained as much on Pete and Corrie as on the undead outside the compound. As soon as the boots of the first pair of soldiers hit solid ground beneath the rotor-swirled dust, the next 2 began their descent. Pete backed away as one of the soldiers, rifle raised, approached him. The other soldier immediately headed for the gate. Talk to me, the soldier yelled. A man, his face almost completely covered in a tactical helmet. We're alive, Corrie said. Only 2 of us. There were no survivors from the crash. The zombies followed us back here. The soldier turned to Pete, weapon still raised. Talk to me. I'm alive, Pete said. Really, I am. The soldier twisted his covered head in what might have been a nod or a shake. Go! He waved them towards the ropes. One of the second pair of soldiers held them steady. The other had gone to the gate. As Pete reached the 4th soldier, holding the ropes and harnesses, he saw the man who'd questioned him jog over to the other 2 soldiers. On his command, they raised their weapons and began the methodical execution of the undead outside. Before Pete properly realized, he had a harness around his chest and shoulders. With a gut-wrenching, gravity-defying lurch, the ground disappeared, and he was hauled up to the hovering chopper. While he was still debating whether he was more likely to throw up or pass out, a soldier reached out and hauled him aboard. She pushed him into a seat and buckled him into it before pulling Corrie aboard. They were safe. He was alive. He closed his eyes, letting that sink in. When the helicopter tilted and began flying quickly away, he opened them. The first thing he saw was the barrel of a rifle pointing right between his eyes. The soldier behind came more slowly into focus. She was younger than him, sunburned and sweating. Then again, so was he. "I'm alive," Pete said. The soldier shrugged, keeping one hand close to the trigger. She removed her left hand from the barrel and tapped the side of her helmet, then pointed at his head. Reflexively, he reached up and found the bandage. "It's a cut from a car crash," he said. But over the sound of the rotors, he wasn't sure she heard him. It didn't matter. He was safe. He was alive. Alive. The full enormity of everything that had just happened swept over him. He leaned forward and threw up. Chapter 11. Where the Quarantine Begins. Broken Hill.
"What's Rule 5?
Dr. Dodson asked.
"This is going to sting,"
he added, pulling the bandage from Pete's forehead.
"Good. Just a cut. A neat, clean slice. Not a bite."
He added to the soldier who'd escorted them from the helicopter to the small examining room attached to the airport.
"And not too deep. I'll give you a few stitches and you'll be right. Is this the worst of it?"
"I think so," Corrie said.
"Then you can spend the quarantine here rather than bother anyone at the hospital. New restrictions mean I can't give you any anesthetic, so this is going to sting. Lean forward, into the light. Thank you."
"What quarantine?" Corrie asked. "What restrictions?" Pete asked.
"No talking now, unless you want a scar,"
Dr. Dodson said.
"Quarantine is for 24 hours and is for anyone who has proximate contact with a virus without proper protective gear. The restrictions are on everything, at least as far as Broken Hill is concerned. We're not a high priority when it comes to resupply. There, done. And it wasn't so bad, was it? I'll get you a bandage. Mr. Guinn, you didn't answer my question. What's Rule 5?
It took Pete a moment to remember. "Don't leave the car," he said.
"My car,"
Dodson said. "And we didn't, not exactly," Corrie said. "We didn't have a chance to get into it."
"My implied point is that you're here, and my car's not,"
Dodson said. "There's not a scratch on it," Corrie said. "It's still there, at the cabin."
The old man said. "And he's really your brother? You've different names?"
"Same mom, different dads," Corrie said quickly. "But yeah, he's my little bro. Cornelia Cooper," she added, speaking to the soldier. "But everyone calls me Corrie. Thanks for saving us."
"Josie Bramley," the soldier said. "And you're welcome. You're American." "Known her for 4 years," Dr. Dodson said. "She's one of us, and this one arrived a couple of days ago, on that blue and gold jet on the runway. Neither had anything to do with the crashed plane."
"The plane did come from America then?" Pete asked. "We saw some U.S. dollars among the wreckage, but we weren't sure."
"From Los Angeles," Dodson said. "They said the planes were waiting to depart when news of Manhattan came in. I take it you were up to speed on that. The planes left together after the airport was overrun, took off without permission, flew in a convoy all the way here, hoping there would be too many for us to shoot down."
"You're shooting down planes?" Pete asked.
"Not me," Dodson said. "Not us. Not as far as I know. Not yet. But other places have been. If you can believe the rumours. But there are so many rumours. How do you distinguish truth from a tall tale? The pilot of that crashed plane radioed ahead. Said what happened. Someone on board was infected. Infected another. Before they could stop it, everyone was infected. Dead or dying. The co-pilot was bitten. The pilot killed her, but he'd been bitten himself. He said he saw a blinking light. Thought it was a runway beacon. Said he was putting down in the Outback, where the authorities would be more easily able to isolate the plane."
"That must have been the light from the radio mast," Corrie said. "He got his position wrong," Private Bramley said. "That's why it took us so long to find you. There's something mucking up the satellite navigation."
"What happened to the other planes?" Pete asked. "They landed outside Adelaide," Dodson said. "They're under quarantine now. Last we heard, no cases of infection have been reported. They're all done. Any other wounds I should know about?"
"We've got to check," Private Bramley said. "We can't just ask. Orders are
I know what the orders are, Private, Dodson said, but now's not the time to forget our humanity. Why don't you get yourself some grub? Get some for these two as well.
But if they're infected, Bramley began. But again, Dodson cut her off.
I'll cope, he said.
He pulled a small pistol from his pocket.
Pete, why don't you go first? Behind the screen, close off and into the bucket. I'll get you some scrubs. And you, Corrie, can explain why you never told me you had a brother.
You've been calling yourself Cornelia Cooper? Pete said, when they were alone in a small windowless room with 2 pairs of adult-sized bunk beds. Each had a mattress still wrapped in plastic, and a sheet and pillow that still smelled of the factory. I was in hiding, she said. I never liked the Coopers, he said. Best foster parents we had. That's not saying much, he said. And Cornelia? Her I remember. She was always so mean, a complete brat. Says you, Corrie said. She was nice to me when I really needed it. One of the few people I wish I'd been able to stay in contact with. I left the sat phone back at the compound. Is that a problem? I don't know, she said. The plane is still here, so I assume the pilots are too. I wish Rampton and Jackson had flown away, or at least left town. Then there would be absolutely no way for me to contact Kempton, or for her to contact me. Do you want to? Do you think she wants to? I don't, and I hope she doesn't, Corrie said. Why would she? But they're a complication we could do without. I left the book behind, too. Which book? Oh, he added, remembering the paperback in which she'd hidden a memory card. Does it matter? Now? No. I guess nothing much does, not when they're already implementing quarantines and restrictions. It's beginning. What is? Whatever comes next, she said. The old world is ending. Whatever emerges from this chaos will be very different from anything that went before. She sat on one of the narrow cots. At least it's cool in here. Cool and quiet. You don't think I was infected, do you? He asked. No. It's well over 12 hours since we went to the wreck. You'd have turned by now if you were going to. I'm going to believe you, he said, and sat on the bed opposite. He lay down. The bed was too short, but he didn't care. The scrubs were tight on his waist, but he didn't care about that either. They were clean, and so was the room. And it's air-conditioned. I like that. There's barely room for the 2 of us in here, Corrie said. I wonder what they'd have done if there had been survivors from the crash. The doctor said something about going to the hospital. They must have planned to take them there. Probably, she said. Pete closed his eyes and instantly saw the charred faces of the undead. He opened them again. Tell me about Cornelia. Why do you like her? What? Does it matter? I'd rather talk about that than what just happened. She was always telling me to go away. Because we were teenagers and you were a little kid, Corrie said. She stole me my first computer. Stole it? Of course. How were we going to buy one? It happened like this. As she talked, he gained a different perspective on their childhood. While that didn't diminish the pain and anguish of his early years, it helped him ignore, if only for a few hours, the absolute horror they'd more recently survived. Chapter 12. Countess Kwong. The Airport, Broken Hill. 22nd February. Eventually, Pete dozed, though fitfully. It was surreal to be somewhere so calm, so quiet, after the horror that had followed the plane crash. His stinging forehead, aching legs, and bruised shoulders were a constant reminder that the nightmare wasn't a dream, making him reluctant to sleep for long. And so he was awake when the door opened. On the other side wasn't Dr. Dodson or Private Bramley, but a woman in civilian clothes. On the wise side of 40, with the athletic physique of someone on the brash side of 30, a badge hung around her neck, while her hand hovered over her holstered sidearm. "Are you still human?" she asked. "I hope so," Pete said. His eyes fell to the sidearm. "I mean, yes, we're not infected." "You?" the woman asked of Corrie. "Alive. hoping I was dreaming, but I wasn't.
No, the woman said. Inspector Tess Kwong. Pete and Corrie, right? G'day.
Nice to meet you, Corrie said. But where's Dr. Dodson?
He's playing taxi driver, Kwong said. Took a plane up to ferry the workers from Akarula down to Port Augusta, and hopefully coming back with some news. She finally let go of her holstered weapon and took a small notepad from her pocket. I have a few questions about yesterday, and we're a bit short-staffed.
Are we in trouble? Pete asked.
I hope not, Kwong said. I've got most of the story from your mates from the plane.
There were survivors from the wreck? Pete asked.
I mean the pilots from the plane you flew in on. Jackson and Rampton, Kwong said. Once we're done, I'll take you to the chalet on A Street. They have a few empty cabins, and you can stay there until things calm down, or until you leave.
We can leave? Pete asked. You mean go back to America?
Yes and no, Kwong said. Yes, you can leave. No, you can't go back to America. There are no international flights, and unlikely to be any for a good while. There are no internal flights either, except on official business. Your mates are in the same hotel they've been staying in since they've arrived. They want to go to Melbourne. Any ideas why?
Me? None, Pete said.
They say there are company offices there. It's Lisa Kempton's company. Lisa Kempton's plane. Is that right?
Yes, Pete said.
Are they going to fly to Melbourne? No, Kwong said. That plane is going to remain on stand for the foreseeable, though it's anyone's guess how long that'll be. They say they're going to drive to Melbourne, that they want to buy a car. If they can find someone to sell them one, then they're free to leave. Anyone is, and will give you enough fuel to reach the coast. For now. Today. Tomorrow might be different. Which is why a good portion of the town have already left. We've shut the bars and pubs. Stores can open, but most haven't. Prices have been fixed at last week's value, and profiteering has been outlawed under the Emergency Powers Act. Not that it matters, since credit cards don't work and the banks are shut. If you want to buy anything, you have to use cash.
I don't have any money on me, Corrie said. She tugged at the scrubs she was wearing. I don't have anything. It's all up at the fence.
My wallet's on the plane, Pete said. So is my phone. Though I don't have any Australian cash, and not much American. I doubt greenbacks are worth much, Kwong said. And mobile phones have been restricted. The satellite network's playing up, and the internet's loading slower than a cicada crawling up a window. It's not a metaphor. That's a description of what I was watching while trying to get online this morning. How well do you know those pilots?
Not well at all, Pete said.
He wondered what to say. He wondered how much to say. Remembering the advice Rampton had given when they'd landed, he opted for the truth. I only met them on the plane when we flew out. You can see them if you want, Kwong said. We've a curfew at night, but everyone's free to do what they like during the day. Not that there's much going on. The museum's opened, and there's an orchestra from Perth that's putting together a concert. They're staying in the same chalets I'm going to stick you two in. So I hope you like music. Why did Lisa Kempton send a plane here? I don't know, Pete said. It was something to do with a mining executive, or buying a mine. I was basically catching a ride. What's been going on? Corrie asked. In America, I mean. It's bad, I'm afraid, Kwong said. And here? Corrie asked. More planes have arrived, and more arrive every hour, Kwong said. Some carry the infected, but everything is under control. Or so I'm told. You two are siblings. Yes, Corrie said. I came here to escape my old life, but I wasn't running away from him. We just fell out of touch. You have different surnames? Same mom, different dads, Corrie said. We grew up in foster care. But how is that relevant to the plane crash? It's not, Kwong said, and this isn't an interrogation. It's a job interview. Because of the runway, because of the railway line, because of the solar power plant. Broken Hill is to become a transit hub. Miners and tourists are being gathered here, from where they'll be sent south. Same with most of the locals. Don't ask me what they'll do down there, but there's no point people staying here if their reason for being here was to run a store, and they've no new stock arriving. Don't ask me what or who
will be transited through Broken Hill, because no one's told me that either. They did say that all federal and state employees have been recalled to government service. Conscripted, if you like. Not into the military, but to aid the civil power. A good portion of the town left yesterday, getting to relatives or friends, are just heading out. That includes a good number of my officers and support staff. I need auxiliaries, not for policing, but for driving, maintenance and other ancillary work. Dr. Dodson vouches for you. Captain Hawker does too. Says you held your cabin against superior numbers until help could arrive. We were trapped there, Corrie said. It's not like we had much choice. And before that, Kwong asked, when the plane came down, you drove into the flames to see if you could find survivors? We didn't have much choice in that either, Corrie said. You could have driven the other way, Kwong said. How long have you been employed by the state? A bit over 4 years, Corrie said. Up by the fence. I like that it's remote. Dr. Dodson vouched for you, but I don't know you. Kwong said. I grew up here, and I've been back here for the last 5 years. I thought I knew everyone. I keep to myself, Corrie said. I don't leave the fence that often, and spend most of my week traveling up and down my section, making sure it's in good repair. Town, for me, is Tibbabura. I go to the big city sometimes, just to remind myself what it's like, but I can't cope with all the people, all the noise, all the buildings. Coming here, well, the only reason would be so I could catch a plane to take me somewhere else. But after a long time looking, I found the place I wanted to be. Except now I can't go back, can I? Now more than your brother can return to America, Kwong said. Where in the States are you from? South Bend, Pete said. Never heard of it. It's in Indiana. Might not be the biggest city in America, might not be the oldest, but it's the best. Huh. Kwong put away her notebook. We've all got a past, she said. And that's where it belongs. You ran into danger to help others. That's more than most would do. And more than good enough for me. I take it you two want to stick together? Then you've a choice. Join the tourists and go to the city, or sign up. My advice, join me now. In the end, even if you go to the city, you'll end up working for the state. There's no going back to America. Forgive me some brutal honesty, but I don't think the America you left will ever return. But I don't want you to decide now. You've been through a lot in the last few days. Take another day to think it over. I'll take you to town. There's an op shop down the street from the chalets. You can pick up some clothes there. We've no money, Pete said. It's a charity, Kwong said. They'll be happy to make a donation. Do you know what happened to Matilda? Pete asked. Who's she? A kangaroo, Corrie said. I used to give her water. She was a friend, I suppose. The zombies chased her off. I got no word they'd found any dead roos, Kwong said. So take that to mean she escaped. If you have any other questions, you can ask them as we walk. She led them along the corridor, through a pristine reception area that was empty of people, but filled with plastic crates. Before Pete could spy a label, the inspector ushered them outside. The heat had been growing since they'd left the quarantine room, and he'd braced himself for that, but not for the sunshine. Ugh, he grunted. No way the sun is usually that bright. What time is it? Corrie asked. A little after 8 in the morning, Kwong said. Worst of the heat's broken, apparently. The weather report was a little scanty. I think the bloke stuck his head out the window and took a guess. But there was some rain last night near the fence where the plane crashed. Hope there'll be some more. They reckon they can get the fires out before the wind picks up. Last thing we need is a firestorm. Though is that worse than a flood? Firestorms, floods, spiders, droughts, Pete muttered. And zombies. Welcome to Australia, Kwong said. We're a country that wants for nothing. There's a lot of parked cars, Corrie said. The flying doctors are being used as an aerial taxi firm, Kwong said. We're picking up anyone who hasn't got at least 3 months of fuel, food and water. No one's being forced to fall back, but this is their only chance to get a ride. Ask your mates if they'd help out, fly a few flights for us. We're short of pilots, you see.
Plenty of flyers in the cities, plenty more in quarantine. So in a few days we'll have more than we need. That's my point, you see. Your pilots should volunteer to help now. Otherwise they'll end up farming rather than flying. But they said they want to head down to Melbourne. I thought you might have a word with him. See if they want to lend a hand. Sooner or later, everyone will have to. No room for spectators now. Sorry, I meant they're all civilian cars, Corrie said. Where are the tanks and other military vehicles? Where they'll do most good, Kwong said. Don't ask me where that is. But I take comfort that it's not here. Captain Hawker arrived by helicopter with 12 soldiers, 8 ground crew, and the pilots. From what I gather, they're from a mixture of units, but were closest to those helicopters when news about that flight of planes came in. Pete mulled that over, but Corrie reached the obvious conclusion first. That means there's trouble elsewhere, she said. Something more dangerous than a plane full of zombies. Welcome to my world, Kwong said. We're walking. It's not far, and I don't want to waste fuel. 2 pickup trucks were parked across Airport Road. Private Bramley sat in the open-doored cab of one, her hands on a rifle. Hi, Pete said. Did I say thank you for rescuing us? Thank you. No worries, Bramley said. Welcome back to the living. She leaned back in the seat, her eyes half closed, and he couldn't tell if she was watching or sleeping. Kwong led them towards the town and beneath the increasingly familiar sign that he'd first seen in the photograph of Dr. Dodson and his daughter. Broken Hill, where the Outback begins, he read. I'm getting used to that sign. What did you do back in South Bend? Kwong asked. Sold carpets, Pete said automatically. Ever worked in a hospital? Served in the armed forces? You mean, did I do anything useful? Not really. I almost joined the army once, after high school. You never told me that, Corrie said. The recruiting sergeant told me to come back in a year, make sure I was really ready for the commitment. I didn't go back. He said no more. It probably wasn't wise to admit to a police officer that the reason the sergeant had said that was because Pete had only just been discharged from court. Hard to know what skills are going to be useful in the coming months, Kwong said. Yeah, but I seriously doubt it'll be carpet fitting, Pete said. Airport Road became Bonanza Street. The patchy grazing land was replaced by walled-in, single-story homes, and all, as far as Pete could tell, were deserted. Where is everyone? It's like a ghost town, he said. It's not that yet, Kwong said. First thing we did, we shut the diesel stops and petrol stations. Told people that what they had was all they'd get. Only exception is if they're heading to the city. They've got to come to me, prove they've got a vehicle that can make the journey, and a destination better than this. The last thing we want is to have to rescue people stranded by the roadside. But that didn't stop people leaving. Others are hoarding what they've got, debating whether they should leave now or later. But there are some for whom this town is where they'll lay their bones. As if to prove her point, they overtook an old man and young child walking hand in hand. The old man carried a heavy stick he certainly didn't need as an aid to walking, evidenced when he raised it in greeting to Tess Kwong. The further they walked, the more people they saw. A couple here, a trio there, but they never saw anyone walking alone. All hurried by, though usually with a nod, wave, or a muttered good day to Kwong. Behind and above, the sounds of life were still there, muted, subdued, hidden behind the stoutly closed doors. Some music played, but mostly Pete heard talking, mixed with some crying. Perhaps Broken Hill wasn't a ghost town. Not yet, but nor did it feel truly alive. Chapter 13. Unwelcome at the end of the world. Eyre Street, Broken Hill. You're down here, Kwong said, when they reached Eyre Street. Kate Morstan has a string of cabins built in some waste ground behind her houses. They're for students, really. Backpackers. I've put the orchestra here because I figured there'd be fewer people for them to disturb as they practice. It's not much, but if you decide to stay, I'll find you something better. If you decide to leave, then it doesn't matter.
The sign to the chalets was as unprepossessing as the dirt road above which it hung. On either side were two houses, probably one-story, though it was impossible to tell since both had recently built walls that towered high above their roofs. The unpaved road and the sign. That sign was battered, dented, punctuated by a hand-painted sun whose crooked smile looked more like a feral grin and matched the expression on both of the men standing beneath it. The younger of the two wore a T-shirt tight enough to display his overdeveloped biceps. The older man towered over him and wore a loose-fitting shirt that didn't disguise his beer gut. His shaved head was uncovered despite the rising heat. His gray-sprinkled beard reached down his neck, nearly covering the faded tattoo on his throat. Behind them was a flatbed utility vehicle, covered in enough mud and dust that the ute's color was impossible to discern. Between it and the wall on one side was barbed wire. On the other was an upturned table. "What's going on, Stevie?" Kwong asked. The older of the two men stepped forward. "I'll take it from here, Stevie." The table was pushed aside, and a woman made her way around it to stand in front of the men. Angular, losing a battle with her waist, her recently dyed blonde hair erupted from beneath her broad hat. "Hello, Kate," Kwong said. "What's all this?"
"Citizen defense, Tessa,"
Morstan said.
"We're protecting what's ours."
"I see," Kwong said. She tilted her hat back. "And where are your guests? Where's the orchestra?"
"They left,"
Stevie growled. "You chased them off?" Kwong asked.
"They left on their own terms,"
Morstan said. "They were here for the duration," Kwong said. "I told you that yesterday."
"I'm not a jailer, am I, Tessa?"
Morstan said. "You know half that orchestra are exchange students. They don't speak English, but they all understand they can never go home. And you kicked them out. Thanks a lot, Kate. One more thing for you to be proud of."
"Who are these two?"
Stevie growled.
"You doctors?"
Pete looked down. He and Corrie were still wearing the scrubs Dr. Dodson had given them after their rescue. "No, sorry," he said. "We're just people wanting somewhere to sleep."
"You're Americans?"
Morstan asked, her anger rising.
"From the plane ride? Look at his head. That bandage. He's infected. And you brought him here. What the hell are you thinking, Tessa?"
"She works up on the dingo fence," Kwong said. "He's her brother."
"You expect me to believe that?"
Morstan said.
"We heard about the planes from America crashing in the desert. You brought two of them here? You always were a selfish cow, Tessa, but I didn't think you'd try to kill us all."
Stevie picked up an axe handle leaning against the ute and took a menacing step towards them.
"You're not welcome,"
he said. "Easy on, Stevie," Kwong said. "We're just talking here."
"Talking's over,"
Stevie said, taking another step forward. "Now, Stevie, back off a step," Kwong said. "You don't want the trouble, and I don't want the paperwork. Kate?"
"No, he's right, Tessa," Morstan said. "We've got to protect what's ours since you clearly won't. You never have you? You always hated me ever since school. Always jealous, weren't you? And when you came back here, when you ran home, you wouldn't leave my family alone."
"Back off, Stevie," Kwong said, "and stop living in the past, Kate. This—" Stevie swung the axe handle. Kwong ducked. Pete didn't. The tip of the meter-long wooden pole slammed into the side of his head. He fell. Kwong reached up, grabbed Stevie's arm, using his own momentum to turn and twist him around. She kicked at his knee while shoving his back, pushing him down to the dirt. A second later, she had both of his hands cuffed behind his back. She put a hand on her holstered gun. "How much worse do you want this to get, Kate?" Kwong asked. "You want me to search the cabins? Your home? Emergency powers mean I can take it all away, as little as it is. Make your choice, Kate."
"Nothing happened. It was just a misunderstanding,"
Morstan said, but through gritted teeth. Corrie helped Pete up off the ground. "You okay?" she asked. Kwong glanced towards him. "You're bleeding beneath that bandage. On your feet, you." She dragged the hulking Stevie upright.
"What are you doing?"
Morstan asked. "I'm charging him with assault," Kwong said. "Then I'm coming back here to check those musicians have actually left."
And then I'm going to charge you with their murder until it's been proven they're still alive. We didn't hurt them, Morstan said. We just turfed them out, it's all. Then I'd suggest you'd find them before I come back, Kwong said. Like I said, Kate, emergency powers. You don't want to find out how far that means I can go. She pushed Stevie towards the road. With a glance at the glaring Kate Morstan, Corrie helped Pete after the police officer. Are you sure you're okay? Corrie asked. I've had worse, Pete said, though not before this week. I'll find you somewhere else to rest, Kwong said. Maybe the station, or the hospital. You'll need more stitches. We can help you find the musicians, Corrie said. Not while he's bleeding, Kwong said. We'll get him patched up first. There'll be plenty of work in the days to come. Hang on. She raised a hand, waving at a woman walking along the other side of the street. You? Tess, good day, the other woman said. She was tall and thin, wearing loose-fitting linen, a bag over her shoulder, and a hat with a brim wide enough to cast a shadow. What are you doing over here? Kwong asked. Checking old Mr. Thurlow's taking his pills, Liu said. You? Morstan wouldn't let these two bunk in the chalets. Stevie took a swing at me, hit him. Now Stevie's under arrest. Not? Stevie muttered. You didn't read me my rights. And I don't need to, Kwong said. Emergency powers, remember? You've got your hands full, Liu said. These two need a place to stay. To rest for a day. Mick vouches for 'em. He does. They can use Clemmy's bungalow. You sure? Are they trouble? Liu asked. Nah, they're good folks, Kwong said. Then it's settled. If you're sure, Kwong said. Good on you. I'll swing by later. Move it, you, she added, prodding Stevie along. You, Higson, Liu said. Call me Liu. I'm Corrie, he's Pete. I worked up at the dog fence. You were in the cabin near Tibbabura? You're the American Mick Dodson visits. I guess I am. You talked about me? I only ever to say good things, Liu said. We'll go this way. It's a shortcut that'll keep us clear of Kate Morstan's place. Stevie took a swing at you. He was aiming at the inspector, Pete said. I didn't duck in time. It was because we're Americans. It's because Kate's hated Tess since they were kids, Liu said. Her whole brood is nothing but trouble. Not a month goes by without one of them ending up in handcuffs. Tess has become the external locus for Kate's self-loathing. That's why Stevie took a swing at it. You're a psychiatrist? Pete asked, adding that comment to the earlier one about pills and reaching 5. I'm an accountant. Used to own an airfield, though. Me and my husband, just after we were married. That's how I know the doc. We like to talk about planes. Your husband is stationed here? Scott flies air freight. Mining equipment, for the most part, between Oz, China and South Africa. But he's doing some extended overtime in Europe at the moment. I don't know where he is. Hopefully he's on his way home. She led them down Gypsum Street and onto Gaffney. We're at the end, she said. Where are you guys from? Indiana, Pete said. Is that the place with all the cheese? That's Wisconsin, Pete said. The big shopping center? Liu asked. The Mall of America? That's Minnesota. Corn? That's more Iowa, Corrie said. Indiana is the other one. Whenever you think of something, Indiana has it, just not as much as anywhere else. How did you end up working for our government? Liu asked. I became a citizen, Corrie said. I ran away, and this is where I stopped. I wasn't running from him, though, just everything else. None of which seems as important as it did a few days ago. Isn't that the truth? Liu said. Then you're the bloke who came out on that big jet. Room on the airfield is it belongs to Lisa Kimpton. Is that right? That's true, but I just caught a ride. I sell carpet for a living. You might want to start looking for a new career, Liu said. Chapter 14. The Higsons, Gaffney Street, Broken Hill. Liu led them down a quiet street of low walls and corrugated fences, of tall palm trees and taller telegraph poles, of new paint and faded bricks. An occasional well-watered garden or leaf-covered tree stuck out as an oasis among the baked soil. But rarer still were people. A few blinds twitched, but it was only when they reached an umber-painted one-story
that he saw people. The front door of the house opposite opened, and a woman stepped halfway outside.
"Bobby okay?"
Liu asked.
"Good enough,"
the woman called back.
"Visitors?"
"Guests," Liu said.
"I'll pop over in a half hour."
The neighbor nodded and closed the door.
"This is us,"
Liu said, leading them up the path and around the side of the house.
"The bungalow is around the back. My daughter claimed it when we moved in. She's away at uni."
The bungalow was a small windowed oblong, about 5 meters by 7, once painted a bright blue, though that was fading. Liu opened the door, releasing a fug of heat.
"Might need to let some of this air out. There's an aircon unit, but I haven't turned it on since Clemmy was home for Christmas."
"Clemmy's your daughter?" Corrie asked.
"Clementine, named after Scott's mother, and he's somewhere in Europe, and Clemmy's in Vancouver. It's only me and Bobby here. Speaking of which, I better go and explain things to Jen. Jen Henderson, my neighbour," she added. "Bobby's over there playing with his son. No school, you see. Have you eaten?"
"Not really," Corrie said.
"I'll rustle something up, but I'll find you a bandage and some clothes first."
Pete sat on the purple-lined two-seater. Corrie sat on the bed opposite.
"Throbbing pain in my head aside,"
Pete said.
"I think we're safe."
"Safety is relative," Corrie said.
"We're not in quarantine,"
Pete said.
"You've been offered a job. No one is asking questions. I mean, they are, but only out of polite curiosity."
"Inspector Kwong was more than just curious," Corrie said.
"But it could be worse," Pete said. "All that stuff with Kempton, with the cartel, the politicians, doesn't matter anymore."
"Almost," Corrie said. "The pilots are still in town. I'll feel happier when they've gone. But I suppose you're right. We've just got the small matter of an impossible apocalypse tearing up the U.S. Otherwise, yes."
"But you're going to take their offer of a job?"
Pete asked.
"I'm not sure,"
Corrie said.
"If we stay here, we keep our options open. But if we leave, we have a better chance of hiding in a crowd of tourists. We have options, so that's something."
"Oh, that's clever. The mirror there.
It's positioned so someone lying here can see the back door of the house."
"Liu's coming back."
"I doubt the clothes will fit,"
Liu said.
"But that's what belts are for. They're all clean. Found you a couple of toothbrushes, too, and a few bandages."
"Thanks. You were being very kind," Corrie said.
"You do the same. I'll fix some food. Come up to the house when you're changed."
A tepid shower, a brittle bandage, and a set of ill-fitting but clean clothes later, Pete felt refreshed, if not entirely a new man.
"Pants are too big,"
he said, cinching the belt tighter as he looked at himself in the mirror.
"That's good. Makes me think I've been on a diet. Though I do think I've sweated off a few pounds."
"I knew there'd be a bright side to the end of the world," Corrie said, lacing a pair of trainers she'd found in the overstuffed wardrobe.
"Shall we?"
They headed up to the house. Folding partitions, pushed back against the wall, turned the living room and kitchen into one large open space. A half-won board game was on the small coffee table facing the TV, while photographs dotted the walls and most of the book-filled shelves. The kitchen was cozy, an L-shaped alcove with a table that spilled into what was almost a hallway leading to the front door. More photographs covered the walls, though the counters were crammed with the usual appliances. The pieces slotted into place, though the photographs were the real clue. There were a couple of birthday snaps with Inspector Kwong in them, another with Dr. Dodson and his daughter, but most of the rest, and all in the den, were of a family of 4. It was a small home for a small family who never had a guest to stay over. No aunts, no uncles, no grandparents, no extended family, nor long-established friends.
"It's an odd breakfast, I know, but it won't keep forever,"
Liu said as she placed 2 bowls of mixed green salad on the table.
"Jane brought it back from the store after they closed it yesterday. Did you find everything you needed?"
"We did, thank you," Corrie said.
"And I found some sneakers of your daughter's. I hope that's okay."
"No worries."
First thing she did when she got to Vancouver was go on a shopping spree. Second thing was to return everything for which she had a receipt and hand them a job application when she was at it. She works at an eco-friendly clothing store now. Not sure she'd wear those trainers again. Too much plastic.
She's studying in Vancouver.
Marine management with a focus on habitat recovery,"
Liu said. I just wish I knew she was okay. There's been no news? Corrie asked. I can't get through on the phone, Liu said. I think the email was sent, but I don't know if she received it. I can't get onto social media at all now. But does that mean the problem's at my end, or at hers? Do you have a laptop? Corrie asked. I can go online and see if I can find out. The internet isn't working that well, Liu said. I used to be a hacker, Corrie said. A programmer. I worked for Lisa Kempton a long time ago. That's part of the reason I ran away. Did your daughter go through a rebellious phase? Of course. Though I'm not sure it's a phase. She became a vegan. At night she'd sneak down and throw all our meat into the wheelie bin. That's when we moved here. Our house, our rules. But the bungalow was her house, so she could write whatever rules she wanted. My act of rebellion was to hack into NORAD, Corrie said. The Aerospace Defense Agency. I was that good, Corrie said. I've barely touched a computer in years, but the architecture hasn't changed that much. I can't promise I can get a message through to her, but I can try. Hang on. Brushing her hands dry, Liu walked across the hallway to a closed door. She was only gone a moment, returning with a laptop. Power cable is in the living room behind the sofa, she said. Thanks, Corrie said, and retreated to the couch. Are you a computer genius too? Liu asked Pete. Nope. Give me 2 tries and I can tell you the difference between the power cord and the headphone socket. Honestly, I sold carpets. Can I help with anything? Only in eating the greens before they turn brown, Liu said, sitting at the kitchen table. Pete sat opposite. I don't mean to be rude. Salad's great, and I promise I'll eat it, but could I have some of that cereal first? Liu turned around and picked up the box that had caught Pete's eye. This stuff. Now it's mostly sugar and chocolate. There's virtually no nutritional value to it. That's what I usually have. I guess I'm feeling a little homesick. Shoo, Liu said, fetching a bowl, the box, and some milk. Bobby won't thank you, but I will. We've a deal that when his dad is away for more than a couple of nights, he gets to pick his own cereal. Of course, he goes for the least healthy option possible. When we agreed to that, we didn't think Scott would be away for so long. But a deal is a deal. How's your head? Sore, but I think that means it's healing. Mostyn's a piece of work, all right, Liu said. Most people out here are dependable, honest, decent, but there's always a few rotten apples lurking at the bottom of the drawer. You saw the plane crash, didn't you? In the Outback, yeah. That's how I got the cut. We were driving away from it. Hit my head when we wrecked the car. Oh, I see. I think I misunderstood. There were no survivors, though. Of the plane crash? Wait, you don't know that? The plane was full of... He hesitated. Zombies. It was full of zombies. No. Didn't they tell you? Pete asked. We heard that a plane had crashed, and that more planes had landed outside Adelaide, where they were quarantined, but that's all. Tess should have said. She was sitting right there, where you are now. Not 3 hours ago, drinking my tea. Zombies. Were there a lot? Doesn't survive the crash, Pete said. The army came in and rescued me and Corrie. That's why we spent yesterday in quarantine. I don't really want to talk about it, if it's okay. Not now. It just makes me think of the people back home. Sure, of course, she said. Then he remembered where her daughter was. Have you lived out here for long? He asked, hoping to change the subject. In Broken Hill? No. Only since Scott returned to flying. 20 years ago, we bought an airfield. Scott was a pilot. I can fly too, or I used to. Tess wants me to go to the airfield to play taxi driver, but I was always more interested in engines and wings. What Scott and I both realized was how air travel was changing. We thought we'd get in early, so we invested all we had in a share in a small airfield. A group of gangsters, drug dealers, arrived and said we were going to nod in flights for them. We went to the police, but they couldn't help. They suggested we wear a wire, get evidence, and then enter witness protection. For Scott and me, that wasn't so great a burden. But the couple we'd bought the airfield from still owned a stake. They had grandkids, and witness protection meant they would never see them again. We bulldozed the runway and walked away. And the gangsters? Left us alone, she said. We didn't work anywhere the drug dealers might find useful. We stayed away from the airfields and airports. And that meant we lived poor. But we were safe. It was a hard life, a tough life at times, and we gave our kids an experience that money couldn't rent, let alone buy. Living in the Outback is something few people do. He got Clemmy a scholarship. Bobby's only 10, but he's already decided he's going to follow her to the other side of the world. That's what we wanted, to give them a chance at a better life than we had, free of our mistakes. And that's why Scott returned to flying. He had to start at the bottom, work his way back up. The company he flies for has a budget airline in Europe. They mucked up their leave routers and were short of pilots. Offered anyone in the freight division triple pay to fly in Europe for 3 months. He took it. He thought it was a godsend. Clemmy's scholarship doesn't cover everything. Doesn't even cover flights home. And now they're both in different continents. I'm online, Corrie called out. Where in Europe and Canada do you want me to look? Excuse me, Liu said, rushing from the table. Pete finished the cereal and found he was still famished. He barely noticed the salad going down, but decided against more of the chocolate flakes. The last thing he needed was to make an enemy of Liu's son. Not if they were going to be staying in the house for a while. There were worse places to be, but were there better ones? A flurry of other questions filled his mind, all illustrated with snapshot memories of the terrifying pandemonium at the plane wreck. He took the bowl to the sink, paused when he reached out for the washing-up liquid. How long before it ran out? How long before the cereal, the milk, and everything else ran out? Would more be made here in Australia? Could it be made? Was the entire supply chain here? Not just for the contents, but for the packaging, too. Did Australia produce its own oil? Did it have refineries to turn that into gasoline and diesel for the trucks needed to ship the detergent to this remote town? Things truly had changed with the outbreak, and he was beginning to understand by how much. I'm going to take a walk, he said, then took a few steps into the lounge to say it louder. Corrie and Liu were sitting side by side on the sofa, eyes fixed on the screen while Corrie's hands danced. I'm going for a walk. Liu glanced over. Sure. There's hats and sunscreen on the stand by the front door. Water bottles are under the sink. Worst of the heat's broken, but it'll probably top 35 today. 95 Fahrenheit, Corrie said. She finally took her eyes from the screen. Where are you going? He hadn't thought that far ahead. To speak to the pilots, he said. Inspector Kwong asked me to. Might as well get it done. Although, thinking about it, I don't know where they are. The Sunrise Inn, Liu said. It's a small town. She added. It'll start off when a billionaire's jet arrives. It was the sole topic of gossip until Manhattan. Look for the railway station. It's about 100 meters east. Pete took a wrong turn when leaving the house, and soon found himself on the edge of town with nothing but the outback ahead. He meandered back, taking his time, not concerned if he reached the hotel or not. If he found the pilots, he'd pass on the message from Inspector Kwong, but doubted they'd give him a different answer to the one they gave her. They were a tenuous link to America, yes, but not with Olivia. They weren't going to be allowed to fly their jet out of Broken Hill, and even if they did, they weren't going to fly it to South Bend. Over the last few years, he'd tried to live his life by the dusty mantra of being grateful for what he had. And after too many years of separation, and just as many years of distance before that, he had his sister back. But an equally worn saying was just as apt. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. And he'd not realized how fond he'd grown of Olivia until he'd traveled so far from her. A car growled into life behind him. He jumped aside and onto the road as a high gate was pushed aside. Sorry, mate, a weather-beaten man said, before hurrying back to the vehicle. A woman was behind the wheel, a pair of children in the back, sandwiched between bags and suitcases. Pete stepped back onto the pavement as the man squeezed himself between the wedged luggage. You mind closing the gate for me? Good on you, the man called out as they drove onto the street and away. Pete slid the gate back into place, taking the opportunity to look around. Lost in his thoughts, he'd taken a turning somewhere, but this road and its homes looked no different to any of the others he'd seen, except, perhaps, that it seemed even more lifeless. Was that family the last on this street to leave? Maybe. Would they ever return? Probably not. Where were they going? He had no way of knowing. A better question was whether, wherever that was, it was safer than Broken Hill? He knew the answer. No. Nowhere was. Not now. That was the lesson he should take from the last few days. He continued his aimless stroll, not really looking for the hotel, and only vaguely examining the houses to get a rough count of how many had already been abandoned. About half, he thought. A small truck overtook him, pulling up to the curb 3 houses ahead. The truck's cab was small, the tray behind large, its tottering contents covered in 3 tarpaulins, tightly roped to hide whatever was beneath. 2 women got out of the cab and watched him suspiciously as he approached. He gave them a nod, a wave, raising his hand to his hat, and kept his mouth firmly closed. Neither said anything, but simply watched him walk by. He didn't turn around, but he didn't hear the sound of unpacking. When he reached a junction, he stole a glance back towards the women. They stood by their truck, still watching him. Were they looters, store owners, or was one helping the other move across town? Somehow the most innocent of explanations no longer seemed the most likely. The closer he got to the town's center, the more people he saw, and the more suspicious the looks he got. Was it the bandage? It couldn't be the clothes, since he looked little different from everyone else. Perhaps it was that his hands were empty, where most people seemed to be carrying bags, and most carried at least a stick. What was in the bags? Were they visitors, stranded here? He didn't think so, but tried not to stare. He was about to turn back, when he saw the frontage of the Sunrise Inn. He'd still not decided if he wanted to speak to the pilots, but there was a small crowd on the road just beyond the hotel, and a solitary man leaning against a lamppost opposite them, wearing a white linen suit, no tie, and a Panama hat. The man was watching him. So were a few members of the crowd. Turning on his heels would only attract more attention. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, he ducked into the hotel. Pete had stayed in a few motels over the years, 4 if he was counting, all different and yet alike, and this place was the same. 3 clusters of armchairs and tables were scattered about the lobby. Most were occupied. From the languages quietly spoken, he took the speakers to be foreign tourists, though they looked too old to be student backpackers. And now they were watching him. He quickly crossed to the welcome desk. There was no one behind it. He was about to turn around when, through a pair of fire doors to the side of the desk, he saw the co-pilot, Rampton. He raised a hand. Rampton frowned, then grinned. He came over to the doors, opened one, and motioned Pete through. "You made it," Rampton whispered. "Good to see you. And your sister?" "She's alive, yes." "Good," Rampton said. "Say nothing more. We'll talk in our room. It's upstairs." The lights were dim in a corridor that smelled musty and stale. A faint hint of turmeric and cumin was losing a battle with fresh tobacco and stale beer. Something was wrong, and Pete worked out what, just as Rampton stopped at a door. He didn't know much about hotels, motels, or any variation between, but he knew carpet, and the one beneath his feet was expensive. A hard-wearing 2-ply 80% wool mix with a polyester coating to ease cleaning. Not the most expensive, sure, but pricier than you'd find in most homes or back offices. He guessed the other fittings would be of a similar standard, but the smell was that of a dive. People were cooking in their rooms, living in them, and no one was cleaning. Rampton knocked a rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat on the door. "Yep," came from the other side. "It's me," Rampton said. The door opened. Jackson, the pilot, stood the other side. The curtains in the room were drawn. Only a single lamp was on, but despite the gloom, Pete saw the small handgun in Jackson's hand. He stepped aside so Rampton and Pete could enter. "Mr. Guinn, glad to see you're alive," Jackson said quietly as he closed the door. "Your sister?" "Alive," Pete said, "and she called Miss Kempton." "We know," Jackson said. Pete took in the room. 2 twin beds, both made, 2 small cases, both closed, 2 small rucksacks, both ready to grab. Other than a bottle of water on the dressing table, the room was ready to be given to another guest. "You're about to leave?" "That's right," Rampton said. "We were waiting for you, and we're just reaching the point where we were going to come looking." "You were? How did you know we were back at the airfield?" "The police inspector told us yesterday. Jackson said. She wants you to join up, to fly for them. Pete said. She asked me to ask you again.
Sadly, we can't,
Jackson said.
We have to complete our mission.
And that involves going to Melbourne? Pete asked. That's what Inspector Kwong said. But actually, I don't think I want to know. I still don't know what's going on, but I don't want to know anymore.
Yeah, we're going to Melbourne, Rampton said. We've an office there with supplies and colleagues. Where we'll go after is still up in the air. This viral outbreak changes everything.
Like I said, I don't think I want to know, Pete said. But I told the inspector I'd come and talk to you. And I have.
You thinking of staying here?
Rampton asked. I can fit a carpet, Pete said. I can mix a margarita, carry 6 plates to a table without a tray. I can drive a forklift, stock shelves, and operate a till. None of those are useful skills now. But the inspector needs people. I can fetch and carry, and wherever I go, that's what I'll end up doing, so I might as well make a start here. Be useful, do what I can to stop things getting worse.
That's admirable,
Rampton said.
But you need to be practical, too.
We wargamed scenarios like this. Okay, not quite like this, but similar. This town's not going to last. When it falls, there will be chaos. Few will survive it. You need to know when to run so you can fight another day, because all the days ahead of us, they're going to be full of fighting. Maybe, Pete said. But if that's the case, then why not start fighting here? I know where I want to be, but clicking my heels together isn't going to take me home. I mean, you guys are pilots, and you have a jet, and you're stuck here. So I guess I am too. It's bad out there, Rampton said. And it'll get worse. Did they tell you that plane which crashed was the only major outbreak in Australia so far? Then why are there so few soldiers here? Why are there only 3 helicopters? Why didn't they send in a division? I wondered that myself, Pete said. And yeah, the answer's obvious. Things are far worse than they're saying. So what? That's not a reason to leave.
It's not a reason to stay,
Rampton said.
We'll leave tomorrow,
Jackson said.
In the late afternoon, speak to your sister. Look around for yourself. Decide tonight, be here at 3 tomorrow. This might be your only chance to get out of this town and come where you can do some good.
3 tomorrow? Okay, I'll speak to Corrie, he said, though he'd made up his mind when he'd seen the gun in Jackson's hand. He left the room, then the hotel. The group of people was gone, but the man in the linen suit was still outside. He raised a hand and took a step away from the lamppost as if he was coming over to talk. Pete turned away, wanting to avoid another conversational minefield, took the first turning he saw and then the next after that. 5 minutes later, he was lost. An hour after that, he finally found Liu's home. You look baked, she said, opening the door. I got lost, Pete said.
In Broken Hill?
A small voice asked. A boy appeared behind Liu.
Bobby, Pete, Bobby,
Liu said, stepping aside so Pete could come in.
You got lost in Broken Hill?
Bobby asked.
How?
Be nice, Bobby,
Liu said.
Sorry, Mom, but he did eat my cereal. Mrs. Henderson says there won't be any more in the shops.
Is there much news? Pete asked.
Yes and no,
Liu said.
Let me get you something to drink.
She walked into the kitchen.
Your sister seems to have hacked half the networks in Vancouver.
Traffic cameras, security systems, even a few phones.
How is she not working for the government, or ruling the world?
A question I asked her a few times. There's news of your daughter, then?
Not exactly. Her apartment is a mess, which is a good sign, but she's not there. Corrie's still looking, but Vancouver is doing okay. They have barricades in the streets, police on patrol with... I assume they're civilians, but they're armed.
I think she'll be okay there.
Everywhere else? Pete asked. Liu glanced at Bobby, who was half listening, half sorting through a stack of battered paperbacks.
Not so great,
she said.
But it could be worse.
Pete nodded. The world was holding its breath, collectively uncertain if that was also its final gasp. Chapter 15. Only a corpse. Bromide Street, Broken Hill, 23rd February. Pete was woken by knocking. As he clawed his way up from the depths of sleep, he realized it was someone at the door. The door to where? It all came back to him. The bungalow. Broken Hill. It hadn't been a nightmare, but a memory. He opened his eyes and sat up, shaking his head to banish the fog. Corrie was sprawled on the too small sofa, the laptop open next to her. There was another knock at the door.
"Yup, coming,"
Pete said, pushing himself to his feet. Bobby Higson was outside.
"Mum says that she's made breakfast,"
Bobby said.
"Okay, thanks,"
Pete said.
"It's morning then?" "When else do you have breakfast?"
Bobby asked, his brow furrowing in confusion.
"Have you found Clemmy yet?"
Corrie? Pete looked over to the sofa where his sister was dragging herself back to consciousness.
"Not yet,"
Corrie said.
"Ran out of power on the laptop, but Vancouver is holding it together."
"Oh, okay,"
Bobby said, and, disappointed, trudged back to the house.
"How much sleep have you had?"
Pete asked.
"How much have I had?" "Not enough, to answer both questions together,"
Corrie said.
"There's a cloud in the sky,"
Pete said.
"2 of them.
Wow.
Never thought I'd be so glad to see something so commonplace."
He closed the door.
"I dreamed of... Actually, no, I don't want to remember." "You were muttering in your sleep. Yelling, really." "I was? Sorry. I had the same images going around my head while awake,"
she said.
"It's why I didn't really sleep. I don't think I'll be able to for weeks." "You were up all night online?"
he asked.
"I wouldn't call it online. Not exactly, not using the meaning that word had last week. I didn't learn much. Clemmy has an always-on security camera system in her apartment. It took a while to find the path to it, but the apartment was empty, and no one's been back since I first gained remote access."
"That sounds bad," Pete said.
"Not really,"
Corrie said.
"The camera is in the living room, facing the small kitchen, so I can't see inside the bedrooms. What I can see is a lot of discarded food packaging on the table. It's a 2-person apartment, privately rented, but in a block only used by female students. It isn't a big place, there's not much room for storage, and students don't have the money to buy in bulk. I would say that Clemmy and a roommate packed hastily and left. The question is where they might have gone. Liu's given me a few places, but what are the chances a mom knows where her teenage daughter might hang out?
Like I said, sounds bad.
The sensible thing for someone to do is to stay put if you've got the resources to stay there for a few weeks. If not, get out ahead of the mob,"
Corrie said.
"But wherever Clemmy intended to go might not be where she ended up, and even if I find her today, she might have left by tomorrow. By the day after, there's a good chance the internet will be down for good. If I had a better computer, or a better connection, or preferably both, I'm still not sure I could find her. Vancouver's okay, though. There are a few fires, but also fire trucks heading to the emergency. Things are tense, but it's under control."
"And zombies?" he asked.
"Not that I saw." "What about her husband, Scott?" "Liu doesn't know which country he's in. Europe's bad, though. Collapsing. Like a lot of the U.S. and eastern Canada."
"Like Indiana?" Pete asked.
"Yes. Sorry. Do you want me to try to find Olivia?"
"What would be the point? I can't help her, so it's better not to know."
"That's what I think." "It's pancakes and nearly fresh fruit,"
Liu said.
"But no cereal,"
Bobby said, pulling the box closer towards him.
"Fair enough,"
Pete said.
"I'm the same with churros and pizza. Popcorn, candy, chips, ice cream, pretty much everything that isn't healthy, which is mostly all I eat."
Bobby gave a suspicious frown and moved his bowl a few inches further away from Pete.
"I thought we should use the eggs and milk before they go bad,"
Liu said.
"We should get some more,"
Bobby said.
"I can go buy some for you after breakfast."
"Nowhere's open,"
Liu said.
"Yeah, but they'll be open again soon,"
Bobby said.
"I hope so. Now eat your cereal, or I'll give it to Pete."
Bobby wrapped his arm protectively around the bowl, lowered his head, and began shoveling spoonfuls into his mouth. Corrie came in, the laptop under her arm.
"Any news?"
Liu asked.
"Not really,"
Corrie said.
"The broadcast last night on the TV was telling the truth."
"What broadcast?" Pete asked.
It was after you went to bed,
Liu said.
The statement from the government, read by Anna Dodson. I don't know if she wrote it, though. Didn't seem her style. But she's popular, trusted. I suppose that's why she was picked to read it. They said things are bad, but they don't need to get any worse if we all keep our heads and help one another out.
Pete guessed there was more, but that neither woman wanted to share it while Bobby was present.
And no sign of Clemmy yet,
Corrie said.
But looking for her is like waiting for a needle to jump out of a haystack and back into the packet. I've an idea about that,
Liu said, and went into the office, returning a moment later with a pile of maps.
I know Clemmy. She'll have gone somewhere safe, but she doesn't know that many places. What she does know are some of the smaller airfields in British Columbia, before Scott went to Europe. After flights to China, he'd bounced his way across the Pacific to visit her. You think she'd go to an airfield?
Corrie asked.
If she had to.
Liu glanced over at Bobby, but he was focused on demolishing his cereal.
If she had to leave the city, she'd go somewhere remote, but with people and electricity. Somewhere she'd be welcomed. It's a long shot, I know, but I can't think of anywhere else. It'll take some time,
Corrie said.
But okay, yeah, I can see what I can do. Can I have a pancake, Mum?
Bobby asked.
One, and only one,
Liu said. Bobby speared one, dragging it onto a plate. There was a knock at the door.
It's Tess,
Liu said.
Bobby, now, finish what's on your plate. Then you can go next door.
She headed to the front door while Bobby stuffed the remaining half a pancake into his mouth.
No,
Liu called from out of sight.
Don't stuff. Chew, then swallow. Then you can leave the table.
Bobby hurriedly chewed and swallowed.
How does she do that?
He muttered before running for the door. Liu came back a moment later, alone, and put the kettle on.
Tess is taking him next door,
she said.
When we moved out here, we knew there were going to be dangers for our kids, but letting them go down the street on their own wasn't one of them.
Inspector Kwong came in a moment later and sat at the table.
You went to see your pilot friends yesterday,
she said, leaving the comment hanging.
I said we were staying,
Pete said.
I asked them whether they wanted to do the same, like you asked, but they want to go to Melbourne. Glad to hear you don't,
Kwong said.
And I'm not sure how they're planning to get to Melbourne, not unless they can find someone who'll sell them a car. Is there news?
Liu asked.
The start of some,
Kwong said.
And I got most of it from Anna Dodson. She managed to reach it dead on the radio. Had to be careful, what with so many people listening in. The upshot of it all is that we're getting some trains tomorrow to move the tourists and miners out of here. There are a few dozen military vehicles coming in tonight, who'll escort a convoy of locals out as well. Families, children, the elderly, anyone who wants to leave. I don't know what the destinations are, other than it's south. And then what?
Liu asked.
What's the plan? I assume there is one. I hope so,
Kwong said.
All Anna said was they're putting together a coalition in the Pacific. We've got to save ourselves. Then we can worry about the rest of the world. Otherwise, she didn't say anything different from a broadcast. Did you catch that? It was too vague to be reassuring,
Liu said.
I made your breakfast, pancakes and fruit. No bacon?
Kwong asked. Liu raised an eyebrow.
Healthy heart, healthy mind, Tess.
She handed the inspector a plastic box and an insulated mug.
And tea, not coffee. Just because it's the end of the world doesn't mean we should get into bad habits. And when the cafe's all closed, you know I won't.
Thanks, Liu.
And what about these two? They can stay here for now. We're getting along well enough,
Liu said.
Good. That's one less job for the day. We'll see you this evening, but it might be late. I'll save you a plate,
Liu said. The inspector left. Liu reached for her hat.
I've a few chores in town. I'll be gone for an hour or two.
Do you want a hand? Pete asked.
I could do with the exercise, and it looks like Corrie's lost to the world. When it comes to chores, I'll never say no to an extra pair of hands,
Liu said. The early morning was pleasantly warm rather than oppressively simmering. A third cloud had joined the two he'd seen when he'd woken. On reflection, he decided they might be 3 entirely new clouds.
We'll take the long cut,
Liu said.
Best we give Kate Morstan a wide berth. Which way is north? He asked. I'm trying to orient myself. Thinking of home?
Liu asked.
Not really, he said. If anything, I'm trying not to. There's no way of getting home. Is that plan of yours?
Liu said.
It's not mine, he said. No, what's it they say? That home is where you hang your hat, even if it's a borrowed one. Have you known Inspector Kwong for long? First friend I made when we moved here. It was easy for the kids. Well, easy for Bobby. Not as easy for Clemmy. But that's a different story. I met Tess at a book club. First one I ever went to. We were discussing a murder mystery. She went through it line by line, pointing out everything the police did wrong. It was hilarious. But Tess went through some tough times a few years ago. I started taking breakfast to her. After a couple of months, one morning, she turned up at my door to collect it, and she has ever since. When Scott's away, she pops over in the evenings. When he's here, she'll sometimes keep a watch on Bobby and give us an evening out. It's a close community out here, Pete said. Yes and no. It's a town with a town's problems, but we keep an eye on one another. We have to. And that's what I'm doing today. I've got to check on Joey Thurlow. He's not been taking care of himself since his wife died last year. His kids are in Adelaide now, and he should have gone south to be with them and his grandkids, but his wife's buried here. I'll do the books for his cafe, and keep an eye on the staff for him. Or I did. Sue and Jocelyn drove off as soon as word about Manhattan came in. Quite a lot of people seem to have done that, Pete said. Ahead, a trio of young men stood by an open-doored car. A fourth man had crawled inside, a tape measure in hand. G'day, Liu called, and got a nod in return. On either side, both homes were missing their cars. Opposite, a blind twitched, but there were no other nearby signs of life. Do you think we should barricade the junctions? Liu asked. Barricade them? It's what they're doing in Vancouver. After what you saw in the Outback, what do you think? I truly don't know, Pete said. Are they putting up barricades in other towns in Australia? And I don't know that, Liu said. I feel like we should be doing more to prepare. More than just waiting to be told what to do next. Creating barricades seems obvious, but what would we be protecting? If we need them, is it worth staying? But if we are going to stay here, shouldn't we do everything we can to keep ourselves safe? It's easy enough to say we should rely on the authorities, but that means Tess, and she's someone just like me. There's Mr. Thurlow's, she added, pointing to an apricot-coloured bungalow with an orange-tiled roof. More neglected than the other houses nearby, the trim on the walls was flaking. The gate was rusted, and squeaked as Liu pushed it open. Pete followed her up the path. Turn around, Liu said. I'm sorry? Just turn around. He did, and saw the sea, or a close facsimile. The inside of the wall had been painted to resemble a seascape complete with fishing boats, a trio of people surfing, and waves crashing onto a beach along which a family of turtles crawled. His grandkids did that last year, after his wife's funeral, Liu said. They started painting while everyone else was doing the awkwardly polite conversation thing. They wanted their grandpa to live near them, but he didn't want to leave his wife's grave. She rang the bell, waited, then she knocked. When there was no reply, she picked up a small statue of a wombat holding an umbrella, slid the base aside, and withdrew a key. Mr. Thurlow? She called as she opened the door. Joey, it's me, Liu. There was no reply. She wiped her feet and went in. Check through there, she said. Sitting room, kitchen, and the outside. I'll take the bathroom and bedroom. Memories of the living dead by the plane wreck flashed through Pete's mind as he walked briskly through the small and dusty sitting room into an equally dusty kitchen. Only the sink looked well used. Outside, the rear garden was unkempt. A few patches of withered shrubs struggled among the shadows cast by a sun-cracked wooden pagoda. He could see how splendid the home had once been, but grief had ushered in an age of neglect, from which only a new owner would extract it. Anything? Liu called. Nope, he said, walking back to the front door. Good, Liu said, which means there's only one place he can have gone, his cafe. And I know why, too. Bacon and sausage, two things he's not allowed on his medication. Two things. That means he's on medication in the first place. She locked the front door,
and they headed back onto the street. "You know Mr. Thurlow well?" Pete asked.
"Not really,"
she said.
"Looking out for him was a duty that fell on my shoulders. That's life out here. You keep an eye out for one another, mostly."
As she led them towards the center of town, there were more people about. Some neighbors quietly conversed over a wall, others, couples and trios, but rarely lone individuals, pumped tires and checked engines, but few were straying beyond the borders of their property.
"No one is driving away,"
Pete said.
"For all the packing and preparing, no one's leaving. Not yet. They heard and saw their neighbors leave this morning, and now they're debating when they should do the same, while looking for a reason to stay. It's a hard thing, leaving your home, knowing you'll never be able to come back."
She raised a hand in greeting to a small group holding an impromptu meeting around a pair of dusty vans. "Are you thinking of leaving?" he asked.
"Scott's in Europe,"
Liu said.
"But he'll be close to an airport. He can make his own way home, even if it involves stealing a plane. I suppose they won't allow him to fly this deep into Australia, but when he lands, a message will be sent to the airfield. Now, if I were to leave, if I were to go anywhere, it would be to get Clemmy. And that's no easy task. Someone has built a barricade, if it can call soldiers standing behind police cars that."
"Is that the hospital?" Pete asked. "Where did the soldiers come from?"
20 soldiers flew in last night to guard the hospital and the solar power plant. Word from Tessie is that only half are actually Australian, and half of them are retired.
"G'day," she called out, and gave a friendly wave. An older man in a brand-new uniform gave a nod back. The other 4 stood quietly sweating. Pete hoped that was because of the heat, but the day was still warming up.
"It's down here," Liu said. 40 years ago, the Thurlows owned a lot of this land. Not the hospital, but those houses, these shops, and a long strip out near the railway. They bought it during a mining slump. Joey said that the history of mining was slumps and booms, so they took a gamble, and they won, but not as big as they'd hoped, and not nearly so quickly. They sold off the properties one by one, and used that money to set their kids up in the city. His son has a chain of bakeries. His daughter owns a company that does something connected with monitoring cattle for the big stations. Joey and Magda sold everything, except their house and the cafe. They had a buyer lined up for both, and then Magda died. I suppose Joey's left it too late to sell, but maybe not too late to get down to his grandkids. I'll have to have a word with Dr. Dodson. If we've got planes landing, we've got planes leaving. Maybe we can get Joey a seat. It's the blue building at the end, on the junction of Thomas and Bromide Streets.
The cafe was blue, except where it was windows, but those were covered in overlarge photographs of steaming coffee cups, frosty milkshakes, tall glasses of juice, and a homely teapot. The images were fading, but not faded, and shaded by blue awnings that stretched out over the pavement. There were no chairs and tables outside, but there were racks for bicycles with a sign saying parking for cars was at the back.
"Looters,"
Liu hissed. The wooden door was coated in a thick blue plastic laminate. Someone had taken a crowbar to it, levering the lock from the frame and leaving nothing but splinters.
"Can't see anyone loitering,"
Pete said, looking up and down the street.
"No one waiting in a car or truck, and they'd have a vehicle, right? They must have torn through the place last night,"
Liu said. She pushed the door. A bell jangled as it swung inward.
"We should call the police," Pete said. "Tess is busy, and half her department have already quit the town,"
Liu said. She pushed the door inward and marched inside.
"You better not be still in here,"
she yelled out. Wishing he'd stayed in bed, Pete followed her inside. Neat booths lined the walls, with tidy rows of tables filling the space in between. Furthest from the doors was a small register, a trio of fridges, and a closed serving hatch next to a door that was already swinging closed behind Liu. Pete hurried after her, pushed the door open, and saw Mr. Thurlow, a short man with a large girth, a hairline that had completely surrendered, a tartan apron over a worn but laundered shirt, a broom and pan lying next to his body. Liu was already kneeling down, reaching for his wrist. "Don't," Pete said instinctively.
"What?"
Liu asked.
"He might be infected,"
Pete said.
"He's not,"
Liu said,
closing Mr. Thurlow's eyes. He's just dead. And for at least a few hours. A heart attack, I'd say. That's what his pills were meant to stop. You think? Broom and handbrush, Liu said, pointing to the tools next to the body. He was tidying up. Must have found the damage left by the looters, decided to clean, but it was too much for him. Overwork. That's what I worried would happen. Oh, Joey, why couldn't you have listened to your grandkids? Pete stood in respectful silence and let his eyes take in the kitchen. He'd not noticed it at first, but on the ground lay reams of discarded plastic and paper packaging. The looters must have taken a lot. Liu opened a cupboard. Empty. She opened another. The same. Wait, what about evidence? Pete said. Fingerprints and things like that? We shouldn't touch anything. And shouldn't we call the police? Landlines aren't working, nor are the mobiles. But you've got a point. Hang on. She crossed to a door at the rear of the kitchen. It led to a cramped office. The desk drawers were already open, but Liu crossed to the wall, where there hung a steel-framed child's drawing of a mountain. She took the painting from the wall, revealing a small alcove behind. Inside was a laptop and a bundle of wires. I said this wasn't a good enough hiding place, Liu said, taking the laptop out, careful not to dislodge the wires. Joey said it was fine because who'd take one of his grandkids' pictures? Guess he was right. She turned the laptop on. Security cameras, she added. His daughter set the system up. She skipped through the footage. Yep, there at 2 a.m. 4 blokes came in, big fellas, faces covered. They left again half an hour later, and came back in for more, and... She skipped forward. And that's it. They didn't come back a third time. Joey came in at 7. She closed the screen. Maybe Tess can find the looters, but it's not going to bring back Mr. Thurlow. I'm sorry for your loss, Pete said. I didn't know him that well, Liu said. When we first moved here, we'd driven all night, and it was 5:30 in the morning. We saw the lights on. They weren't open, but Magda, that's Mrs. Thurlow, she insisted we came in. Made a fuss of the kids, us two. In the evening, we came back because they'd been so friendly. Magda was doing the books at the booth near the front door. I helped her out. And that's how I became their accountant. And he accounted for most of the businesses whose owners ate here. This cafe. This was Magda's dream. Joey liked to speculate. Land, horses, cards. When she got crook, I said I'd keep an eye on him. But you can tell people what to do. You can't make them listen. Do you think you could find your way over to the hospital? I don't want to leave Joey alone. Sure. It's just up the street. I'll get... But he was interrupted by a jangle from the bell above the front door. They both headed out of the kitchen and back into the cafe. A man stood inside, the door swinging shut behind him. It was the man in the linen suit. Rather, it was a man in a linen suit and Panama hat, which he took off. Good morning, he said. The accent was Australian, but Pete couldn't tell more than that. We're not open, Liu said. I just wanted a glass of water, the man said. We're closed, she said. Everywhere is closed. The man placed his hat on the nearest table. I can pay, he said. I can pay a lot. First, the government said no price increases, Liu said. Second, money doesn't mean much. Third, looters went through here last night, taking everything that wasn't nailed down. Fourth, and most importantly, our owners had a heart attack, and he's dead in the back. Dead? That seemed to get the man's attention. But only from a heart attack? Yeah, he's no zombie, but he is dead, and we are closed, Liu said. You want a glass of water? Then you want the hospital. They have a cafeteria, and Pete's going that way to get an ambulance. He'll show you. You're Pete, are you? The man said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a smartphone. As he did, Pete saw the strap of the shoulder holster and the edge of a handgun. Phones don't work, Pete said. The man turned to him and smiled. Cameras do? He glanced at the phone, but didn't take a picture. He put it away. Water's been shut off, Liu said, but there's iced tea in the fridge. You can help yourself. I'm going to the hospital to get an ambulance. Be gone by the time I get back.
She started walking towards the door, but that took her within reach of the man. "Now," he said as she neared him. He lashed out, a vicious swiping backhand that smashed into her jaw, sending Liu sprawling across a table and chair. "No one's going anywhere," he said, reaching into his jacket. Pete leaped, grabbing the man's wrist as he tried to draw his gun. The thug stepped back, twisting around, but Pete turned with him, refusing to let go. The thug didn't let go of his gun either, but with his other hand he reached for Pete's throat. The fingers curled as Pete bucked and twisted. Pete punched out with his free hand, but the blow was feeble. He grasped at the man's shirt, his coat, then tried to grab his throat, but the thug just grinned, stepping sideways in a broad circle as he squeezed Pete's throat. Pete's vision narrowed. All sounds vanished, replaced by the throbbing of blood. Pete felt his grip slacken. He saw the thug's smile grow wide, but then the man's eyes went wider. His hand went loose, and he slumped to the floor. His temple smashed into the corner of a table as he collapsed. Air rushed back into Pete's lungs. Sound returned. Understanding followed a half-second later. Liu held a glass vase in her hand. The glass hadn't broken, but from the quantity of blood on the floor, the man's skull had.
"You okay?"
she asked.
"Yeah,"
Pete said, coughing.
"Yeah, I think so."
"What?" He shook his head, sucking in more air, quickly sorting through all the questions no one could possibly answer, finally settling for the only one which mattered.
"Is he okay?"
"No," Liu said, checking for a pulse.
"He's dead. There's no pulse."
"He had a gun," Pete said. Liu extracted the pistol from the man's holster.
"He's got a silencer. Who carries a gun with a silencer? Who carries a handgun that's not a cop? What just happened?"
She placed the gun on a table and crossed to the front door.
"Did you hear a car?" "No. I'm still hearing an ocean in my ears." "I'm going to find Tess, or those soldiers, or someone. You better wait here."
She left, and Pete sat at the table on which she'd placed the gun. He didn't touch it. He'd handled a gun before, a hunting rifle, on a range 6 weeks after his post-high school attempt to join the army. He'd been curious as to how good a shot he'd be, and convinced he'd be a natural marksman. Out of 20 bullets, he'd hit the target thrice, and only once inside the ring. It was that as much as a preference for sleep over early morning exercise that had doused the ambitions of a military life. Sitting in a cafe on the other side of the world, with 2 dead bodies for company, he couldn't help wonder if he'd made the right choice. Chapter 16. The Briefest Investigation. Bromide Street, Broken Hill. At the sound of an engine, Pete jumped to his feet. Heart pounding, he peered through the glass panel at the side of the door. It wasn't an ambulance, but something just as reassuring. A police van. Liu jumped out from the passenger side. Inspector Kwong climbed out from the driver's side. Pete stepped aside as they entered the cafe, looking back to the van, expecting other officers to get out. No one did. "Is it just you?" he asked.
"For now,"
Kwong said.
"Have you seen anyone since Liu left?"
She pulled on a pair of blue latex gloves, picked up the pistol from the table, ejected the magazine and the round in the chamber. After a brief examination of bullet, magazine, and handgun, and a longer examination of the suppressor, she placed them all back on the table.
"Anyone come to the door? Any cars in the street?"
"No," Pete said. "I wasn't looking, but I don't think so." Kwong bent over the corpse, checked for a pulse, then stood.
"Interesting. And odd. In equal measure. How are you, Pete?"
"Me? Fine. Sore, but okay."
"Do you need to go to the hospital?"
"I don't think so," he said. "Good," Kwong said. She walked over the corpse and into the kitchen.
"Where's the ambulance?"
Pete asked.
"Except for the 2 they took down to the airfield. They're all gone,"
Liu said.
"Stolen last night. Probably taken by the medical staff, because a lot of them are missing too. And so are another 3 of the police officers."
"Oh." Inspector Kwong came back out of the kitchen. "Mr. Thurlow was like that when you arrived. You didn't move him at all?"
"I checked for a pulse,"
Liu said.
"But that's all. There's a recording on the security cameras of looters coming in, 4 of them. They made 2 trips, then left and didn't come back. Joey came in around 7, probably so he could get some bacon and sausage. I made sure he had none at home. He saw the mess, started cleaning up, and he had a heart attack.
The video is in the office? Kwong asked.
On the laptop,
Liu said. Again, Kwong left, but was back a few minutes later, laptop in hand. She placed it on the counter and set it to play.
Mr. Thurlow says he's been taking his pills,
Liu said.
I don't know that he has.
Was. She corrected herself.
No cameras in the kitchen?
Kwong asked.
Just on the door and the register,
Liu said.
I'd say you're right, that it was a heart attack brought on by shock,
Kwong said.
Mostly the shock we've all been in these last few days. Today's early morning exertion was the final straw. None of these 4 blokes looks like the dead man. They all look younger, broader-shouldered. Miners, maybe? We had a load arrive yesterday, bussed in and told to wait, but a lot of them didn't want to. We've a crime, a tragedy, and a second crime, all separate incidents. She closed the laptop. What about this fella? Have you ever seen him before?
Never, Liu said.
Maybe, Pete said.
When?
Kwong asked.
Well, I don't know if it was him, Pete said. But I saw someone wearing that sort of suit and that kind of hat yesterday, hanging around near the Sunrise Inn.
A tourist then?
Kwong said.
Because he sure isn't a local. You only saw him yesterday, not before?
Never, Pete said.
We had a lot of looting last night,
Kwong said as she walked around the corpse of the dead thug. She paused by his feet, examining the soles of his shoes.
You can tell a lot about someone by their shoes, and these weren't designed for the Outback. City shoes. New. Barely worn. Same with the suit.
She knelt down and began going through the man's pockets.
Yep. A lot of looting overnight. A lot of locals left yesterday. Seems like a lot of the visitors decided to wait until nightfall, see what they needed before heading off into wherever they thought they'd find safety. So far, as far as I know, they hit the cafes and restaurants, the stores and shops. No homes, thankfully, and so there's been no violence. Until now. We've got a passport. No, there's 2. This is Matthias Rodrigo from Chile, or Matthew Rogers from Canada. He wasn't very imaginative with the names. A driving license in the wallet, one of ours, says he's Roger Matthews. A few $1,000, and a few $1,000 US. Clasp knife, and I wonder.
She bent forward, reaching around his waist, then undid the belt.
Yeah, on his belt. Do you see?
She extracted 3 gold coins and placed them, and the belt, on the table, and then returned to the man's pockets.
His mobile phone, and that's it. Did he say he tried to make a call? No, Liu said. He took it out and looked at it, but he said he didn't need a signal. Interesting,
Kwong said.
But the phone's locked. She pressed the button against the man's finger. Damn. No fingerprint lock, just a code. Makes the phone next to useless.
She placed the phone on the table, then pulled out a chair and sat down.
So this bloke comes in, takes out his phone, looks at it, says he doesn't need a signal. Then he attacks. He hit me, Liu said. Then he went for Pete. I grabbed the vase and hit him, but he hit his head on the table as he fell.
Pete began.
I went for him. After he hit Liu, he reached for his gun. I'd seen the strap. I tried to stop him. That's when he grabbed my throat. Did he say anything else first?
Kwong asked.
That he wanted a glass of water?
Liu said.
He was just stalling, though. Probably making sure there was no one in the back,
Kwong said.
He's got money, and US dollars, and gold, and a gun. What he doesn't have are car keys. I'd say that was what he was after. Food and a car. Mr. Thurlow walked here? I've still got his car keys after last month,
Liu said.
So if Roger Matthews is a looter, looking for food and a car, he came in here because he saw the lock was forced. Why did he look at his phone? Pete asked. There's a puzzle, isn't it?
Kwong said.
How did you know to look for the gold coins?
Liu asked.
'Cause of the suppressor,
Kwong said.
The fake ID is a giveaway too. Someone's been flooding the mines here and up in Queensland with a lot of very cheap cocaine. They traced it back to this new gang that's been muscling their way into Melbourne. Back in November, they pulled in a bloke for speeding, found 3 gold coins hidden in his bill. Let him go, and about an hour later, found out he was on a watch list. Why did they have gold coins? Pete asked. Beats me, Kwong said. These days, I'd say it's because digital currency doesn't work, and banknotes aren't much better. But we were told to keep an eye out for the gold coins back in November. From the suppressor, the fake passports, he's clearly a professional. I'd say he was sent up here to kill someone, a rival, I guess. The outbreak hits, and he ends up here. The rest of his crew must have left, and so he was looking for a car. You think there were more of them? Pete asked. Not anymore, Kwong said. Otherwise, after Liu went looking for me, the others would have come in here looking for him. Pete shivered. I hadn't thought of that. No, I'd say he was looking for a way out of town. He came in here looking for food and a car, and he'd have killed you both to get it. That still doesn't explain the phone, Liu said, nor the fake passports, or how often he used his gun before, Kwong said. But it's as much of an investigation as his crime's going to get. All bodies have to be disposed of immediately. Those are our orders. So I'm going to take him down to the crematorium, and Mr. Thurlow too. They might have space in the freezers, but I don't think it'll be fair on his family. We'll bury Mr. Thurlow next to his wife. His family can have the remains moved when this settles down. That's the kind of thing. And Roger Matthews? Liu asked. I'll take fingerprints and photos, and I'll keep the gun, the gold, the phone and passports. When I find some time, I'll write up a report. I'm down to 2 constables at the hospital, and I've stuck 2 admin clerks in uniform and have them at the train station. The rest of the department disappeared overnight. I've given the remaining police cars to the army to make it look like the civil power is still in charge, while I'm driving around in a divvy van making sure people see me. But last night, we had the biggest crime spree in the town's history, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. No, as far as I'm concerned, this case is closed. I've a trolley in the back of the van. We'll take care of Mr. Thurlow first. With as much dignity as could be mustered, Mr. Thurlow was placed in a body bag, then wheeled to the van. With less ceremony and no concern, the same was done with the many-named gangster. Will you give me a hand inside, Liu? Pete, can you watch the van? Sure, of course, he said. He wasn't sure there was any need. He walked over to the junction and looked the length of Bromide Street, then back along Thomas. There was no one about. A blind moved in the side window of a 2-story, 50 meters down the road, and a few other shadows suggesting other people in other windows. No one came out to inquire about the 2 bodies they'd just loaded into the van. That worried him almost as much as the thug with the gun. He rubbed his throat. It was sore, but the pain was fading. His forehead was throbbing again, but that helped him focus. He moved into the van's shadow. Within 24 hours, he'd been punched in the head and then nearly strangled to death. And that was aside from the nightmare of the crashed plane. Wishing that he'd never come to Australia was all well and good, but that would have left him stranded in America, where surely things were far worse. The only other option to Broken Hill was going with the pilots to Melbourne. But wasn't that where Inspector Kwong had said the gangster had come from? Kwong and Liu came outside. I'll see you at home later, Liu said, and headed off down the street while the inspector fetched some police tape from the van. Can you give me a hand? Kwong asked. Thanks. I've sent you to get a car and your sister. There's a ute load of meat left in the freezer. No point in letting it go to waste. You don't mind helping me with the van? Of course not. To do what? To go to the crematorium, she said. Unless you want to go to the hospital. No, I'm fine. Just bruised. This isn't how my week usually goes. You and me both, she said. She stepped back from the door. That tape won't stop anyone. But what more can I do? The soldiers got an odd message this morning. More a rumour than anything. You know, the people who get bitten don't always turn immediately. Sometimes it can take hours. Because of that, a rumour has started that some people are immune. Over in Perth, they crammed people, visitors and tourists into hotels overnight, locked them in and put guards on the door. But the guards were watching the street, not the stairs. In at least one hotel, they ended up with the virus inside. with the doors locked. There was no escape. When the guards finally opened the doors, the zombies spilled out. That was last night? The night before, Kwong said. It took a while for the story to reach us. Dr. Dodson called Anna, and she confirmed some of it. Thousands of people are dead. Thousands more were infected. She said it's been contained, that it's under control. How did it start? How did the virus get there? Where's Perth? Don't know, and it's the capital of Western Australia. Probably by plane. Possibly from India. The virus is in India? He asked. It's everywhere, Kwong said. They're saying Paris is gone. Tokyo's looking bad. Whether you can believe what they are saying is another matter. New Zealand is doing better than us, and Papua New Guinea is doing a bit worse. Of course, I don't know whether they can be believed either. You've been through a lot. How are you coping with it? I don't know. Trying not to think about it, I guess. Probably for the best. Civilization is on the ropes. We had 20 soldiers arrive last night. 5 retirees turned up at the barracks the moment they heard about Manhattan. 5 are Kiwis. A couple of Poms. It's just the start. Everyone's about to be conscripted. We'll all be soldiers and farmers. There's no safety in the coast. You mean Melbourne, where the pilots are going? I do. Last week, if a criminal like that turned up dead, we'd have a task force here within hours, and half the country's press a couple of hours after that. Now, it's not even worth an autopsy. You and your sister seem handy, competent. We could use you around here. We could use everyone we can get. She looked up and down the empty street, but most of them have already left. Chapter 17. Highway to Hell. The Silver City Highway. When they reached the cemetery, he finally saw the traffic that had been missing since they'd left the airfield's quarantine. 2 coroner's vans were in the driveway leading to the crematorium, while a trio of hearses, their windows covered in blue plastic, were waiting for the other vehicles to move so they could enter. What's going on? Pete asked. Is it a funeral? Not exactly, Kwong said. Yesterday, a church group went down to the creek and killed themselves. Oh. He wasn't sure what else to say. How many died? 10 men, 15 women, 8 children, she said. I'm sorry. He now better understood why she'd only shown a cursory interest in the hitman. She pulled the van in behind the hearse. We couldn't leave the bodies by the creek. It's dry now, but come the wet, it won't be. Assuming the rains come. She leaned forward, eyeing the sky. She leaned back. 33 dead, plus Mr. Thurlow. I won't count the gangster, but it's only the beginning. The line of traffic inched forward, and Kwong followed them into the cemetery's grounds. She stopped the van next to a hearse. If you wait here, I'll see what's what, Kwong said. She got out and walked over to the entrance, where the group of drivers were gathered in quiet conversation. Pete got out, leaned against the van, and scanned the sky for clouds. It was better than thinking of all the death surrounding him. Pete Guinn, meet Charlie Green, Kwong said. The inspector had returned with a balding man wearing a suit and tie, despite the day's growing heat. Charlie runs the funeral home. The funeral director gave Pete a practiced nod, and what was clearly just as practiced a greeting. I wish we were meeting under other circumstances. It's Joey Thurlow. Kwong opened the rear doors of the van. The other is the criminal. Of course, Charlie Green said. Poor old Joey. Always ran the sausage sizzle during elections. Said that was why he'd never run for office. Would have been a conflict of interest. A good soul. A good man. He'll be missed. Liam, Sean, he added, calling over his shoulder. Bring the stretcher, and take off your hats. Show some respect. Mr. Thurlow was carefully lifted out of the van, as carelessly as he'd been dumped into it. So was the assassin. Be a stranger, Charlie said to the inspector. If I can, she said. Charlie Green gave Pete a nod and headed inside. And that's it, isn't it? Pete said. An attempted murder and a heart attack and we're done? For now, yes, Kwong said. Sorry you weren't needed here. I didn't think they'd be back so soon from the creek. If you head back up this road, you'll be in the centre of town, probably in time to meet Liu and your sister at the cafe. You're not coming? Not directly. They flew the helicopter over the creek. On its way out, it saw a dirt bike abandoned on the highway a couple of miles away. There's no people, she added. No bodies, but we don't want to leave it there. I'm going to collect it, then check in on a few of the outlying properties. I can give you a hand if you want, Pete said. I'd like to be useful. You've made up your mind then? I think so, he said. I think I'm staying. I mean, yeah, I'm not really qualified for anything. Wherever I go, I'll be doing some heavy lifting, so why not start now, out here? Good on you. Glad to have you aboard. He shook his head. Something wrong? She asked. Kind of. We accidentally killed someone an hour ago, and the response has been to deputize me. Recruited, not deputized, she said. Dr. Dodson vouches for your sister. That's why I didn't mind you bunking with Liu and Bobby. I trust the doc's judgment about as much as I trust anyone's on this planet. Liu didn't ask me to get rid of you two last night, or this morning, so she trusts you too. You helped her out back at the cafe, and offered to help me when half my department vanished the moment they heard about the bodies at the creek. Perth is on fire. You're not a complete basket case after the plane wreck, and you're holding it together after this morning. Desperate times. Aren't they just? Inspector Kwong stopped the van 40 meters from the dirt bike abandoned on the Silver City Highway, 3 kilometers north of Broken Hill. She didn't get out immediately, but checked the mirrors and windows. I can't see movement, Pete said. And I can't see a body, Kwong said. You can wait here if you like. She unclipped the button on her holster before getting outside. Hand on the hilt of her weapon, eyes alert, she walked towards the fallen bike. Pete weighed what she'd said, but it had been a suggestion rather than a command. He climbed out. She glanced over her shoulder, gave a nod, then continued her methodical approach to the abandoned bike. There's no body, Kwong said, but there's blood on the handlebars. I don't recognize the bike. That doesn't mean much. Do you see the green paint on the road? That's where it skidded on the underside before coming to rest. No serious damage to the bike. She followed the flecks of paint along the road until she reached the verge. There's tire marks in the dirt. Looks like someone made it to the road, then fell off. And walked away? Not back into town, Kwong said. And why leave the bike? Unless they saw someone on the road. Got a lift, but again, why leave the bike? Can't have been room for it. So we're looking for a car. Grab some gloves, then pick up the bike, put it in the van. No point in leaving it out here. He retrieved the gloves, but paused after he'd picked the bike up. There was more blood than he first thought. You don't think it's zombies? Kwong had walked 30 meters up the road. I think it was a car, she said. There's tire marks here. And heading north. She walked back to the police van. The plane didn't crash that far from here, Pete said. Captain Hooker thought they got all the passengers, Kwong said. But even if he didn't, that's 300 kilometers away. No way someone could have walked that far in 2 days. And on 2 of the hottest days on record. That would be enough to kill a person. It has to have at least slowed a zombie down. Unless they can run, Pete said. Not heard any reports to say they can, Kwong said. And things are bad enough without imagining they're any worse. Someone on a dirt bike skidded, fell, and was injured. Someone in a passing car took them north. Since they didn't then come to town, I'm going to guess it's not a serious injury. There's a few properties up ahead. We'll pop in, see if anyone's still there, and if they saw anything. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. They got back in the van and drove north. Do you see the cart? Kwong asked. Up ahead, to the right? Oh, I saw that when I was on my way to my sister, Pete said, glancing at the amber and lime kite floating above them. Although I think it was a different color, so I guess it was a different kite. That's the Beecham place, Kwong said. Casey was a jellaroo up at the cattle station in Queensland. Took up teaching after she got married. Jono was in the army, PTS. Prefers it out here to the bustle of the big city. That's what he thinks of Broken Hill. He makes the kites, sells them online. It's a big kite, Nearly a hang glider, she said. Nearly, but not quite. There's a balloon above it. Keeps it afloat. She stopped on the road. Gate's open. Says the driver's side door to the car. Wait here. Again she got out, walking through the gate and up to the house. Casey? She called. Jono? She pushed the front door open and went inside. Pete took that as his cue, got out, and walked through the gate. Angular metal statues were planted where a lawn should be. They told a story, Pete was sure, but like most art, it went so far over his head it would take more than a leap to catch the meaning. None of the statues was more than a meter tall, none shorter than 20 centimeters. Some were circular, some square, but all had the same 10-centimeter width. A few were pointed, but most had rounded ends, and all were polished to reflect the glow from the rising sun. He was weighing up whether it might be a three-dimensional plan for a city, or an elaborate sundial, when a cacophonous crash came from inside the house. He spun around, taking a cautious step towards the building. A shot rang out. Then another. Then two more in quick succession. He managed 3 steps towards the house when he saw movement to his right. A young woman staggered out into the front yard, green-haired, with clothing that had been entirely green before it was soaked in blood. "Are you okay?" he asked. There was something familiar about her, but the flash of recognition vanished as the woman's face twitched. Her teeth snapped together, and she lurched towards him. Her gait was unsteady, the limbs moving jerkily, as if each joint was independent of the others. Pete stepped back. Are you... He didn't finish the question, but he already knew the answer. A gobbet of bloody flesh fell from the woman's mouth. "You are," Pete said. He looked for a weapon, a tool, an escape. All he saw was a long length of nylon rope on the dusty packed soil. The rope was looped and tied, giving him a hefty coil with a meter-long reach. As he swung, the woman clutched for it, batting it away like a kitten with string. Pete backed away, swinging the coiled rope in a tight figure of 8. The woman lurched forward, thrusting her arm before her. It caught in the looped rope, and when she swung her arm sideways, it was tugged from his hands. Pete skipped back 3 paces, trying to give himself space to think, but he'd forgotten about the forest of metal statues. His feet knocked into them, kicking one over and under his foot. He slipped, falling backwards with a rattling clatter, scattering the display. He grabbed the nearest metal column, hurling it easily up at the zombie, and only then realized that they were hollow, flimsy and unlikely to hurt anyone. His throw was off. He missed, and the zombie lurched on. Her hands were in front, her mouth snapping open and closed, her unseeing eyes fixed on his. A gunshot echoed, and the zombie crumpled to the ground. "Are you okay?" Kwong called out. "Pete, talk to me." She ran over, weapon trained on the downed zombie. "I'm alive. Fine." "She bought you?" "No," he said, pushing himself to his feet. "Let me take a look at you." "No, you look fine." "The girl was inside?" he asked. "No. Casey and John are dead. Infected. Zombies. I just shot them. I think the house is clear, but go and wait in the van until I finish searching it." "The van? Right. Sure." He made it to the vehicle before he retched. He got inside, pulled the door closed, and felt no safer. He didn't want to go home. He wanted to go back in time, to any time before this nightmare began. One corpse led to another, and it never seemed to stop. Because it wouldn't. No. This was how the world was. A living nightmare from which there would be no waking, no hiding, no escape. Nothing but the thin hope he would see the sunset and the dawn that followed. Quietly, he cried. There was a tap on the van's window. Pete jumped, but it was only Tess Kwong. He opened the door. "You okay?" she asked again. "Fine, just adjusting." "Fair dinkum. I'm not certain what happened here. I think Casey was coming back from town, alone, in the car. She saw the bike, stopped, but the girl had already turned. She drove on, coming home. The zombie followed. The rest is just sadness and pain." "I think I know her," Pete said. "The girl." "You do? How?" "A few hours before the plane crashed, an RV drove up to Corrie's compound. he said. There were 3 people aboard. 3 that we saw, anyway. That girl and her parents. The girl had been sick, cancer, I think, but she'd recovered, and her parents were taking the long route to... I can't remember. Relatives somewhere, but seeing some of Australia on the way. Let me take another look at her. I might recognize her. I shot her in the back of the head. The bullet exited through her face. No one would recognize her now. Tell me about the RV. A camper van, right? Yeah, it was white with green flashes. The bike, that's green. So was her clothing. That's what I remember, all the green. They didn't know about the outbreak. Their radio didn't work. We said there'd been an outbreak, but not that it was zombies. We told them to come back to town. They must have turned the radio on, heard what was happening, and decided they were safer on their own. This was a few hours before the plane crash. Kwong asked. I guess they can't have travelled far from the fence. I better call this in. Get Captain Hawker to take a helicopter back up to look for the RV. While I'm doing that, can you get 3 body bags out from the back? Body bags? We can't leave them here. Chapter 18. The Rosewood Cartel. Gaffney Street. Broken Hill. Where have you been? Corrie asked as Pete trudged up the drive. She and Liu were unloading an odd assortment of bags from her car. What's that in your hand? Liu asked. Is that the looter's gun? Pete held the evidence bag up. Inspector Kwong gave it to me at the crematorium. She said there was no point letting it rust in the evidence lockup. What happened? Corrie asked. It's a long story, he said. Do you remember that RV that came through the Outback just before that plane crashed? Sure, Corrie said. They got infected. The girl, the daughter, she didn't turn immediately. Managed to make it to a house belonging to... I can't remember their names. It's on the Silver City Highway, has a kite flying above it. Jono and Casey's, Liu said. Are they okay? They're dead, Pete said. So's the girl. Inspector Kwong shot them. They were infected, zombies. She said I should take the gun, just in case. Huh. I guess it wasn't as long a story as I thought. Casey taught Bobby a couple of years ago, Liu said. I'm sorry, Pete said, and wished there was something more comforting he could say. 20 minutes later, when he stepped out of the bungalow's small shower room, he found Corrie sitting on the sofa. I forgot where it was, he said, pulling the towel around his waist. How are you doing? She said, standing up and turning away. I don't know, he said as he hurriedly dressed. I really don't. Half of me is terrified. Half of me is saying that it doesn't matter how I feel because we're stuck here. Half is saying that however bad it is here, Olivia has it worse, since we're really only dealing with a plane wreck, not a continent in flames. And the other half is saying that's way too many halves. You were never good at math, she said. Those people in the RV, they must have decided they'd be safer in the Outback than back in town, and they stayed close to the plane crash. Or they saw the smoke and went to investigate, to help, Corrie said. I wouldn't dwell on it. I'm not. Inspector Kwong radioed the soldiers. They're going to look for the RV, but based on the fuel left in the dirt bike, it can't be more than 30 kilometers away. That's a day's walk, and it had to have happened at least a day ago. That's why she gave me the gun. So, yeah, I'm not really dwelling on it. Just trying to get my head around how much has changed. This morning, Liu and I killed a man, albeit in self-defense. Instead of being questioned, the inspector basically gave me a job. And now she's given me a gun. Things are clearly bad. I can see that. I just can't get my head around how bad they really are. I mean, out there, outside, it all still looks so normal. I know exactly what you mean, she said. Or almost exactly. But getting stuck inside your head isn't going to help. Liu said she's going to fire up a grill. There's too much meat to store, so she wants to throw a barbecue. Invite over all her neighbors. I don't think I could face a barbecue, he said. Not after the plane wreck. I don't think I could even face food, he added, but his stomach gave a treacherous growl of disagreement. Either way, since they're going to be our neighbors too, we should help. Corrie picked up the evidence bag. We shouldn't leave this around. Not with Bobby in the house. Maybe I should look after it, though.
She opened the bag and loaded the loose round into the magazine. That went into one pocket, the pistol into another. After a second's hesitation, she pocketed the suppressor as well. Pete followed Corrie up to the house. Music was coming from the direction of the bedrooms, but with too slow a beat for it to be playing that loud in anything but childish frustration. Liu was in the kitchen, a bulging freezer bag on the table.
They didn't want the meat,
Corrie asked.
Neither cooked nor frozen,
Liu said.
They're leaving. Off the streeties. They're driving off together, asked if we'd like to go with them. Bobby and me. I'm not sure you're invited.
Oh, Pete said. He sat at the table. Are you going to leave?
They're driving to Wollongong,
Liu said. Where's that? Pete asked.
About 1,000 kilometres east, on the coast, south of Sydney,
Liu said. She angrily filled the kettle.
She and sister has a small hotel.
She slammed the kettle on.
Apparently, it has a campsite. It's the first I've heard about it. Reckon they'll go there to start with.
She gripped the counter.
Sorry. It's just that money's tight. It's always tight. Even tighter now that Clemmy's abroad. Yes, Scott works for an airline, which means we can get a free cargo flight to the mine of our choice. But it's not exactly a destination getaway. A discounted stay at a campsite would have been more than welcome many a time, and Jen knew it. I don't know. Maybe she's not close to her sister. It's not important now. My anger's more that they've been talking about this for days and didn't mention it. No one did. Will I go? I don't know. I can't see how it would be safer than here.
After this morning? Pete asked. Can it be more dangerous?
It's precisely because of this morning that I'm hesitating,
Liu said.
Tess said there'd been a lot of looting, but people took what they needed and left. On the coast, there'd be nowhere to go to. People would take what they wanted, then stay and take some more. Out here, people have to help one another. It's a different way of life. You help each other because you're certainly going to want that help yourself one day soon. You bank the goodwill. On the coast, we'd be outsiders among other strangers. We'd be giving up everything. Of course, you've both lost everything already, haven't you? And I suppose that's it. If we leave, we're leaving it all behind. For years we thought we might have to, until we settled here. This is the first house in 20 years where we didn't panic any time we saw a stranger walking up the path. I'm holding onto the house because it's where our family was together. If I leave, I'm worried I'll never see Scott or Clemmy again, but staying won't bring them back to me.
Outside came the sound of an engine. They all crossed to the window, but it wasn't people leaving. It was Inspector Kwong, arriving in the police van.
"G'day,"
Kwong said.
"How you doing, Pete?"
"Still alive," he said.
"Good to hear."
"Did you tell them about Casey and Jono?"
"He did,"
Liu said.
"Sad business,"
Kwong said. "A helicopter's gone up to look for the camper van. We'll see what it finds. Looks busy out there. Your neighbours all leaving."
"This afternoon, Tess,"
Liu said.
"About 4 is the plan."
"To go where?"
"Wollongong."
"You thinking of going with them?" Kwong asked.
"Would you?"
Liu replied.
"No, I'd advise against it,"
Kwong said.
"Then we won't,"
Liu said.
"Will you stop them from going?"
Corrie asked.
"Not exactly,"
Kwong said.
"We're putting together a road convoy to go to Adelaide, leaving tomorrow, at dawn. The army's sending an escort. Should arrive around 2 a.m. If people want to leave, after what happened to Jono and Casey, I'd prefer they left together, and with the escort. But I don't have enough cells to lock them up, and don't have the time to try. I'll let them sweat for a few more minutes, then go have a word." "What's happening in Adelaide?"
Liu asked.
"Not a clue,"
Kwong said.
"The road convoy is only for people with vehicles. Locals, in other words. Everyone else is being put on a train. They should arrive overnight." "They're going to Adelaide as well?"
Liu asked.
"No, Singleton, I think. That's what they're saying. They want the miners. They're taking the tourists too, but it's the miners they want." Putting two together with another two, Captain Hawker heard on a military frequency. They want to hack as much coal and iron ore out of the ground as they can. Create a stockpile. I don't think it's for export, so I assume it's for us. The mines are open-cased, and the machinery is mostly automated, Liu said. Kwong shrugged. I'm passing on rumours. I think the real goal is to keep people busy, and to give them an impression that there's a plan. I bet a lot will end up farming. Or maybe that's what'll happen to the mob who end up in Adelaide. Like I said, most of what I know is rumour. Other than the military are arriving tonight, and the train soon after. And what's going to happen to everyone who stays? Liu asked. I'm not sure, Kwong said. Broken Hill will be a resupply centre and infrastructure conduit. Whatever that means. We're to expect 4 cargo planes later this afternoon. A few more overnight. Not sure what'll be on them. She turned to Pete and Corrie. But if you two don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, Mick could use a hand unloading them. I'd like to keep as many uniforms in town, as visible as they can be. At least until the trains have left tomorrow. Oh, one more thing. It's not much comfort, but that bloke who died in the Thurlow's Cafe, he definitely was involved in the drug business. How do you know? Liu asked. As Charlie was prepping him for cremation, he found a tattoo on the corpse's arm. A branch with 3 leaves, from which a 4th had fallen off. The 3-leafed branch is a tattoo used by a group calling themselves the Rosewood Cartel. They're the mob that was muscling their way into the coastal cities. It's good news, I'd say. Means he was probably just looking for a car so he could drive back there. What? She added, looking at Corrie. I think, Corrie began. I think he was after Pete. You do? Why? Kwong turned to Pete. What's your connection to an international drugs gang? He's got none, Corrie said quickly. Lisa Kempton does. A long time ago I worked for her. She had this idea that the way to beat people like the cartel was to befriend them and tear them down from the inside. When I found out, I quit. I went off-grid, and I came here. I stayed away from America and Pete, to keep him safe. It wasn't Kempton I was worried about, but the cartel. You didn't think of going to the authorities? Kwong asked. I did. I tried. But the cartel had people in the FBI, and so did Kempton. That's why I went on the run. Everything she was trying to do was a disaster waiting to happen. I stayed out of it and figured Pete was safe, because he was just a wage slave with whom I had no contact. From what we were told, this cartel was more like a syndicate running franchises across the world, Kwong said. They recruit on the streets and in the prisons, and all recruits get a tattoo. Once marked, you can never quit. Add to that, they control 24% of global distribution. Or was it production? I forget. My point is, the tattoo is pretty common, even in Australia. So why specifically do you think this is connected to Pete? Because the killer looked at his phone, Pete said. He did, didn't he? He added, turning to Liu. He was looking at something on his phone. It had to be a photo of me. He was confirming I was the person he was after. Okay, maybe, Kwong said. She turned back to Corrie. Why? I don't know, truly, but Kempton sent her own private plane to find me. Except those 2 pilots, they're senior executives, members of her inner circle. I was wondering about that, but then the plane crashed and we had other things to worry about. Wondering what about these pilots? Kwong asked. I used to work for Kempton, yes, Corrie said. And I was good, very good. But I haven't touched a computer in years. I'm out of date. All she wanted me to do was activate some old code. It only took a few minutes. She didn't need to send Pete. Unless him coming here was just smoke and mirrors. Why send people in her inner circle to fly the plane? Why not a normal pilot? Why not send Pete on a commercial flight? Why not? Kwong asked. And why was that gangster after me? Pete asked. Because he wanted a way out of here, Corrie said. I'm guessing, but out of the 3 of you on the plane, who is more likely to be the pilot? One of the 2 multimillionaires, or the guy sent off into the Outback on his own? And what if that hitman was in town specifically to meet those 2, to sell them information on the cartel? Interesting, Kwong said. And I think you and I need to have a long chat about this. Not here, though, Corrie said. If he was after Pete, and he wasn't alone, We don't want his friends coming here to endanger Liu and Bobby. I'm sorry, Liu. I didn't realize. We've all got a pest, Liu said. No, she's right, Pete said. We should go. Fine, Kwong said. I've got to speak to the people next door. You two go to the airfield. We'll talk later. As empty-handed as they'd been when they arrived, Pete and Corrie left. Chapter 19. Missing Guests. The Sunrise Inn, Broken Hill. Feels cooler, Pete said, as he and Corrie walked away from Liu Higson's home. Maybe it won't be as hot as yesterday. And now I'm out of small talk. Was that cartel guy really after me? I don't know, Corrie said. Or after the plane? I don't know that either, she said. Or connected to Kempton? Again, I don't know, she said. But there's more going on than you told the inspector, and there's more going on than you've told me. Yes, but I don't think any of it matters, she said. I hope it doesn't matter. Because zombies change everything, Pete said. I hope they do. Well, like what? I don't want to say, she said. Not until I've thought all of this through. Inspector Kwong will have more questions, and the only way to answer them is truthfully. So, for now, the less you know, the better. They really are leaving, Pete said, as they approached a family tying a stack of suitcases to a roof rack. The tipping point was reached yesterday, Corrie said. So many of the people have now left, it's impossible to pretend the town will return to what it was. As the school teachers and store owners leave, it has to become clear, even to the most stubborn of ostriches, that things are never going to return to what they once were. Left or died, Pete said. A teacher and the owner of a cafe died this morning. And as news of that joins stories of the plane wreck and the rumors that are circulating and growing, then people start thinking they should get going because the going will never be as good as it is now. They're making the right choice, Pete said. Yesterday I'd have said it was safer to stay put, but not after what happened at that house along the highway. The zombies are already here. This place is as dangerous as anywhere else. I guess that's why they've arranged those convoys, Corrie said. Mining or farming or fighting. That's what we'll all be doing soon enough and forever after. Maybe the smart thing to do is volunteer and so jump to the front of the line. There's one last option for us, Pete said. The pilots are going to Melbourne. We could go with them. We'd still end up on a government farm, Corrie said. Maybe, probably, but it might be safer. For you, I mean. You've admitted there's stuff you won't tell me, but the inspector won't be brushed off so easily. If we end up on some farm with thousands of other tourists, we'll blend in with the crowd. We can hide. We could end up somewhere worse than a farm, and worse than here, Corrie said. Pete stopped. How? How could it be worse? The door to the nearest house opened. A pair of young men stepped out. One held a cricket bat, the other a hammer. They seemed surprised to see people. G'day, Corrie said. She took Pete's arm and started him moving again. 31, Pete said. That's the number of bodies I've seen this week. 3 at the house on Silver City Highway. Mr. Thurlow and that gangster make 5. 26 at the compound, and that makes 31. It's not counting the bodies in the hearses that were heading to the crematorium. I didn't tell you about them, did I? There were more than 26 bodies in the plane, she said. I can only remember the faces of 26 of them. Well, don't, she said. But you have a point. You got hit in the face because of our accents. Someone tried to kill you because they saw you get off that plane. Maybe it's best we disappear into a crowd. I don't know if the pilots will let us. Let's see what they have to say, Pete said, and what their plan is when they get to Melbourne. We can make up our minds after. The street outside the hotel was deserted. So was the lobby. Broken glass littered the floor, while the standing lamp lay broken in half against the reception desk. Where's the room? Corrie whispered. More glass crunched underfoot as Pete led her through the fire doors and to the stairwell, now littered with broken bottles and filled with a bathroom stench. They climbed into darkness, passing one broken light after another. At the top of the stairs,
Corrie dropped her hands to her pockets, but she didn't extract the gun. Pete pushed the stairwell door open. In a room to the right, someone sobbed. Add that to the smell of fat burning on an open flame, and it seemed increasingly like hell. Someone was cooking. That was all, he told himself, but wasted no more time in hurrying down the corridor to the room which Rampton and Jackson had occupied. The door's lock was broken. Finally, Corrie drew gun and magazine, loaded the weapon, then gestured Pete should push the door open. He did, and Corrie stepped inside, weapon raised. Pete followed her in, and into a chaotic jumble of upturned furniture and discarded bedding. "Empty," Corrie said. She moved to the bathroom. "And empty. Close the door." Pete closed the door to the corridor. "I should have thought of this," he said. "That thug who came looking for me, he must have come here first." "From the look of it, they'd already left," Corrie said. The mattresses had been flipped from the beds, and those had been moved away from the wall. The drawers to the small cabinet unit were open. "Someone searched this place, yes?" Pete said. "What were they looking for?" "I don't know," Corrie said. "They were looking for something, but let's talk about it outside. I don't feel safe in here." She slid the loaded gun into her pocket, leaving her hand in there, too, until they were on the street. "We can forget going to Melbourne now," Pete said. "The pilots must have already left. And you know what? Now I think about it, when I went there, was it only yesterday? Gosh. But the beds were made, their bags were packed, they were ready to leave. And they never wanted us to go with them," Corrie said. "They told you they weren't leaving until today to make sure." "Well, that sucks," Pete said. "Now what? We're running out of options." "Quicker than you think," Corrie said, pointing down the street. "That's the police van." Kwong brought the van to a halt next to them. Liu and Bobby were in the cab next to her. "We came to ask the pilots questions," Corrie said. "A lot of questions, but they've already gone. Someone searched the room after." "Which room?" Kwong asked, getting out. 24, Pete said. "Whitey," the inspector said. Pete smiled at Bobby, but was unsure how to ask the question. "You came with the inspector?" "With everyone on our street leaving. I thought we'd be safer at the airfield," Liu said. "Just for now," she added, "until things have settled down a little. I can help the ground crew, and Bobby can help Dr. Dodson." The boy made a show of pulling out a pair of headphones, putting them on, and turning the music up loud. Liu gave a resigned smile. Inspector Kwong didn't spend long inside. "Are you two coming with us?" she asked. "Yes," Pete said quickly. "What do you think happened in there?" "He was looking for the pilots, but looking for something else as well." "Any ideas what it might be?" "None," Pete said. Kwong nodded. "Kidding," she said. Pete wasn't sure she believed him. Chapter 20. Prayer on a Wing. The Airport. Broken Hill. Pete heaved the last crate from the pallet onto the stack just inside the hangar. "And done," he said to no one at all. He ran his hands through his hair, then wiped them on his trousers. He was covered in sweat and smelled ripe, but it was a hard job well done. Not bad at all. He walked over to the hangar entrance and picked up his water bottle. It was almost empty. He perched on a crate, idly wondering what was inside the boxes he'd just moved. The Red Cross gave a clue, but the possessive army markings dissuaded him from opening any. The cargo planes had arrived 10 minutes after he, Corrie, Liu, and Bobby had reached the airfield, thankfully truncating the inspector's questioning. They were civilian planes, but with a military crew, and the medical cargo which had been hastily dumped on the edge of the runway before the planes departed, as unceremoniously as they'd arrived. Pete's hands had been too full to check a watch he didn't have, but he didn't think the planes had been on the ground for more than half an hour. It was a case of shoulders to the wheel to move the crates until Pete had spotted the forklift at the back of the hangar. He'd operated one back in his warehouse days, and so, finally, he had some expertise applicable to the crisis. Not long after that, Kwong had reappeared, corralling everyone in uniform to help quell a riot at the train station. The trains hadn't arrived, but people were already gathering to board them. Corrie had gone to help guard the road leading to the airfield. Dr. Dodson and Liu had flown a prop plane over the town to make it clear that, if things weren't normal, the airfield hadn't been abandoned. That had left Pete and Bobby and the forklift, with 4 planes worth of crates to shift. It had been relaxing, for him at least, doing something he understood, with a clear goal at the end of it. Bobby soon grew bored, and had taken the first opportunity to help a nurse set up an impromptu operating theater inside the office. Pete hadn't asked why they might need an operating theater at the airfield, and did his best not to think about it as he moved one crate after another until the job was finally done.
Not a bad job at all,
he said to himself. He drained the water bottle. His stomach growled. It was nearing sunset, but he was in no mood to sleep. The heavy labor had given him time to process the events of the day. Mr. Thurlow, the hitman, the undead girl, and the bodies inside the house on the Silver City Highway. It had been a nightmare of a day, enough to send him to therapy for the rest of his life. But it wasn't bothering him. Well, the undead girl was. But that was more a memory of the happy but sick girl standing in the door of the RV at the cabin up by the fence. Her death seemed unfair. The rest of it, though, didn't bother him. The hitman was dead. The pilots were gone. From here on, he had a clean slate. Him and Corrie, together again, with all sins truly forgotten now that the planet's mortal fragility had been exposed. His only immediate problem was his empty water bottle and growling stomach. So he went in search of food and drink. Inside the neighboring hangar, he saw Liu, Bobby, and Dr. Dodson peering at the open-engine cowling of a prop plane. "I'm done with those crates," Pete said. "Are there any others?"
"Not until around 2 a.m.,
Dr. Dodson said.
"That's when the next flight is expected. Springing ammunition."
"Why?" Bobby asked.
"If I knew, I'd tell you,"
Dr. Dodson said.
"Is Inspector Kwong still in town?"
Pete asked.
"With the rest of the soldiers,"
Liu said.
"Keeping the peace until everyone leaves. But they can't depart until the military escort arrives at midnight, give or take. Tess was spreading the word about the convoy to Adelaide, and the train's going east. I think things will stay calm now."
She glanced at her son, casually disordering the tools in the toolbox. Pete could guess what she was thinking, that it would be calm only until the next crisis, but he was happy in the knowledge that was at least a day away.
"I'd say we'll be all right,"
Dodson said.
"Now, mate, a fellow like you, I'll bet you're a bonzer cook."
"If that means good, then no," Pete said. "I've waited tables, but never worked in a kitchen. I live on cereal mostly, with the microwave for when I'm feeling fancy."
"Cereal would be good,"
Bobby said.
"Not for dinner,"
Dodson said.
"A time like this, we could really do without Joey Thurlow. He was a demon with a barbecue."
"Come on, Bobby,"
Liu said.
"It's time you learned how to cook. Pete, can you take that crate of water over to the main gate? I promised your sister, but got distracted by the fuel pump."
"Sure, no problem," Pete said. He picked up the crate and meandered over to the entrance, where he found Corrie wearing a police-issue bulletproof vest and holding a military-grade assault rifle. With her was Private Josie Bramley, the soldier who'd been their watchful angel of mercy during the helicopter journey back from the fence. "Hey, sis, you've enlisted?" Pete asked.
"Not even close. I'm just a warm body who knows how to use a rifle."
It wasn't really an explanation. But was an explanation really needed? After that morning, he knew full well why armed guards were required. The world had changed, and was still changing, but it was the rate of flux that was giving him a weird sense of vertigo, claustrophobia, and nausea.
"Good to see you're still alive,"
Bramley said.
"From what your sister said, it was a close-run thing."
"More than once," Pete said. "And I haven't run since high school, so, He hasn't come up with a metaphor since school either," Corrie said. "I'm not sure I did even then," Pete said. "Is there any news?"
"No,"
Corrie said.
"No gunshots, no smoke, no shouting,"
Bramley said.
"That's good news."
"You've done this before?" Pete asked.
"This is my first real posting,"
Bramley said.
"Didn't expect it to be with the SASR."
"Who?" Pete asked.
"The Special Air Service Regiment,"
Bramley said.
"That's who Captain Hawker's unit are. We were told to fall in and shout out onto helicopters, and I ended up here with them. Not a bad place to be, though, all things considered. It'll be easier still after everyone's been shipped out.
But not everyone will leave tomorrow, Corrie said. Departure is voluntary.
Tomorrow might be voluntary, Bramley said. The next convoy will be compulsory. You think?
Pete asked.
The trains are coming in empty, Bramley said. The stores are closed, and no new stock is coming in. That last cargo flight? That was medicine. The next one is ammunition. Where's the food to keep civilians fed? What's the purpose of them staying here? No, the town's being wound down. It'll be the same everywhere. Be glad you signed up when you did. You got ahead of the herd. You'll be corporals by Easter, and I'll be a general by Christmas. Always fancied being an officer.
Pete nodded. His earlier fears had been confirmed. Bobby brought them a dinner of steak and rice, then had to make a second trip for cutlery. Conversation drifted on between Corrie and the soldier, alternating between stories of archaeologists up by the dingo fence and life and basic training. Pete found a perch in the back of one of the land cruisers parked askew across the road, enjoying the peace and calm until it was shattered by an engine. A truck sped towards them from the town. Bramley dropped her bowl and raised a rifle. Corrie ran to the soldier's side, raising her rifle a little more tentatively. Pete joined them as the approaching truck screeched to a halt 20 meters away. The doors flew open, and 2 people sprang out. They were followed, more cumbersomely, by Stevie Morstan, the man from the chalets.
The airfield's close to civilians, Bramley said.
We want to buy a plane,
Stevie said.
We have money.
If you're not an official flight, you'll be shot down, Bramley said.
Whatever Stevie's original plan had been, it was forgotten when he saw Corrie and Pete.
What are you two doing here?
He demanded.
Guarding the airfield, Corrie said.
What about you? What are you doing?
Americans? Guarding our airfield? Nah,
Stevie said.
Do you know them, Steve-O?
The car's passenger asked. He was a smaller man, wiry, thinner, though of a similar age to Stevie.
It's them as got me arrested,
Stevie said.
You want to leave town, yes?
Bramley said, trying to take back control of the situation.
There's a road convoy leaving tomorrow for Adelaide, or a train heading east. Both leave around dawn. You don't need a ticket, and you can save your money for when you get to the coast.
We hear the story they're selling in town,
Stevie said.
And we're not buying it. We're buying ourselves a flight out of here. We saw the planes come in, we saw them leaving, and we're going to be on the next one.
You can say that all you like, mate, Bramley said, but no one is selling tickets.
Leave it, Steve-O,
the other man said.
We saw what we needed.
Yeah, Stevie said.
Yeah, maybe we did.
They got back in the car and left in a spray of dust.
You know them?
Bramley asked.
That big bloke hit Pete just after we arrived, just for being American,
Corrie said.
Do you think they'll come back?
Pete asked.
Them or someone else,
Corrie said.
They aren't the first to come here asking to fly away. There were a lot more after those cargo planes arrived. But I think, as word about tomorrow's departure spreads, and the closer it gets to night, people are wising up to the idea that the train is the safest and surest way to get out of here.
Pete looked over at the setting sun. He should get some sleep. 2 a.m, and the next cargo flight would come soon enough. What he wanted was a few minutes to talk with Corrie about the pilots and all the rest, but he wasn't going to get it.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm going to find somewhere to sleep,
Pete said.
No worries,
Bramley said. Pete turned back to the runway. The rising buzz of insects told him he wasn't going to manage to sleep outside. He turned back towards the road. The buzz wasn't insects, but engines. Stevie's truck bounced into view, but it wasn't alone. A junkyard of dust-coated trucks, utes, and cars followed in its wake, speeding up as they drew nearer.
They're not going to stop,
Pete hissed. But they did, in a spray of dirt, with Stevie's truck 10 meters from the barricade, and with a soft thump as one of the cars behind didn't brake in time. Bramley kept her rifle lowered as passengers poured out of every vehicle, but she held it tight, her finger not far from the trigger. Kate Morstan climbed out from the lead truck's passenger seat, Stevie from the driver's side. They were unarmed, and so was everyone else that Pete could see, but the way that some were glancing at the back seats and truck beds suggested that could change quickly.
The airport is closed, Bramley said. Only military traffic is allowed in and out. We'll get to that,
Kate Morstan said.
Why are those two here?
Because they volunteered, Bramley said.
It's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it?
Morstan said, though she was speaking to the mob.
A plane from America crashes, bringing the zombies with it. 2 Americans turn up, and now they're guarding our airfield.
Pete wanted to ask what she wanted, whether there was anyone among them who could fly, where they thought they would go. He was sure she had no good answer, but he didn't ask, because the sound of his accent would only push the mob further towards violence.
No one is leaving here by plane, Bramley said. There's a road convoy.
We heard,
Morstan cut in.
Why should we leave? This is our home, our country. They came here bringing the nightmare with them. This is their fault, not ours. Their problem, not ours. Why should we suffer?
This was about to get bad. Pete could see it, and wasn't sure, when it did, whether he should run or fight. And fight who? And with what?
Hey, what are you lot doing here?
Dr. Dodson demanded, running onto the road.
Why aren't you home looking after your kids? This is no way to set an example. We're here because...
Morstan began, but Dr. Dodson cut her off.
Do you want to storm the airfield?
He asked.
Kill us all, is that your plan? You've got the numbers. But then what? Where's your pilot? I can't see one. Are you going to point a gun at one of us, make us fly? Maybe we will. But what do you think happens when you land? I'll tell you what'll happen. You'll be handcuffed, put up against a wall, and shot. You don't want a plane. You want a time machine. We all do. Well, you've got trucks and cars. You think you'll stand a better chance on your own? Go, drive away. Take your chances in the Outback. Or join the convoy tomorrow. Or maybe you could try to help us as we help each other ride out this storm.
The people at the rear were wavering, but Morstan and Stevie had come too far to back down, even if there was no future in going forward.
And what about them?
Stevie growled.
There,
Morstan cut in, pointing towards the sunset.
You see? I told you they were lying. I told you they were flights. There's a plane.
Dodson turned around. So did Pete and Corrie, though Bramley kept her eyes forward and her hand close to the trigger.
It's the Flying Padre, Dodson said. He shouldn't be coming here.
Look at the wings, Corrie said. Is that normal? The plane wobbled and dipped, rising, then falling as it neared the runway.
It's going to crash,
Pete whispered. The words were echoed behind him. Dodson began running. Without thinking, Pete ran after him. When he spared a glance back at the mob by the road, he saw they were waiting, not leaving. Not yet. But nor were they following. Pete slowed when he reached the runway, his eyes on the single-engine plane as it bucked, twisted 40 degrees, and he was sure it was going to crash, but somehow it leveled off within a meter of the runway. It hit, rather than landed, skimming back into the air before bouncing down again. The engine cut out. The plane kept moving, skidding, turning, leaving the runway, casting a plume of dirt as it came to a final rest. When Pete had slowed, Dodson hadn't. He seemed to know where the plane would stop and was sprinting into the dust cloud kicked up during the near crash. From the office, the hangars, and further down the runway, people ran toward the plane, coughing and gagging on the settling dust. Pete reached the aircraft before them, but after the doctor. Dodson had thrown open the door. 5 people had crammed themselves into the small plane, and all had been thrown about during the near-crash landing. All were covered in bloody bandages. Pete stepped back as the nearest prone figure moaned. But then she swore.
What happened?
Dodson asked.
We were overrun,
the pilot said, unstrapping his harness.
Zombies?
Pete asked.
People,
the pilot said.
Shot us up pretty bad, and that was before we took off.
We've got multiple bullet wounds, blood loss. These 2 are unconscious,
Dodson said.
Can you walk, mate? Out you get.
A nurse, Lisa Glebe, reached the plane, a medical kit in her hands. Liu was a few stops behind with a stretcher in hers.
Where's the ambulance?
Dodson asked. At the hospital, Nurse Glebe said.
Both of them?
Dodson asked.
They're meant to be here. Never mind. Get this woman into the operating theatre. Stop the bleeding. Liu, find me a truck. Anything with a flatbed or tray. Try by the entrance. There's plenty of vehicles there. And then tell the rest of that mob to shift themselves. We've a real emergency. They can help or leave, but they can't stay.
Pete found himself on one end of the stretcher, Nurse Glebe on the other, a woman with a bandage on her arm and shoulder lying between them.
"What's happening at the road?"
Nurse Glebe asked as they ran the patient back to the office.
"People want to catch a plane,"
Pete said. They carried the stretcher up the shallow steps inside and down the hallway to a room that had been scrubbed spotless. 3 examination beds had been set up. Between them were lights and drips, with trays of medical instruments on the plastic-covered counter at the rear.
"Were we expecting this?"
Pete asked.
"Not this, and not yet,"
Glebe said.
"Help me get her onto the bed."
"What's your name, ma'am?"
"Rita,"
the injured woman said through gritted teeth.
"There,"
Glebe said.
"Looks like you've lost a lot of blood. I'm going to stop the bleeding, and then we'll take you to the hospital. It's all quite common, nothing to worry about. But I've got to remove these soiled bandages. It's going to hurt a bit, but that'll be the worst of it over. Were these bandages applied in the plane? Pete, those scissors from the tray behind you. But gloves first." "Gloves, right."
He handed her the box. She pulled on a pair.
"You put on a pair too,"
she added.
"Then the scissors. What happened to you, Rita?"
she added, turning back to the patient.
"The cattle station was overrun,"
she said through gritted teeth.
"We tried to fight. Everyone started shooting."
Pete struggled with the gloves. Donning them was far more difficult than the TV shows made out. He handed the nurse the scissors.
"It feels worse than it is,"
Glebe said, cutting at the dark-stained bandages.
"And you've come to the right place. We're turning the airfield into a clearing station for injured from the front line. Always wondered where the front line was going to be. But I guess it was wherever you came from. Where was that?"
There was a muted report of a gunshot from outside.
"It's those idiots by the front gate,"
Pete said.
"Go and see what's going on,"
Glebe said.
"If we can't get her to the hospital, I need to know."
"Got it." Pete left the room, heading through the building to the exit facing the town. He opened the door in time to see the trucks and cars skidding a turn as they drove away.
"A shot over their heads. That was all it took,"
he said. He breathed the evening air. One crisis had solved another, and as soon as the patient was taken to the hospital, this one would be over too. He went back inside to tell the nurse. A scream echoed around the building, abruptly cut short. He sprinted back to the impromptu operating theater, expecting to see Rita had died. But she was sitting upright, her face slick with blood. The nurse had collapsed to the floor. Blood dribbled from Rita's slack mouth as she fell from the examination couch. Instinctively, Pete took a step towards her, until she threw her arm out, clawing and grabbing towards his leg. He backed away, banging into the door, accidentally knocking it closed. He tried to scream, tried to yell, but all that came out was the single word, zombie. He reached for the door handle, but the zombie lurched forwards, and he had to step back and away from the door. He grabbed a drip stand and hurled it at the blood-coated woman. The snarling monstrosity batted it out of the way. Her hand tangled in the slender tube, so when she launched another clawing swing, the stand moved with her, rattling on 2 wheels before tumbling sideways to the floor. With another grasping jerk, Rita tore her hand free. Pete ducked around the nearest bed, and now it and the zombie were between him and the room's only door. He shoved the bed towards the undead woman. It was heavier than he'd realized and barely moved. In a desperate search for weapons or an escape, he saw the tray of medical implements and grabbed a scalpel. The zombie leaned over the bed, not quite trying to climb, not quite trying to push. It was almost as if she was trying to walk through it. Pete slashed the scalpel at her face, slicing a neat line through the flesh above her eyes. Red-brown pus oozed out, but Rita didn't stop clawing and grasping, snapping her blood-blackened teeth as she pushed the bed inch by inch towards him. He backed up a pace, and now he was against the counter. The zombie came on. In another few seconds, Pete would be trapped. He screamed. The zombie didn't. He looked around again and grabbed the only thing he could reach, the monitor for the portable EKG machine. It was smaller than a microwave, but heavier. He swung it at Rita's head. The first blow broke teeth, but didn't stop the mouth from snapping. The second blow cracked bone. She dropped onto the bed. He raised the monitor above his head, smashing it down on the twitching zombie's skull, spraying red-brown pus over the bed and himself. He dropped the monitor. "I'm sorry," he said, the words hollow to his ears. A hand curled around his foot. He looked down and saw Nurse Glebe. A ragged gash on her neck pulsed viscous pus as her head bucked. The gnashing teeth bit air, inching closer to his leg with each snap. He dragged his foot back, kicked at her hand, and clambered up onto the plastic-covered counter, scattering medical implements across the floor. The undead nurse's hand curled around the edge of the bed. It tugged, pulling itself upright. "No!" Pete yelled. A shot rang out. The nurse collapsed, a bullet hole in her head. Dr. Dodson stood by the now open door, a small pistol in his hand. "Both dead?" he asked.
"Yes, I'm sorry."
"And you, were you bitten?"
"No, I don't think so. No, I wasn't."
Dodson lowered his gun.
"Two of the others on the plane were infected. Turned. Killed the pilot. The other is being watched."
"Oh, the woman, she said they were overrun. I guess that's what she meant. I thought it was people like Morstan, looters, not the undead."
"That's what they said," Dodson said. "People, not zombies. They lied."
"Why?"
"They thought they were special," Dodson said. "Thought they were immune. No one is special, Pete. No one."
The water ran slow and tepid, rinsing blood and gore from his skin and hair. He rubbed, wanting to scrub and scratch with his fingernails, but didn't dare risk even that smallest of cathartic pleasures. Damp, but not clean, wearing scrubs once more, he sat on the low bench in the 4-person changing room, his head in his hands.
"I've been sent to see if you were bitten,"
Corrie said, opening the door, a rifle in her hands.
"I wasn't,"
he said.
"I believe you. How are you doing?" "I'm alive," he said. "And I guess that's all I can hope for. Now, promise me you won't ask me that question for at least another year."
"Promise," she said, and sat down next to him.
"What happened?"
he asked.
"That's the wrong question,"
Corrie said.
"What's the right one?"
"Where did they come from?" she said.
"And it's a question we don't have an exact answer to. The last of them turned about 5 minutes ago."
"Oh, what do we know?"
"Not much. They were on a cattle station around 50 kilometers away, and they were overrun with the undead. It's the Flying Padre's plane, but he wasn't aboard. We know he, like the flying doctors, was visiting remote settlements to see who was where and to bring back people who didn't need to be there. How they were overrun is a mystery. But from the mix of bullet wounds and bites, they only narrowly escaped." "We don't know how many were left behind?" Pete asked. "It's difficult. The government's shut down the mobile phone network. A few of the stations, settlements, and homesteads have radios, but that's an open channel. You can't ask the world whether they've seen any zombies. I mean, you could, but it would just bring more chaos. Captain Hawker's on his way back from town. He'll take a helicopter up, see if they can find this place, but we don't have much to go on. And night is on its way," Pete said. "Not that it matters, not after this morning. There were zombies a couple of miles outside of town. There will be more." "Yes, I suppose so. I guess the only ray of hope is that all of these people, originally, had to have been infected because of that plane, so maybe this group will be the last." "Some hope." "Yeah. Here." She reached into her pocket and pulled out the pistol. "I've got a rifle now. I think you could use it." He took it uncertainly. "It's not loaded," she said. She handed him the magazine, then the suppressor. "And here's a couple of spare magazines. Inspector Kwong found them for me. I didn't ask from where. I think we're okay with her." "Okay about what?" "The pilots, the hitman, Kempton, all of that," Corrie said. "I've forgotten that was today. Or is it yesterday? Whichever." "She's going to forget it?" "I doubt she'll forget," Corrie said. "But the slate's been put aside. If not entirely, wiped clean. She got a message this afternoon. Most prisoners have been released, sort of. It sounds like they're doing hard labor instead of hard time. But everyone has to work now. So what's the difference between a convict and a conscript? No one is interested in cartels anymore." "I have some questions myself," Pete said. "But they can wait. What happened to Morstan?" "Drove away as soon as the people from that plane turned. Hopefully she kept driving." "Well, that's that then. Is the cargo plane still expected?" In a few hours. Then we better find Inspector Kwong. Did you say she was here on the airfield? Why do you want to see her? To get some body bags for all those zombies, Pete said. Chapter 21. The Road to Menindee. Menindee Road, New South Wales. 24th February. I know why you don't want me to go up in the plane, Liu said to her son. You always hated it when your dad was away. Now he's on the other side of the world, and your sister is stuck at the top of it. But that's not the fault of the plane. It's because your dad and I made the wrong choices in life. You can be angry at that, or at me, but it won't change that we did what we thought was best at the time. But why don't you come up in the air with me? I'll teach you how to fly. Your dad taught me, and it's not nearly as complicated as it looks. Bet you'll have learned it all in a few hours. There was silence behind the locked bathroom door. Finally, there was a click, and Bobby came out. You'll show me how to fly? Better than that. I'll let you do some of the flying. Deal? Yeah, okay, Bobby said. He followed his mother outside. Liu gave Pete and Corrie a wan smile. Crisis averted, Corrie said, putting the screwdriver down on the nearest shelf. Guess we don't need that. We should get to the railway, see if we're needed there. They certainly weren't needed at the airport. News of the zombies on the Flying Padre's plane had made its way up the chain of command. When the cargo flight of ammunition had arrived, so had 100 soldiers. Pete had hardly been needed for the unloading, and Corrie had been quickly disarmed and replaced as a sentry on the main road. The other soldiers had been deployed to the town. With no gunfire or alarms to break the silence, Pete assumed that the night had been spent peacefully. Certainly, when he'd woken, the only cause for concern was Bobby having locked himself in the bathroom. Barbed wire was going up around the airport. Checkpoints were being established at junctions. Hawkeye-protected mobility vehicles drove through the empty streets, letting themselves be seen. But Pete didn't think there was anyone left watching behind the drawn blinds and shut doors. It seemed like the town belonged to him and Corrie, and to the military, until they neared the train station. It was a series of lines rather than a queue, and made up of hundreds. The soldiers had their eyes trained outwards, their hands off their weapons, giving the impression they were protecting the passengers rather than preventing a riot. Even so, it wasn't just their presence that was keeping the would-be passengers calm. Fear was in the air. Reality had arrived with the Flying Padre's plane. Hell on earth, so far only glimpsed through images on the television, experienced through the inconvenience of shut stores, had reached the remote town. "You here?" Kwong said, crossing the street to meet them. "We came to help," Corrie said. "Good on you, but there's not much for me to do," Kwong said. "But you can walk with me as I walk the line." "Good day for travelling, Dee," she added, speaking to a woman in the crowd with 2 small children clutched close. "Looks like the heat's broken." The refugee gave a tight-lipped smile, but didn't reply. "Things are under control?" Pete asked. "They are," Kwong said. "But I knew they would be. I've a new theory. You're a magnet for danger, Pete. As long as you weren't here, I knew we'd be fine." "I'm yanking the chain, mate. You all right after yesterday?" "I'm still alive," Pete said. "There's the spirit. Each day's a new adventure," Kwong said. She raised a hand, and then her voice, aiming it at a middle-aged, pot-bellied man with 5 suitcases on a wooden handcart. "Packed the kitchen sink in there, Terry?" "Nah, just the fridge," the man replied. "People are carrying a lot," Corrie said, as they continued walking. "There's no restrictions on baggage," Kwong said. "At least no one told me there were. We've been given 6 trains, each with 14 carriages, but my last head count says we'll only need 4 trains. Maybe 5, considering the luggage. What happens to the bags at the other end? That's a different question. One I hope has a happy answer, but time will tell." A plane buzzed overhead. "That's Liu, I think," Corrie said. "Bobby's gone up with her." "He has? Good for him," Kwong said, again raising her voice. "G'day, Steph. Travelling light?" The woman only had a single small bag slung over her shoulder. "Thought I'd do my shopping when I get there," she said. "A bit of shopping, a few weeks on the beach. It'll be a nice break." "Save me a spot," Kwong said. "She thinks this will be over in a few weeks?" Pete asked. "Maybe it will be," Kwong said. "Who can say?" The road convoy finally left about half an hour ago. It took longer than I'd have liked to get everyone together, but it was straightforward enough. This is taking longer still, but if we rush it, we'll get panic. And what would be the point of that? Nah, there aren't as many people as I was expecting. 4,370. Just over 3,000 left with the road convoy. This was a town of 17,000 last month. Add in a few thousand refugees from the Outback, and that leaves a lot who've stayed. Or who've already left, Pete said. People like Liu's neighbours. And I won't know how many until I can go door to door, Kwong said. Has there been any news? Corrie asked. We picked up a few rumours from the soldiers, but I don't know if I should believe them. Rumour is about all I've heard too, Kwong said. There have been a few more outbreaks in Perth. A few ships have been sunk. We had planes arriving from Madagascar, other places too, but a lot from there. I'm somewhat comforted by the sheer number of troops that came here last night. It suggests, at least in New South Wales, this is the biggest danger, and, in a small way, that's helping. The fear of zombies is keeping people calm. Let in the soldiers. Hang on, was she alone? Kwong made a beeline for a teenage girl wearing red shorts, a red t-shirt, and just as red as sunburn. She was alone, dragging a red, hard-shelled suitcase almost as big as she was, with a trumpet case strapped to the top. "Oh yeah," Kwong said kindly. "You're part of that orchestra, aren't you? Where are your mates?" "Gone," the girl said. Her eyes fell on the word police on Kwong's jacket. "They went to Kinchaga National Park, to a campsite by the Menindee Bridge." "Why did they go there?" Kwong asked. "They thought it would be safer than staying here," the girl said. "Because of the museum. They think they'll start a new life there. Farming." "When was this?" Kwong asked. "Yesterday," the girl said. "I just want to go home. The trains will take me home, right?" "Sure, eventually," Kwong said. "Did everyone else in your orchestra go to the national park?" "I think so." She shrugged. "I'm not sure, but no one has left in town." "How did they get there? On foot?" "Car, I think," the girl said. "Are you going to get them?" "I'll check in on them. Make sure they're okay," Kwong said. "Looks like the line's moving. Make sure you get on that train." "No worries," the girl said. "I'm getting on and never looking back." "You didn't ask her many questions," Pete said, as Kwong led them back towards the rear of the slow-moving line. "Because I already know the answers," Kwong said. "We had to chase 2 lots out of Silverton over the last couple of days. That's the town up the road. Plenty of museums in Silverton about mining, about the old way of living. Some people, the people who recognize this isn't going to end soon, they're looking for a piece of land. The smart ones, they've driven off to stay with relatives, friends, and near strangers they barely know, but who've got a patch of land somewhere with a better climate. The not-so-smart ones, mostly the tourists, they see the word museum, they think they can waltz in and pick up where their ancestors left off a century ago." "There are museums in this national park?" Pete asked. "A small one, with a focus on the early days of sheep ranching. It's on the Darling River, and there are a few early Aboriginal settlements of archaeological interest, but I can guess what attracted them. There's a string of freshwater lakes, filled by the river. Considering the weather we've been having, while these kids have been on tour, freshwater is going to be near the top of their list when it comes to starting a community from scratch. What do you say? Do you two fancy a road trip?" The inspector had parked her van outside a pub with broken doors and a broken window. The van had one that nearly matched. Tape covered a small hole, with more tape holding the spiderweb fractures in place. "Had a bit of trouble in town last night," Kwong said. "More looting. It quieted down a bit after the beer ran out, and a lot more when the soldiers arrived." "Speaking of whom," Corrie said, "should we get some?" "Nah. There were 53 people in the orchestra, counting the conductor and a couple of, I'm going to call them chaperones. They're a mixed group, about half from our universities, half from China, part of a cultural exchange scheme which had them performing to rural communities across Australia, with a return leg in China planned for next summer. Guess that's off." "This was the group I put up in the chalets, but Morstan chased them off. I can see why that made them decide to take their chances alone, but it would take all the soldiers here to drag them back. And what for?
To join the back of the queue. We've another train coming in a few days, I'm told. I just want to make sure they've got enough fuel to get back to town, enough food to last them until they decide to return, and that it's not turning all Lord of the Flies out there. She opened the door and climbed in. And if they don't come back in a few days? Pete asked, clambering into the cab. Depends on what's been planned for Broken Hill, Kwong said. Corrie climbed in and closed the door. Kwong started the engine. I thought they're turning the town into a supply hub, Corrie said. Isn't that why the cargo flights landed? That was yesterday's plan. But is it going to be tomorrow's? Kwong said. She pulled the van out into the road, driving slowly through the deserted streets. And what exactly is a supply hub? Supplying who? From where? Why? And why do we need an operating theatre in the airfield? Why do the military have orders to protect the hospital and the solar power plant? Sure, they're obvious assets, worth protecting, but I guess I'm asking whether it's a real plan or if some bloke down in Canberra took a look at a map and started talking without thinking because doing something is better than doing nothing, even if it's only for the benefit of the other people in the room. To be a little more specific, I think that room was the cabinet, and Dodson's been bumped up a few spots. She's in the room, and in the chain of succession, which is suddenly a lot more important than it was last year. To what position? Corrie asked. Her official title was something like Minister for Well-being and Continuing Education, but it amounts to her being in charge of morale. Do you know her well? Pete asked. Anna? She's a few years younger than me. We missed each other in school. Met her dad first, but that was after I joined the police. You grew up here, didn't you? Pete asked. I did. My mom named me Countess Kwong. She didn't speak much English back then, read even less. She saw a photograph of a titled European, thought the woman looked glamorous, and so copied out the caption, but got the title rather than the name. I always tell myself that it could have been worse. I could have been called Picture Above. It's why I go by Tess. It's the usual refugee story. My mom came here with dreams and plans and ended up opening a restaurant, which made her a living until she sold it to Joey Thurlow and bought herself a retirement. Really? It was the cafe where he died? Pete asked. No, this was years ago, Kwong said. I just joined the police. My mom realised I hadn't been kidding when I said I didn't want to take over the family business. Since it wasn't what she'd ever wanted to do either, she didn't take it too hard. Joey wanted to turn it into a franchise. This was just after he'd got back from a trip to Dallas, his head full of plagiarised ideas. But it didn't work without my mom in the kitchen. He switched it to a steakhouse, then sold that to the first mark he could find, broke even on the deal, and the new owners went broke 6 months later. That's the restaurant business for you. But you came back here? Pete asked. As a constable. I took the posting because I thought I knew the town. The Outback couldn't have been more wrong. That's when I got to know Mick Dodson. I learned as much from him as I did anyone else. And I did well. I got promoted to the big city, and promoted again until I ended up promoted back out here. That's a longer story. But I think it's time you told me one of yours. Do you really sell carpets? I do, Pete said. Or I did. Lisa Kempton bought the place just before Christmas. I guess so she could send me here. And she's been trying to stop a cartel? A billionaire going against the mob? What, did she read too many superhero comics growing up? I don't know, Corrie said, except that she was doing that when I left, and still doing it now. So she was either lying to me about wanting to stop them, or not doing a very good job. So why didn't she go to the cops? Kwong asked. She thought the FBI had been infiltrated, Corrie said. I think she was right. Huh, Kwong said. Pete waited for the next question, anxious at how the answer might be received, and just as curious to hear it. But he was disappointed. Guess we don't have to worry about cartels anymore, Kwong said. Guess there's a lot of things from the last month we'll never have to worry about. Never get to enjoy either. With that, she lapsed into silence. Pete leaned back, trying to enjoy the journey. They'd left the town behind and were driving along a road that was little more than a track. It was paved and signed, with telephone poles running alongside them. But the Outback seemed to stretch to infinity on all sides, broken by the occasional mulga tree and more frequent patch of scrubby spinifex grass and encroaching cacti. Stop, slow down, Corrie said. Over there on our left, beneath that grove of golden wattles, there's an RV. Pete leaned forward. Beneath the quartet of acacia trees was a white-sided camper van with green highlights on the sidings.
An RV with green flashes, he said. Like the camper you saw at the fence?
Kwong asked as she slowed, then stopped the van.
I thought Captain Hawker found the RV, Pete said. They were looking for it, but they didn't find it, Kwong said. No wonder, since they were looking north of the town and we're now to the southeast. It might be a different RV, but we've got to check it out. Pete, there's a toolbox behind you. I put a few shotguns in there.
Pete turned around. The toolbox was newly installed, latched but not locked. He handed Kwong a shotgun, then handed another to Corrie with a box of shells. There was a third shotgun in the box, but he took the tire iron lying next to it instead.
You don't want a shotgun?
Kwong asked.
Not until I've spent a few hours on a range, Pete said.
They climbed out. Corrie took the left, Kwong the right, and Pete stayed a few steps behind as they walked slowly towards the battered RV. It took Pete 5 paces before he realized the flaw in his logic. The reason he didn't want a shotgun was a fear that, after all he'd seen, he'd jump at shadows and accidentally shoot his sister. It was a real concern, but the danger from the undead was more real still. And now he had nothing to defend himself with but a meter-long length of steel with a chisel point at one end.
Body,
Kwong said.
2 o'clock. A dead body. Unmoving, she added. Be careful, though.
They slowly approached.
A woman,
Kwong said.
Shot in the head at point-blank range.
I think it's the mother, Corrie said.
It's the necklace, do you see? The 2 dolphins chasing each other. The mother was wearing it. The RV might be a coincidence, but that surely isn't.
We found her in the RV, Pete said.
That's something.
Not really, Kwong said.
Who shot her? Why didn't they report it?
Before Pete could ask why that mattered, there was a clatter from inside the RV. The sound came again, continuing, turning into a banging scrape coming from just behind the door.
The father?
Corrie asked.
Undead, you mean?
Pete said. The door shook.
Pete, open the door, Kwong said. Then step back, move away towards the rear of the vehicle. Corrie, you stay back. Keep your eyes on the surroundings. Remember that someone infected them. That means we've at least one more zombie unaccounted for. I'll finish this.
Pete went to the door, tire iron half raised. He reached out, grabbed the handle, and pulled the door open as the undead father threw himself into it again. The zombie staggered forward, tumbling face first down the steps, landing in the patchwork of withered grass. The zombie rolled, throwing up dust as Kwong moved forward, shotgun raised to her shoulder, her eye looking down the length of the barrel as she moved her weapon with the target, matching the writhing, thrashing father's movement. She fired. The slug slammed into the zombie's neck. The creature stopped thrashing, but kept twitching as Kwong loaded another round and fired again. The sudden stillness seemed to stretch to infinity.
Watch the sights,
Kwong said before marching up the steps, sweeping the shotgun left, then right, then stepping inside.
Nothing. Just another miss. Nothing and no one here.
She came back outside.
Do we need to bag the bodies?
Pete asked.
We can do it on the way back,
Kwong said. She paused by the dead mother.
Someone shot her, but they didn't kill the father inside the RV.
She bent down.
Casings, 9mm, a handgun. Corrie, what's your opinion? Were they the kind of people who'd carry a gun?
I doubt it, assuming they were who they said they were.
So who shot them, and why didn't they report it?
Kwong asked.
And how did they get infected? Hopefully, for whatever reason, this family owned the gun. They killed the zombie that infected them, leaving the body somewhere else. They got this far before the father turned. The other 2 got out, but had been beaten. The mother turned, the girl shot her, took the gun with her and drove, following a compass north until she saw the kite flying in the sky. She peered at the dirt, then walked slowly back towards the van. She stopped. Trouble is, I can't see any tracks for the dirt bike.
You're worried about the gun?
Pete asked. I'm worried about zombies, Kwong said. From now on, we'll have to be careful.
We weren't being careful before?
Corrie asked. Chapter 22. Ghost Town. Menindee, New South Wales. "It's Menindee up ahead," Kwong said. "That sign is for the diesel stop at the northern edge of town. The southern edge is bordered by the Darling River. The campsite is on the other side of the bridge." "We're stopping for gas?" Pete asked as Kwong slowed the van, bringing it to a halt outside the fuel station. "No," Kwong said as she checked the mirrors. "Do you remember that bloke from the train station, with all those suitcases? Terry? Now do you see that car that's been pushed to the curb? The calico 5-door with the red stripes covering the rust? It's Terry's car." "He can't have beaten us here, can he?" Pete asked. "Not in that clunker. Not a week goes by it doesn't break down. The quickest way to get somewhere in that car is to leave it behind. Everyone in town knows it. And none of them would buy it. But some musicians might." She reached for the shotgun. "Finger off the trigger," she said to Corrie. "If we see people, they might actually be the living kind." "Got it," Corrie said. She checked the mirrors herself and climbed out. Pete followed and trailed them over to the car. Though he was more interested in the hint of the town he could see further along the road, it was clearly small, more a hamlet, a settlement, an outpost in the Outback. There was more green, more trees, but no signs of life. Not that he could see, but something made him think they weren't alone. He couldn't place what. "Doors are locked," Kwong said, trying the driver's side. "Same here," Corrie said from the other side. She leaned forward. "There were bags of rice in the back, pasta too. I'm not sure what else, but most of the back seat is full." "The picture is coming into focus," Kwong said. "Well, considering who we're looking for, I should say that the chorus has begun. After they were kicked out of the chalets, I put the musicians up in a string of houses opposite the supermarket. The store was closed, and we'd moved all the food into the stockroom, locking that tight, since that was less labour than moving the food somewhere else. I put some volunteers on guard, not cops or soldiers, but locals. Solid people, reliable, I thought. Then the looting began. The guards had to be redeployed. The stockroom was looted, emptied, and I'd figured it was the people I'd had guarding it, since they disappeared too." "And the musicians stole the food?" Pete asked. "That packaging matches the shop's own brand label," Kwong said. "After they stole the food, carried it across the street, the musicians must have been worried they'd be discovered, charged and prosecuted. That's when they left Broken Hill. As to why they thought they could survive on their own, I think we can blame fear. And I think we can guess what Terry had in his suitcases. Rice must be worth more than its weight in gold. That's how they bought his car." "But there's only one car here," Pete said. "And the food is still in the back." "That's precisely it, isn't it?" Corrie said. "They would have purchased other vehicles, more reliable vehicles, and they had space for the people from this car, but not for the food as well. It's not far from here to the campsite," Kwong said. "They probably decided they could come back for this food, assuming that when they got to the campsite, they didn't keep going. If they did, how would we find them?" Pete asked. "We won't," Kwong said, heading back to the van. "We'll leave the police van here and continue on foot. The engine noise would cover the sound of voices and lose us the element of surprise." She reached inside the van and took out a pair of police windbreakers. "Put these on. Let's look as official as we can. And Pete, you better take this." She handed him her shotgun, and then took the third from the box. "It's not that I think you'll need it, but I don't want to leave the weapons unattended. If they stole all that food, we don't need to worry about this turning into an amateur production of Lord of the Flies. But they might be taking their inspiration from Mad Max. Corrie, you show them how it works. I'll radio in where we are." "The shotgun's heavier than I was expecting," Pete said, as he and Corrie walked a few meters away from the van. "There's the trigger. That's the safety. That's the pump," Corrie said. "No, I've got it," Pete said. "Keep the barrel pointed at the ground," Corrie said, "and be ready for the recoil." And so things change again, Pete said. "What's that?" "I preferred it when I was shifting boxes on the airfield. I know everyone dreams of being an action hero, but the last few years I really just wanted a quiet life. But even the definition of quiet has changed. You must feel the same." "I'm not thinking about it," she said. I'm thinking about finding these musicians, driving back to Broken Hill, and having something to eat. Simple goals, easily attained, with no thought as to what'll happen tomorrow. Trust me, that's the best way. It's what you did when you were on the run? He asked. No, when I got here, Corrie said. On the run, when it was a different city every day, a different country every week, my brain was on fire, always thinking, planning, plotting. It was exhausting, and counterproductive. Back then, I had no idea where the next plane was going to take me, so it was pointless worrying about the flight after that. Now, we didn't expect to come to Menindee this morning, so who knows where we'll be going tomorrow. Makes sense, Pete said. Doesn't make me stop worrying. Me neither. That windbreaker suits you. Police, yeah, he said, looking down. A new career, and I was just getting my head around carpets. What kind of tree is that? He asked, not really interested, but just wanting to talk about anything that was even vaguely normal. Eucalyptus, Corrie said, as in koala bears. Really? He asked, brightening. Sorry, I don't mean you'll see any, not around here. Oh. Closer to the river. You should see some kangaroos or monitor lizards, maybe some emus. Could be a few wombats. Bats? In daytime? No, wombats. They're like a miniature furry hippo. You're kidding. Good news in bed, Kwong said, coming over to join them. The first train's only just left. That's the good news? The bed, Kwong said. Things are still calm. Liu's back on the ground, and she and Bobby have started a barbecue on the street. That's keeping things more than calm. She flew a plane over the road convoy. All looks well with him, and they're now Adelaide's problem. I said we'd call in 2 hours. If we don't, they'll send help. Is this a big town? Pete asked as they walked south along Perry Street. About 500 people, Kwong said. A one-horse town, then? Pete asked. I'd say more like 2 horses, a couple of camels, and a mule train. Camels? There are camels in Australia? Pete asked. They're a big part of our history, Kwong said. You really don't know much about Australia, do you? Boomerangs and kangaroos, Pete said. But I'm learning. He sniffed. That's what it was. I knew there was something odd. I can smell burning. Cooking, I'd say, Kwong said. That's why we're on foot. When the orders came in to empty towns like this, I came here, told everyone they could take as much fuel as they could fit in the tanks and drive to Broken Hill. Or drive south, but they couldn't stay, and I couldn't guarantee the power would stay on. About a quarter came up to Broken Hill and left this morning for Adelaide. I thought everyone else had gone, but I haven't had the time to go door to door to check. Following their noses, they headed towards the scent of charred meat, pausing when they came to more cars, abandoned on the side of the road. I recognise that bed at Honda, Kwong said. There's food in the back, Corrie said. They can't be far away. I can't see smoke, Pete said. I can't really see the rooftops, not above the trees. A musician, a long way from home, heading for a campsite, came across an abandoned town. Kwong said. It sounds like the start of a song, Corrie said. Right. So what's the next verse? Kwong asked. They'd stop here, sure. Take a look around, someone decides to start cooking. It's meat that's burning, and since they're cooking it here, perhaps they found it here too. But where? Somewhere on Menindee Street, a yardle, I guess. I don't think they're armed, and we don't want a gunfight. We're not going to shoot anyone. We just want to remind them that there are some laws that haven't changed, that won't change, no matter what else has. Keep the barrel pointing down, and stay on my left. Corrie, the right. Pete focused on the hard asphalt, the glaring sun catching on a distant window, the sweat trickling down his neck, but found his focus going back to the gun in his hands. When Kwong raised her hand, pointing at something in the road, he was grateful to have something else to occupy his attention. A meter-long case, 30 centimeters wide and 10 deep, made of scuffed black plastic. Remembering who they were looking for, he guessed it contained a flute or oboe, or something in between. He didn't need to see the tension in Kwong's posture to know it was a bad sign. The car across the alleyway was another. The silver-gray SUV was so close to the corrugated fencing on either side that the vehicle had to have been shoved into that position.
Kwong glanced through the car's windows, then cautiously moved to the vehicle's far side. Wordlessly, she motioned them onwards. Pete stole a glance at the vehicle's interior and saw nothing inside except the discarded shreds of shrink-wrap packaging. Kwong whistled, pointing down the alley and to the left. The smell of burning was stronger, but there was only the thinnest wisp of smoke. With Kwong in the lead, they walked soft-footed along the alley, following the corrugated fence until it ended, revealing the bins at the back of the shop and, too close to be at all hygienic, a trio of unmatching barbecues. Meat had been left on the grill. Tongs lay on the ground among a stack of unused paper plates. Someone had started cooking lunch. But why outside? And where had they gone? Kwong seemed to guess the answer, pointing at the rear door to the building. Now he was listening for it. Pete heard something. Not voices, but a whisper of cloth, a creak of woodwork, as weight shifted from one foot to the other. That's where the musicians had hurriedly gone. They'd run inside to hide from the police whom, no doubt, they assumed were in pursuit following the theft from the supermarket. Kwong let go of the shotgun's grip, letting it dangle one-handed by the barrel. "I know you're in there," she called out. "Believe it or not, you aren't in trouble. I just need to make sure you've got enough fuel to reach Broken Hill if you need it." The only reply from inside was a soft thump. "You can keep the food you took from Broken Hill," Kwong said, "and you don't need to go back there if you don't want to. But if you're staying here, I need to know how many you are. And I want to do it quickly and get back on the road." There was a clatter inside, as of something being knocked over. "I've had enough of this," Kwong said. "I'm coming in." She marched forward, reached for the door, turned the handle, and was knocked from her feet as two people tumbled out. A woman, gray-haired, in jeans and torn shirt. The other, a young man, a teenager in shorts and a t-shirt. The one thing they had in common was that both were covered in blood. Kwong hit the ground hard, losing the grip on her shotgun as she rolled across the hard-packed dirt. The two people squirmed and thrashed, knocking into each other as they beat and kicked their way to their feet. "Shoot them!" Kwong yelled as she crabbed away from the clawing hands and snapping teeth. Zombies. Comprehension dawned all too slowly for Pete, but Corrie realized far sooner as a third figure staggered into the doorway. She fired, pivoting the gun back to the two on the ground, moving the gun towards the two zombies near to Kwong. "They're too close. I don't have a clear shot," Corrie yelled. Kwong said nothing. She'd drawn her sidearm. One shot, but it was a miss. A second, and that was a hit, slamming into the teenage zombie's skull. Her third slammed into the older zombie's hip, breaking the bone. The zombie collapsed. Kwong's fourth shot blew the undead woman's head apart. Another zombie staggered out into daylight, in loose-fitting cotton that was beige except where it was coated in dried blood, with a crude bandage around its neck. A shot came from Pete's left, as Kwong fired through the doorway. "Pete!" Corrie yelled. The bandaged zombie was only 3 paces away. Reflexively, Pete pulled the trigger. The barrel had dropped. The slug fired low, ripping off the young man's foot. The zombie didn't scream, didn't seem to notice, but lurched forward, falling as it tried to put weight on its oozing stump. Its hands caught around the shotgun, not grasping it, but catching against it, knocking it from Pete's grip. He reached down to grab the gun as the zombie's arm swiped up. Its backhand slammed into Pete's jaw, and he fell backward, dazed. Around and above him, gunfire roared as Corrie and Kwong shot into the shop. But neither shot at the zombie, whose hands were now curled around Pete's legs. He kicked himself free, scrabbling backwards, but the zombie crawled on, its sightless eyes fixed, unblinking, on Pete. The zombie's mouth snapped open, then closed. Its arms swung out. Its nails tore on the fractured concrete. Its other arm flew towards Pete, while its foot and stump kicked and pushed, and it dragged itself towards him. Pete looked for a weapon, but only saw a tumbled stack of bricks next to the bin. He grabbed one and threw it. The brick hit the zombie's shoulder. Its next hit its head. The zombie twitched but crawled on, pushing itself to its good knee, almost standing until it tried to put weight on its missing leg. It fell down and forward, its hand again curled around Pete's leg. He grabbed another brick, this time slamming it down on the zombie's wrist. Bone broke, and the grip loosened. He pushed himself to his feet, raising the brick. The zombie went limp as Kwong shot it in the back of its head. "Stand back," Kwong said, ejecting the magazine, loading afresh. Pistol held two-handed, she moved cautiously towards the pile of corpses around the door. And there were so many, at least 10. "What?" Pete began, but stopped, uncertain what to ask, since surely Corrie would have no better answer than he. "Hello?" Kwong called. "Anyone alive in there?" No response came. Kwong stepped back, eyeing the corpses. She kicked her shotgun free of the pile, and again until it was 3 meters from the nearest zombie. Only then did she pick it up. "I think they're dead," she said. As cautiously as the police officer, Pete retrieved his shotgun. "We need to call this in," Kwong said. "Not all of them were from the orchestra. I'll recognize one of the other, older people as locals, but not the rest. And however they got infected, it can't be that plane wreck. We have to assume this is a new, major outbreak. We'll go back to the—" But she stopped when a scream rent the air, high-pitched and loud. It came from behind and to the south. "People," Kwong said, and she was already running into danger, Pete and Corrie close behind. They ran back down the alley, turning south onto a wide road. Kwong slowed to a jog, a walk, and then stopped completely. It was obvious where the scream had come from. The house had no fence, only a low wall that had proved no impediment to the 5 zombies. They were by the front door, pushing and shoving, clawing at the woodwork, slamming hands and arms into it. Inside, at a window to the left of the door, a curtain moved. "There are people in there," Corrie said. A zombie, in the shredded remains of a mostly black uniform, had seen the movement too. The uniformed creature lurched leftwards, towards the window. Pete raised his shotgun. "No!" Corrie yelled. "No, don't shoot! The slug will go through the walls!" "Over here!" she yelled, raising her voice. "Over here, behind you!" "Pete," Kwong said, "can you get back to the van? Do you remember how the radio works? We need the army here. The frequency is set. Can you call this in? Up there. Back to Candela Street. Then on to Perry. Back to the diesel stop. Got it?" "Got it." "Go!" Pete ran like he'd never run before, shotgun clutched tight in his hands, elbows pumping, eyes forward, sprinting down the road, skidding as he turned. He caught sight of movement, spun and skipped so he was still moving while he stole a glance, assessed the threat, and discounted it. With one arm missing below the shoulder, it had to be one of the undead, but it was moving at barely more than a shuffle. Pete kept running, through the empty streets of the ghost town that had just become something far worse. He reached Perry Street, and didn't slow. Where was the van? Had he run the wrong way? No, there was the gas station. Beneath the sign was the van, but before it was a zombie. Pete slowed his run to a walk, checking behind and to left and right. But it was just him and the zombie, staggering closer. A man, at least 30, thin but not athletic. The remains of an untidy beard covered the left side of his face. It had been burned off on the right. The clothing was scorched and ragged, its grasping hands gnarled and broken. Its twisted legs shuddered with every dragging footstep. A whispered moan escaped from its broken-toothed mouth. Pete raised the shotgun, lined up his shot, then realized that if he missed, he'd hit the van. He took a step to the side, then another, until there was nothing but Australia behind the zombie. He waited, until the zombie was 5 meters away. He pulled the trigger. The gun clicked. Only then did he remember he'd not pumped a new round. He hastily ratcheted one into the chamber. Just as hastily he fired. The slug flew wide, missing by a meter, and that was as good as a mile. He pumped another round and fired again. The round ripped the fingers from the zombie's outstretched hand. Gore sprayed from its wrecked paw as it swiped the stump through the air, heedless of shock or pain. Pete stepped back, swallowed hard, held his breath, pumped in a new round, and fired from nearly point-blank range. This time he couldn't miss. This time the zombie fell. This time, this zombie. But it hadn't been alone. 2 more of the living dead had staggered out onto the road, both wearing the same black uniform as that creature by the house. Again, They were between him and the van. He raised the shotgun, sighting down the barrel, but he couldn't risk taking the shot. To his right, a single-wire fence marked a plot that had been cleared for development. The ground looked flat, at least for 50 meters. That would be more than far enough. He ran across and easily climbed over the fence. He walked sideways, one eye on the zombies, one eye on the ground. Any hope that single wire would halt the creatures was dashed as they walked into it. The wire grew taut, then snapped, and they continued on, into the vacant plot. Pete raised the shotgun. He had a clear shot now, but he knew to wait. He braced his feet, raised the weapon, marked his target, and lined up his shot. The zombie, a creature, a monster, a ghoul, a demon. Think of it as anything, but not as the person he'd been a few hours before. A man, no older than Pete, with different dreams but surely with similar desires. Over the last week, that desire would simply have been to survive another day, but this man before him hadn't survived. He'd been infected. He'd turned, and now he was one of them. Pete fired. The slug slammed into the left shoulder, spinning the zombie around, but it staggered on. He chambered a new round and fired again, this time ripping the head clear from its neck in a fountain of blood, bone, and gore. Pete stepped back, refusing to look, to think, to throw up, or to run, but he dearly wanted to. It was all he could think, a single word, a chant, repeated over and over, a siren song of run, run, run. He forced the shotgun back to his shoulder, watching, waiting, focusing on the ragged gash across the zombie's forehead, so he didn't have to look into those lifeless eyes. He fired. The gun clicked. He pumped the ratchet and pulled the trigger again, and still nothing happened, except that the zombie had staggered another step closer. Pete wasted a second looking at the safety before he realized he was out of ammunition. The zombie was 3 meters away now, and he could hear its teeth snapping. He shifted his grip, holding the shotgun by the barrel. He swung the gun like a club as the zombie lurched forward, hands clawing at the air. The trigger guard slammed into the creature's outstretched arm. Bone snapped, and its arm bent, but the zombie staggered on. Pete swung again, but he rushed the blow, and this time it had no force. The zombie's broken arm still did. The swipe from its twisted limb knocked the shotgun from Pete's grasp. He jumped back a pace, looking around for a weapon, but there weren't even any decent-sized rocks. He stepped back. There was escape. He stepped back again. He could run, in any direction he chose, but he couldn't leave Corrie behind. Again he looked for a weapon. His hands went to his belt, his pockets, and the hitman's gun he'd utterly forgotten he was carrying. He dragged it free and remembered that it wasn't loaded, walking backwards, barely staying behind the zombie's thrusting, clawing grasp. He dragged a magazine from his pocket, loaded the gun, and fired into the chest, and then head, until the gun was empty and the zombie was on the ground. And then he ran. But back to the van. It took a minute to make the radio call, and he didn't remember what he said. Afterwards, he sat motionless in his own sweat, his limbs like jelly. He wanted to stay there, to never move again. But he couldn't. Shivering, he picked up the pistol from the passenger seat and ejected the spent magazine. He loaded one of the fresh. Hand trembling, he found the safety, slid it on, and stepped back outside. Placing one foot in front of the other, picking up his pace with each step, he listened to the voice still commanding him to run, and sprinted back to Corrie and Kwong. But their battle was over too. Corrie stood in the street, outside the house, shotgun in her hands, dead zombies close to her feet. "I heard shooting," she said. "I'm not bitten," he said. "Me neither," she said. "I guess that's how we're going to say hello from now on." "Were there survivors?" "Some," Corrie said. "Tess is checking on them. Did you radio in?" "The army is on its way," he said. "Good, because we need to search the entire town for the rest of the orchestra, and that's a job I'd rather leave to the professionals." But the inspector had other plans. "I spoke to the survivors," Kwong said. "They were searching the houses when the zombies arrived. They scattered, so there might be others who survived, and there are some locals here among them." "What do you mean, when the zombies arrived?" Corrie asked. "Hopefully nothing," Kwong said. "The kid doesn't speak English,
And my Mandarin's been gathering dust since my mother died. I think he means appeared. Corrie, you go left. I'll go right. Pete, you stand on guard here. Corrie, knock on the door. If you hear voices, get them to open the door. If you hear anything else, yell. Pete watched Corrie move to the next house, glanced over at Kwong, who'd already reached the neighboring door to the left, then sprang around when he heard the door behind them open. 3 teenagers came outside. 2 women, 1 man. Their clothing was stained with dirt, sweat, and fear, but each clutched a broken table leg in steady hands. "Hey," Pete said. The young man gave him a brief nod. "Police?" The taller of the 2 young women asked. "I guess so," Pete said, glancing down at his windbreaker. Pete turned back to the road. He was unsure how much a barrier language would be to conversation, but there was nothing reassuring he could say to the teenagers, and nothing they could say that would reassure him. Corrie had moved on to the second house to the left, Kwong to the third house on their right, when a low drone filled the air. The helicopter buzzed into sight a moment later. As it hovered overhead, Pete scanned the sky for others, but there only seemed to be one. Pivoting clockwise to avoid the telegraph pole, then anti-clockwise to avoid the overgrown acacia, it made a juddering descent toward the road at the junction, just a little way beyond Corrie. Before it touched the ground, 4 soldiers jumped out, and the helicopter sprang back into the sky far faster than it had descended. The lead soldier gave a brief nod of recognition as he ran towards Tess Kwong, who, in turn, was jogging towards him. The other 3 soldiers came to take up positions on the road in front of the house. Pete recognized Bramley, and she gave him a resigned grin, but then returned her attention to scanning for danger. "I didn't find anyone," Corrie said, coming back to his side. "Didn't hear anyone either." She glanced at the teenagers and said no more. "Kwong's coming over," Pete said. "We're going to search the town," Kwong said. "Captain Hawker says another helicopter's on standby if needed. Hopefully it won't be. We'll need a way of getting these people back to Broken Hill. Fastest way will be the vehicles they came here in. Can you 2 find me 10 cars between here and the police van? Check the fuel tanks. Keep an ear out for the survivors, and for the undead. Meet back here in an hour." "Got it," Corrie said. "This one's fine," Pete said, closing the car door. "Keys are on the seat, and it has enough gas to reach Broken Hill." "Petrol," Corrie said. "Although I think that one's diesel. You need to learn the lingo if we're staying here." "I've learned wombat, dingo, and redback. That's a good start. How many survivors do you think they'll find?" "Not sure," Corrie said, moving to the next car. "There were 11 in that house. Hopefully none are infected, but no point wishing any more problems on ourselves than we already have. We killed 3 or 4 undead teenagers at the shop, maybe more. It's hard to be sure, and harder to know whether they're locals or musicians. Not that it matters who they were last week, or where they came from, except that we need to know how the infection reached this town." "Talking about that, did you recognize the uniform?" Pete asked. "What uniform? The Chinese kids were dressed the same as the Australians." "No, the black uniform that zombie outside the house wore. When I went back to the van, there were 2 more zombies wearing something similar. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but maybe the uniform will tell us where they came from." Realization swept across Corrie's face. "That wasn't a uniform," she said. "It was biker gear. High-end stuff, not leather, but unnatural fibers and machine-made polymers." "They were members of some super-wealthy MC?" "Maybe. More likely they stole the clothing sometime since the outbreak. If it's designed to protect you from a 100-kilometer-an-hour tumble from a bike, it should be bite-proof." "Turns out it wasn't," Pete said. "No, but maybe you're right. Maybe that does explain how the infection got here. You can cover a lot of distance on a bike, but not when you're infected, though there's no reason why they should have ridden here. Maybe they came in a van." "If that clothing was stolen new," Pete said, "that means they got it from a city." "Probably. They saw the scenes of Manhattan on the TV and thought somewhere remote would be safer. That doesn't explain how they got infected, though." "We should go tell Captain Hawker and Inspector Kwong." "We should finish checking these cars," Corrie said. "We only need 2 more, then we'll have enough, and then we'll tell Tess. I'm not sure how much help it'll be, and I don't know that it matters. The zombies are here. And that means they truly are everywhere.
Chapter 23. Sanctioned Looting. Broken Hill, 25th February.
Checkmate, Bobby said. Again, you're really bad at this.
Bobby,
Liu said.
Sorry, Mum. Sorry, Pete. No, you're right,
Pete said. I am pretty bad. How many moves was that?
17,
Bobby said quickly.
I think I could have beaten you in 10. Do you want to play again?
You haven't got time,
Liu said.
And nor do we. Go on now. Dr. Dodson is waiting for you. We'll be back in a few hours, and you can play again then.
Beat him again?
Bobby said quietly. He grinned and ran off.
He's doing okay, don't you think?
Liu asked.
All things considered,
Pete said.
All things,
Liu said.
Yes, we better get to the road before Tess comes back.
Pete stood, looking at the chessboard, table, and chairs set up on the edge of the runway. He wasn't sure which soldiers had left them there, because there were none in sight. There had been when they'd returned to Broken Hill the previous evening. More still at 3 a.m., when Pete had woken up, screaming. He'd gone outside, intending to pace the runway, but it had been as busy as day. He'd returned to his folding bed in a corner of an office. The nightmare hadn't returned, and when he'd woken and finished a hasty military breakfast, the airport was deserted.
Where is everyone?
He asked.
The soldiers, in town,
Liu said.
Setting up checkpoints and barricades.
Did you speak to them? Pete asked. I guess I'm wondering if there's been any real news.
Some,
Liu said.
But how do you know it's not rumour? There's something wrong with radar, with air traffic control and with satellite networks. They think more infected planes crashed without anyone realising. And I think they've known about it for days. That's why they wanted to move people back to the cities, to the coast, to stop things like Menindi from happening.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
Does, doesn't it?
Liu said.
But does that mean it's true? Or is it just a sensible conclusion someone drew from all they'd seen and heard? It's like this talk about a joint Pacific Command.
A what?
Apparently, we're working with New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Micronesia, and a dozen other places between here and Japan. Bring order back to the Pacific, and then we'll save the rest of the world. That's the story, but is it true, or wishful thinking? There's another that the ambassador to Beijing is now in Guam, and running the US's fleet in the Pacific. That can't be true as well. And why the ambassador to Beijing? Why not an admiral? And why Guam and not Pearl Harbor? Or Washington? I don't know what to believe anymore.
I used to feel that way with the internet,
Pete said.
All that comment and gossip headlined as fact. None of it ever made a difference to my life, not really. But I didn't think I'd ever miss it so much.
Dinkum oil,
Liu said.
What?
It means, isn't that the honest truth? There's one thing I don't think the soldiers were lying about. Some of them disappeared last night.
Disappeared? You mean they went AWOL?
Along with their armoured car and some portable artillery. I don't know what portable artillery is, but I'm more interested why anyone's bringing artillery in to fight zombies. I suppose it's a case of someone in Canberra deciding that since the army has it, they better use it.
How many soldiers left?
4,
Liu said.
I suppose they wanted to be with their families, but it's a worrying sign of what's to come. Ah, it looks like we are late.
Corrie, Inspector Kwong, and Private Bramley stood on the airport side of the new checkpoint, while a pair of refrigerated trucks stood on the other. A quartet of armed sentries stood in between, their attention mostly on the town.
Did those musicians we rescued leave Broken Hill?
Pete asked.
On the last train,
Kwong said.
And that left about 2 hours ago.
How many people are still in town?
Liu asked.
That I don't know,
Kwong said.
A better question is how many people are still left around and about in the Outback. We're still not sure who half the infected in Menindi were, or how they got there. I'd say at least a few hundred people have stuck around. Maybe as many as 1,000, but maybe not. Are you up to speed with what we're doing? Collecting food,
Pete said.
Partly, but mostly I want the people who are still here to see us collecting it,
Kwong said.
We'll make a record of the non-perishables left in the restaurants and cafes. and we'll take anything frozen or chilled that hasn't spoiled. We'll shut off water and power as we go. If you see any people, tell them to head to the hospital. They'll get food and water there, and work. But don't tell them that. Anyone who's staying is going to have to earn their keep. And if they don't like it, we've a train due in a couple of days.
I'd like to pop home and pick up some clothes for Bobby,
Liu said. We can manage that, Kwong said. Corrie, you're with Josie and me. Pete, you're with Liu. Hang on. She walked over to the truck and took out a shotgun. Here. This time, Pete didn't hesitate in taking it, though he did hesitate when he looked for somewhere to stow it within the cab of the second refrigerated truck.
Is the safety on?
Liu asked.
I don't want my head getting blown off if we go over a pothole.
It is, he said, but checked anyway.
And that pistol of yours?
Unloaded, he said, patting his pocket. Seemed easier than checking every 5 minutes.
You need a holster,
Liu said, her hand unconsciously moving to the holstered Glock 22 given to her by Tess from the police armory. Like Pete and Corrie, she now wore a police windbreaker, though that wasn't a badge of authority, only a way of indicating they weren't looters to all the new soldiers now in the town.
I hate this,
Liu said, turning on the engine.
All this having to think differently. Remembering I'm carrying a loaded gun when I'm around Bobby, then remembering that so is everyone else on that airfield, then remembering that it's utterly essential, and likely to be the norm from now until forever. The world's changing, and it's still changing, though some things are changing back. Here, you better take the map.
She took it from the dash and handed it to him.
You should learn where places are. That's if you're staying.
I'm sorry? He asked, looking up from the map before he'd even found Airport Road.
Didn't you want to go back to America?
She asked. One day, he said. Of course. There's someone I'd like to see again.
Olivia. You mentioned her.
I did? So much has happened in so short a space of time. It's hard to keep it all straight. Ahead, Kwong stopped her van in the middle of the traffic-free road. She, Corrie, and Bramley climbed out, but Kwong waved Liu and Pete to stay in their vehicle. The inspector took the others into a small shop. A moment later, they came out again. Nothing there, Kwong called out. Looted? Where are we? Pete asked, looking at the map.
Patton Street,
Liu said. Here. She pointed at the map.
But if you had a chance to return to America, would you go?
I don't know where Olivia would be, Pete said. And even if I did, how much help would I be to her? What do I know about survival?
You've done all right so far,
Liu said. Only by luck, Pete said. And I think mine has run out. Anyway, it's academic. It's going to be a very long time before there are any flights.
That's exactly what I was thinking,
Liu said. She started the van again.
It's going to be a very long time before there are any commercial flights. Years, decades, generations. Do you see that house on the corner? Bobby's friend, Sally, lived there. Her mother worked at the hospital. They left just after Manhattan. Why would they ever come back? This town is dead. It's over. We'll all be leaving soon.
Not if they're bringing in reinforcements, Pete said.
What are they reinforcing? The solar power plant? The railway line? The airfield? It's only useful as long as there's fuel there, and there's been no talk of it being resupplied. When it's gone, the airfield will close. If they're really sending people to mine coal, why leave a few hundred people to guard a solar power plant?
Because that's better than trying to repair it a few years from now?
Exactly,
Liu said.
I don't know where spare parts for a solar power plant station come from, but I doubt it's ours. Why bother trying when you can build a coal power station with the parts lying around a scrapyard?
You need more than scrap.
I'm not exaggerating by much. Look at a map. No, not that map, but one of Australia. We're equidistant between Adelaide, Melbourne, and Sydney. They're keeping us open as a stopover for moving supplies from one city to the other in case of a crisis, a major outbreak. But we're at the southwestern tip of Australia. Ships and planes from the infected continents of America and Asia will first reach the northern coast. That's where these soldiers, these resources will be needed. Maybe not today, maybe not this week, but before autumn, everyone will have left.
Ah,
But that's months away,
Pete said.
Southern Hemisphere.
Liu reminded him.
Autumn's next month. And what you saw yesterday at Menindee, that'll only bring the day closer. How long does it take to train a soldier? How long will it take to turn all those millions of civilians into the army we need? Because until then, we've only got a few tens of thousands of troops. Why waste them here?
Oh. Ahead, the van stopped. Kwong got out alone. Again, she motioned they should stay in their van as she entered a restaurant with a narrow frontage and a bold sign proclaiming the best steak in the Outback.
Maybe you're right,
Pete said.
And we'll all end up in a mine. Or we stick with Inspector Kwong and become police or soldiers.
I don't think we'll get much say in it.
And after the last few days, I don't think I'd mind. I guess you'll end up flying. Plenty of pilots in the city,
Liu said.
Thanks to all the planes they let land. Plenty of pilots who aren't as rusty as me.
Kwong came out, empty-handed, but with a thoughtful look on her face. She climbed back in her van, and they continued driving once more.
What if there was a way for you to get back to America?
Liu asked.
Would you take it?
I don't know, Pete said. But there isn't.
There is,
Liu said.
That jet of Kempton's has the range to reach British Columbia.
In Canada? Oh. And then he understood. She wasn't talking about his return home, but her daughter.
I don't think it does have the range, he said. We had to refuel in Hawaii. It does. Just. It's custom built for long flights. It'll be running empty when it arrives, but it could make the journey. Your sister found 4 airfields in British Columbia. We can refuel there, then return.
British Columbia? But not Vancouver. That's where your daughter is.
Yes.
Or where she was, and you don't know if she's still there.
No, I don't. But when we leave here, when we leave Broken Hill, I won't have access to a plane or to fuel. This is my one chance to get to Canada.
Can you fly that plane? He asked.
Of course. But I thought you hadn't flown in years before yesterday, he said. And if that jet is custom built, you can't have ever flown anything quite like it. It's just like riding a bike, she said.
Okay, he said skeptically.
But even if you get to Canada, you won't be in Vancouver, and there's no way of knowing whether your daughter is still there. No, but I'll be closer to her than I am now, she said. Maybe I'm wrong about Broken Hill. Maybe the government will want to keep the airfield open. But if they take real command of this place, I'll lose access to the fuel and the plane. Or they'll abandon the town, and we'll get sent to some farm, and I'll never see my daughter again. This is my one chance. You could come with me, you and your sister, to Canada. From there, it would only be a drive back to Indiana, she said. A long drive, he said. And it'll be a long time before you get any closer.
Are you serious? Pete asked.
Yes. I'm going to leave in a day or two, I think. Come with me if you want.
I'll have to think about it, he said. She said nothing.
I mean, I'll need a day or so to think it through, he said. Why are you asking me, though? It's not my plane, and I can't help you fly it. There's a number pad on the cabin door,
Liu said.
It's locked. I can't break it without destroying the cabin's integrity. I didn't realize, and I don't know the code. You don't? Sorry, he said. But your sister might, or she might be able to hack it. I guess. You can ask her, see what she thinks.
Ahead, Kwong stopped. This time she motioned them to get out. She went into a small cafe and came out again before everyone had finished gathering on the pavement.
It's worse than I thought, Kwong said. I haven't had the time to check on places over the last few days. I thought the looting had stopped, but it looks like the opposite. With all the soldiers about, people must have realized that as long as they only took what they could carry and conceal, no one was going to ask them any questions. There's nothing left? Corrie asked. There's some bacon in the freezer, Kwong said. A few packets, but not enough to make the trip worthwhile. Josie, can you stand on the road looking martial but not too menacing? Liu, you and I will knock on doors from here up to the pharmacy. Pete, Corrie,
Grab what you can from inside, and from the shop opposite.
Wish I'd brought the shotgun,
Pete said, as he stepped into the gloomy interior. The overhead lighting was off, and little daylight made it through the tinted windows. A crinkling rustle came from the floor to his left. He jumped. You hear that?
Probably just a spider,
Corrie said. It was too big.
Maybe a croc, then?
Corrie said.
Stop it,
Pete said.
You know what I'm worried about. Yep, and so am I, but a zombie would make more sound than that.
Right, yeah. Even so, he moved cautiously around the tables towards the doors to the kitchen.
Still, wish I'd brought a gun.
Oh yeah. He remembered the pistol in his pocket. He didn't draw it, but kept his hand on the grip as he pushed the door open. The kitchen was as empty as the dining room.
Tess was right,
Corrie said.
This place really has been looted. I think they took some of the pans, too. Check the cupboards. Not much here. We should check the stockroom. Corrie,
he added, turning to look at her.
Liu wants to take the plane, Kenton's jet, and fly to Vancouver. Well, not to the city, but to somewhere in British Columbia. To find her daughter? Yeah. She says the plane is locked. There's a code. There is? That's interesting. Is it? Anyway, she asked if I wanted to go with her, so I could go back to America. Do you want to? Corrie asked. I don't know, Pete said. Theoretically, yes, I'd like to see Olivia again. Realistically, after all we've seen, how likely is it that I'd ever find her? Anyway, it doesn't matter because I don't know the code, but she asked me whether you could hack it. Maybe. I'd have to take a look. But maybe we know the code. We do? Check the back. Let me think for a moment.
It didn't take long to box up the few meager items rejected by successive groups of looters. That the freezer contained the most told them that the looters had been looking for ready-to-eat food for their long journey by train, road convoy, or alone.
Pete?
Corrie said.
Do you remember up at the fence after the outbreak? I tried calling Kempton, but there was only a recorded message that the master code had been changed. I wonder if that's the code for the plane. Why would they have changed the code?
Pete asked.
Good question, but it's the wrong one, Corrie said. The only question that matters is whether you want to go with Liu. There's nothing else here. We'll try that grocery store opposite.
They took their meager haul to the van, then continued across the road to the small shop. Again, it had been looted, though not as thoroughly. Packets and tins had been knocked from the shelves, and now lined the floor.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Pete said.
Flying halfway around the world in the vague hope she might find her daughter. You dropped everything at the first chance to come see me, Corrie said. That's different. I didn't really have a choice. You did. But yes, it is different. Clemmy is Liu's daughter. Fine, but it's still crazy, he said. Back when we were staying at Liu's house, she asked me to find the security feeds for airfields near Vancouver, Corrie said. This has to be why. She was planning it then? Planning to take the plane, I guess so. Corrie said. There are airfields then? With clear runways, I mean? There were, Corrie said. Who knows what they're like now? She thinks the jet has the range, Pete said. She said it was modified for distance. Probably. Kempton refitted a cruise ship, so why not a plane? So it's not crazy. He picked up a basket and began collecting the packets from the floor. I don't know, Corrie said. The first question is whether we can get into the plane. If the master code worked, then she's got to refuel, taxi onto the runway, and take off. I guess she thinks no one would stop her. I don't know who's running things at the airfield, but I bet she'll get Dr. Dodson on her side, and then he can tell the soldiers that the orders are coming from his daughter. Would they believe that? I would hope not, but with everything so chaotic, they might. Did you hear that some soldiers disappeared last night? Took a Hawkeye, 2 mortars, and a heavy machine gun with them? Josie told me. And she said that the Air Force was shooting down planes. That's planes coming to Australia, not leaving. And I don't know if it's true, but that is problem number 3. I guess actually flying north is easy enough, and finding North America should be possible, but finding a specific airfield in British Columbia would be next to impossible without any kind of beacon or satellite navigation. That's problem 4. 5 is landing. But if she can take off, I guess she can land. But maybe not at an airfield. Who knows what condition they're in?
Could you go online and check? He asked.
Probably not now. Maybe. Worst case, she has to land on a road or crash in a field. Either way, and even if she finds a runway that's not full of crashed planes, there's no way of knowing if there's any fuel to return. So returning is problem 6. Add in a 7th because we don't know if Canada or America are shooting down planes, not to mention anywhere else we fly over. Where would we fly over? There. That's problem 8. If there's any engine trouble, we'll crash in the sea. 9 is finding her daughter, but that's her problem, not ours. That just leaves 10. Getting to Indiana, finding Olivia, and then getting back to the plane before Liu leaves. I take it that what you mean by going back to America, it's to find her. I guess. I don't know. I mean, yes, I'd like to find her, but I don't know where she is. Liu said this would be her only chance to get a plane and fly north. She's probably right, which means it'll be my only chance to go find Olivia. It's not that I want to be some knight riding in to save her. It's something else, Liu said. This really will be the last flight for a long time. Things are changing. I might end up on a farm or down a mine or stuck here for the next 50 years, never traveling more than a few dozen miles. It's dumb risking my life on the thin chance a girl likes me, but it's not that. It's that my life was finally turning around. I felt I had something. Not the job, not the promotion. That was a lie. But I finally had more happy days than sad ones. I had hope more often than despair. The way I see it, Olivia is the last surviving piece of that. Assuming she is alive. Assuming she wants to leave. Assuming America is worse than here. It is. Or it was last time I checked. And you're assuming you can find her. It would take 3 days to drive from Vancouver to South Bend. Let's say the same back. If we want to return to Australia, and despite everything over the last couple of days, because of Menindee and what happened up at the fence, I'd rather not live any closer to Manhattan than this. Then we need to tell you how long to wait for us. That means you need to know where we're going to look. You'd come with me? Of course. So where do we look? There's one place, Pete said. Mrs. Mathers had a cabin about 50 miles outside of South Bend. She was our boss before she sold the carpet store to Kempton. Olivia helped her clear out some of her husband's things from the cabin after he died. It's pretty remote. We even joked that's where we'd go if there was ever an apocalypse. Okay, good. And do you know the address? No. But it's on my phone. And that's in the plane. I think it is. I had it on me when we left Indiana. So if we can get into the plane, I can get the phone and get the address. That's a start, Corrie said. But we'll need more than that to make this a trip that's only almost certain death. It's not much of a haul, is it? Kwong said, looking at the handful of bags and baskets they'd brought from the store. I found a box of cereal for Bobby, Pete said. It's low sugar, though. That would do him good, Liu said. If it's okay to just take what we want. I think a single box won't crash our fragile economy, Kwong said. But if people have been looting, helping themselves, we'll do better searching the houses. For that, we'll need more people. The soldiers, I suppose, and that means speaking to Captain Hawker. But he was on his way down to Menindee this morning. I don't want to give up with such a small haul, and I don't want to waste any more time. We'll try the golf club. It should be well stocked, and is too far from town for people who have carried much away by hand. If we find nothing there, we'll know we won't find it anywhere. There's a golf club here in the Outback? Pete asked. Sure, Kwong said. Do you play? I was the local star, Pete said. Every time I could get the ball through the windmill without ever knocking the sails. That's it ahead, Liu said. It was the first thing she'd said to him since he'd got back in the van, though not the first words she'd spoken. As they'd driven through the new Army checkpoint on Buck Street, she'd wound down the window to shout a greeting to a bottle-blonde couple in matching firefighters' overalls who stood guard with the military sentries. Those two civilians were the only locals they'd seen during the short drive. Ahead, Kwong slowed,
coming to a halt in front of a pair of black steel gates that marked the drive leading up to the country club. Kwong stopped 10 meters from them. Private Bramley disembarked first. She walked to the gate, then returned to the van. A moment later, bolt cutters in hand, she returned to the sealed entrance. "That's a good sign, isn't it?" Pete said. "Someone padlocked the gates. Although I guess it depends on whether it was the owners before they left, or the squatters when they arrived."
"The wall doesn't go all the way around,"
Liu said. "It doesn't? Oh, then I guess a lock doesn't mean anything." Bramley pushed the gates open, then waved them forward, then climbed aboard Kwong's van. "There are more trees," Pete said,
"though it isn't as green as I imagined. The irrigation system's been shut off,"
Liu said.
"There should be a water feature over there on our left. A small waterfall cascading down the rockery. Squatters would have turned the water back on, so I'm betting it was management who put the chain back on the gate."
"Hope so," Pete said.
There's movement.
I don't know what it is."
"Emu,"
Liu said. "Really?" The long-necked, long-legged bird disappeared beneath a dip in the rolling golf course. "I've never seen one before. They keep them on the course?"
"They're not pets,"
Liu said.
"Emus come because of the water. So do kangaroos. All kinds of wildlife. This is a real oasis."
Kwong stopped her van outside, next to a dusty 4x4 outside the entrance to the main building, adjacent to a desolate car park. Liu pulled in behind her. After a moment's hesitation, and remembering Menindi, Pete picked up his shotgun before getting out.
"The car's from Queensland,"
Kwong said, pointing while looking in the other direction.
"I think the water's been shut off,"
Liu said.
"The water feature by the entrance is dry."
"G'day," Kwong called out. She frowned, squinted, walked over to the doors leading into the clubhouse, and cupped her hands over a small light above the sign.
"The light's on, so the electricity hasn't been switched off. There's a small hut behind the 6th hole,"
Liu said.
"That's where the main breaker is. Liu and I'll tend to that,"
Kwong said.
"You three see if there's anything left in the kitchens. But don't be surprised when the lights go out."
"If we find people?" Pete said.
"Say hello,"
Kwong said.
"See you in about 20 minutes.
They trudged towards the parched golf course as Pete walked over to the main doors. "They're broken," he said, pushing at the door.
"Whoa, not so eager,"
Bramley said, taking his arm and pulling him back a step. "You think there are zombies?" Pete asked.
"I was more worried about an IED,"
Bramley said.
"Captain Hawker gave us a briefing last night. Word came in about some idiot who'd set up a string of devices around Mundaring."
"Why would someone do that?" Pete asked.
"To stop the zombies,"
Corrie said.
"This door looks okay."
"You think?" Bramley asked.
"I should have asked the inspector to check. Honestly, I don't know what I'm looking for."
"Where is Mundaring?" Pete asked.
"East of Perth,"
Corrie said.
"The lock's broken, but that's all. Someone forced their way in. I guess the occupants of that car. Maybe squatters, because if they were looters, we'd hear it."
"Ears open," Bramley said, pushing the door inward.
"And keep those gun barrels down. I don't want to be shot in the back."
The entrance hallway was airy, spacious, and cool, humming with the faint sound of an air conditioning unit. Above their heads, long steel tubes hung from the high ceiling, each a different length, though the same few centimeters apart. "Are those wind chimes?" Pete asked.
"It's art, I think,"
Bramley said.
"It looks a bit like a garden display I saw out on the Silver City Highway,"
Pete said.
"At the house with the kite. And the zombies,"
he added.
"Look at the floor,"
Corrie said.
"Scuff marks, recent, but I can't see any blood."
3 doors led from the reception area. 2 were wide and glass-doored. The third had no window and was painted the same color as the wall. Of the other 2, one was marked for the restaurant and bar. The other was marked with a free-standing sign that had been recently knocked over, the writing now hidden. Bramley crossed to the windowless staff door while Corrie went over to the reception desk. She reached down behind it and picked up a beer bottle.
"It's still cold,"
she said.
"Someone was here very recently, and either they were here for a while or they weren't alone, because there's a couple of empties, too. And zombies don't drink beer,"
Pete said. As Bramley reached for the handle to the windowless door, a squeaking creak came from behind them. All 3 spun around. A man stood on the other side of the unmarked glass doors. He raised a hand.
"G'day,"
he called, his voice muffled by the thick glass. He fumbled with a loop of rope tied around the door's handles, tugged it free, and opened the door.
"G'day,"
he said again. He raised his hands above his head.
"I'm not armed. Not a zombie either. The name's Miko."
Pete lowered his shotgun, a little more slowly. So did Corrie. Miko lowered his arms.
"Are you living here?"
Bramley asked.
"Seemed a bit quieter than town,"
Miko said.
"Got my own car. Got a restaurant. The service is terrible, but I'm saving a lot on tips." "No, fair dinkum. That joke sounded funnier in my head. There's no running water, and that's made washing more than a bother. Had to shave in sparkling water."
He rubbed a hand across his uneven stubble.
"An interesting experience, but there's been a lot of those. We're shutting off the power," Bramley said, "and we're here to collect all the food that's been left behind." "Thought you might be when I saw the refrigerated vans,"
Miko said. He picked up the fallen sign and used it to prop open the door.
"Thought you might make a go of staying in the town when I saw those barricades going up on the roads. Odd times, aren't they? Zombies! Who'd have thought it?"
"If you can give us a hand loading the vans, we'll find you somewhere to sleep down in town," Corrie said. "Somewhere with a shower and a decent bed. We need more hands, more help."
"That's kind of you to offer," Miko said. "I've got a counter-proposal for you, Miss Corrie Guinn."
His grin widened.
"How do you know her name?"
Pete asked.
"There's no short answer to that question," Miko said. "First, let me apologize for—"
A burst of gunfire interrupted him. A 3-shot burst. The first 2 bullets slammed into Bramley's back, the third into her neck. Corrie raised her gun as she spun around, firing behind. Pete reflexively pulled the trigger. He'd not had time to aim. The slug went high, slamming into the ceiling. Miko dived through the propped-open door.
"Get Josie!"
Corrie yelled, firing another shot high, towards the ceiling. Pete dropped the shotgun and hauled the soldier behind the reception desk. It was only then that he realized the gunfire had stopped.
"Pressure,"
Corrie hissed, grabbing Pete's hand and pressing it onto Bramley's neck.
"No more shooting," Miko called. "I want her alive."
But the blood had already stopped pulsing between Pete's fingers. He kept his eyes fixed on the dying soldiers until the last spark of life went out.
"She's dead,"
Pete said.
"She's dead. I meant your sister," Miko called conversationally. "You hit Miss Guinn."
Corrie raised the shotgun above the thin wood and fired a slug in the direction of the propped-open door. Glass shattered, tinkling to the floor.
"It wasn't a nice thing to do,"
Miko said. Bullets sprayed splinters as they traveled straight through the wooden desk, stitching a line in the painted wall 10 centimeters above their heads.
"I said don't shoot,"
Miko called.
"I need her alive."
"Why?" Corrie called out. "Who are you?"
"Like I said, there's no short answer to that," Miko said.
Corrie shook her head, then pointed at Pete's pocket. He frowned, then realized. He'd dropped the shotgun when he'd grabbed the dying soldier, and Bramley had dropped a rifle when she'd been shot. But that didn't mean he was unarmed. He pulled the small pistol from his pocket. Corrie pointed at the doors behind the reception desk, marked as leading to a restaurant and bar.
"What do you want?"
she called out.
"I didn't mean for your mate to be shot,"
Miko called.
"Sorry about that. My orders were to bring you back with me."
"Back to where?" Corrie asked.
"Ask no questions, you'll be told no lies," Miko said.
"Not good enough."
"We're flying out of here," Miko said. "You and me. That plane at Kempton's."
Corrie nodded as if it all made sense. It didn't to Pete. He gripped the pistol in his blood-soaked hand as he moved into his sprinter's crouch, ready to run. "I'm not going anywhere with anyone until I know what this is about," Corrie said.
"We knew your brother was coming here," Miko said. "And we knew where he was going. We knew where you were, Coriander. If it hadn't been for that plane crash, we'd have had this conversation a few days ago. It's a lesson for you, Parsley. You should always fly commercial." "My name's Pete." "Fine. Pete and Corrie. We can get to know one another on the flight. I'm sorry about Rogers, too. He shouldn't have come after you. If you'd not killed him, I would have. I don't want you dead, either of you."
"I don't believe you," Corrie said.
"That desk is cheap plyboard with offensive veneer,"
Miko said. My mate's not the best shot in the world, but he doesn't need to be, because he's got the elevation. If we wanted you dead, we could kill you right now. Hell, if I'd wanted you dead, I've had plenty of chances in the last few days. What I've wanted is to talk, but all those soldiers on the airfield stopped me from coming to say hello. So, throw out your guns, and we'll catch our flight. Get ourselves to somewhere we can hide until this horror show is over. Like where? Pete asked. Hasn't she told you? Miko said. Your sister knows where Kenton's bunkers are, her mountaintop retreats, her underground storehouses. That's what we're after. What do you say? Hang on, Corrie said. She pointed at the door behind them, raising 3 fingers, then 2. Who do you work for? I'll bet you can guess, Miko said. Corrie lowered her last finger and pushed at Pete's shoulder. He ran through the door. Corrie fired blindly as she followed Pete through and into a wide dining room filled with sofas, low tables, and no real cover. Down! Corrie pushed Pete to the left as bullets followed them through the door. He sprawled on a sofa, rolling onto the floor. The back, outside, Corrie said, pulling his arm. Get outside, into the open. The sound of gunfire grew louder as Pete pushed himself to his feet and moved in a half-crouch to the wide wall of windows, pausing as he reached them. The shooting stopped, he said, and followed her lead when she crouched down, watching the doors. Maybe they're trying to get around the back, she said. So do we go out to the front? He asked. Unless that's what they want us to do. There'll be a door behind the bar, Pete said. Over there somewhere. Pete! Corrie! It's Tess! You two in there? Her voice came from the entrance lobby. You alone, Tess? Corrie called. Alone and safe. What's going on? Come on, Corrie said. She pushed herself to her feet. Kwong stood by the body of Private Bramley. How many looters? She asked. At least 2, Corrie said. They're not looters, Pete said. They're cartel, Corrie said. Same as the guy in the restaurant. Tell me later, Kwong said. Get outside to cover the vans. Move! Bringing up the rear, she followed them outside and to where Liu was waiting by the refrigerated vans, the Glock 22 in an iron grip aimed at the entrance. Stay by the wheel arch. Get down, Liu, Kwong said. What the hell just happened? I don't know, Corrie said. I really don't. But it began like this. Chapter 24. Too late for reinforcements. The golf club, Broken Hill. Even as Corrie and Pete ran through their confrontation with Miko, Kwong radioed for backup. 3 minutes later, a Bushmaster PMV barreled through the gates, a smaller Hawkeye 4x4 just behind. 8 soldiers spilled out of the vehicles as another climbed up into the Bushmaster's turret, taking up station behind the machine gun. Kwong led the soldiers inside, leaving Pete, Corrie, and Liu outside in the shelter of the refrigerated vans and the shadow of the armored vehicle's machine gun. 5 minutes after that, a pair of soldiers came out. Clear? One called. Then both jogged around the side of the building, disappearing into the golf course. 10 minutes after that, Kwong came outside. You better come and see this, she said. Did you get them? Corrie asked. No, Kwong said. You don't want to go inside, Liu, she added. Is it zombies? Liu asked. Worse, Kwong said. Trust me, Liu. You don't want to know. Pete and Corrie followed Kwong back inside. I think there were 3 of them, Kwong said. That's based on the plates and crockery that's been used. Miko, the one who did the talking, was over there, behind those doors, Corrie said. But he didn't shoot Bramley. That was the bloke up there, Kwong said. Near the ceiling, there's a small hatch that gives access to the lights. Behind the wall, there's a crawl space. In one direction, it leads to a set of narrow stairs, accessible through that door behind the disc. In the other, it leads outside. There's a door hidden in the facade, a walkway that's more a lip than a ledge, for use when they want to change the bulbs in the lights or clean the sign. That hatch up there is where he fired from. That installation hanging from the ceiling restricted the view. It's one of Jono's. Shooting stars, he called it. I think that's all that saved you. He said he didn't want to kill Corrie, Pete said. Never trust the word of a murderer, Kwong said. They saw us arrive, Corrie said. Saw us? and then got into position, Kwong said. The casings are 4.6 by 30 millimeters. According to the sergeant, that's likely to have come from a Heckler & Koch MP7. It's a military-grade machine pistol. Serious firepower. Not the kind of thing your average farmer might have. Not even the kind of weapon your everyday criminal might buy. And I thought my luck had run out, Pete said. Then he saw Bramley's body, now covered with a ground sheet. I don't think the boss, Miko, wanted to kill her. It was the other guy who shot her. You're wrong, Kwong said. He came out talking. Yes? You said his hands were raised? That was to get you three to stop moving and to focus on him. That meant you weren't moving and weren't looking while the other bloke got into position. They saw us arrive and didn't have time to come up with a better plan. But I would guess that the reason they talked for so long was that they were waiting on a third bloke to get behind you. He didn't, and so you're still alive. You said they wanted to fly out of here. In Kempton's jet, the plane on which Pete arrived, Corrie said. The other planes on the airfield could fly them anywhere in Australia, but that jet could cross oceans. One of his people must be a pilot, Kwong said. What makes you so sure? Corrie asked. Through here. I'll show you, Kwong said. She led them through the dining room and into a small chamber near the kitchens. A pair of low tables stood beneath heating lamps, close to the kitchen doors, there for plated food to be kept warm before it was taken to hungry diners. On each of the tables was a body, and beneath each was a pool of coagulating blood. That's Rampton and Jackson, Pete said. Nylon cord tied them to the table at hands, feet, forearms, thighs, and chest. From the scraps of cloth beneath the rope, it was after they were tied that their clothing had been cut away. Both had gags in their mouths, there to muffle the screaming, and there surely had been a lot. Their bodies were a mass of scars and abraded flesh. Kitchen knives were embedded in Rampton, equidistantly spaced along his arms and legs. Sandpaper and plastic tubing, Kwong said, pointing at the floor. The tubing was to stop the bleeding as they stuck in those knives, made those cuts. The sandpaper came first, and probably after they used that meat hammer to break a few bones. The left forearm is broken. That shoulder is out of the socket. They were tortured, methodically, cruelly. This man had it worse. His death took ours. That's Rampton, Pete said, turning away. None of those knives came close to an artery, Kwong said. I'd say he was tortured to encourage the other man to talk. This wasn't the first time they'd done this, but they'd made do with the items they found here. I would say this has been going on for days. But death came quickly in the end. They both had their throats cut. Rampton died at least 4 hours ago. Jackson had his throat cut about half an hour ago. Probably when they saw us arrive. There's 2 more people dead in that room over there. Both shot. A man and a woman. Can you take a look? She walked over to the door and opened it. No, I don't know them, Pete said. He turned around, but he found he was once again looking at the pilots. Corrie? Kwong asked. I've never seen them before. I think they're looters. Maybe they own the car out front, Kwong said. Can we talk somewhere else? Pete asked. Let's go through there, Kwong said. She led them back into the sofa-filled lounge. Over the last 2 years, we've had 8 cases like this. 5 in Melbourne, 2 in Adelaide, 1 in Sydney. In each case, the victims were connected with the drugs trade, and so it was classed as gang-related rather than work of a serial killer. Thought the killer had been caught. A detective down in Melbourne, Grabotnik. He arrived at the scene of the 8th victim about 5 minutes too late. The murderer died in the pursuit. Either this is a copycat, or the torturer was teaching his craft to others. The big question is how much of that matters now. Because of the zombies? Pete asked. Because of them, Kwong said. I don't know how the pilots were brought here, whether it was at gunpoint or they were tricked. Afterwards, the man in the white suit, Rogers, was sent to deal with you, Pete. Again, I don't know if you were meant to be killed or brought here. Either way, you had a narrow escape. They searched the hotel room, and then the real torture began. Seeing as Rampton got the worst of it, I think it was Jackson they wanted answers from. But what were the questions? And why did they kill Jackson when they saw us drive up? The code for the plane, Pete said. What code? Liu told me, Pete said. The plane's locked. There's some kind of code needed to get inside. How does Liu know? She went to look, Pete said. Why didn't the pilots know this code? Kwong asked. Surely they would have been the ones to enter it. Not necessarily, Corrie said. It could have been reset remotely. Do you know the code? Kwong asked. I don't know it, Corrie said. I might be able to guess, but until I try, I don't know if it's correct. Why would the code be reset? Kwong asked. I don't know, Corrie said. And take that as a blanket response to explain any of this. They were tortured for hours, right? They would have said absolutely everything they know, yes? Then they know Pete was just some guy who sells carpets. I can't think of anything we know that they would want. Chapter 25. Joining the SASR. The airport. Broken Hill. Pete sat by the office window, watching the clouds scud across the sky above the airfield. Dr. Dodson said that the rains were coming. Pete had no idea if that was good news. He didn't know if it was an official weather report, or a guess. He didn't know anything anymore. Every time he thought that things were as bad as they could get, they got worse. He wanted to talk with Corrie, to get her to explain, or at least share what she knew. Clearly, she knew a lot more than she'd already said. He hadn't had the opportunity. As soon as they'd returned to the airfield, she and Liu had gone straight to Kempton's plane. Pete hadn't gone with them, but had retreated to the office, seeking comfort in being inside. He'd still not found it when, half an hour later, Corrie and Liu entered. I'm going to find Bobby, Liu said. I'll be with you in a bit. Corrie sat opposite Pete. The code works, she said. We got into the plane. Here. She held out his phone. My phone? Thanks. Oh, it's out of power. You used the code Sorcia Locke told you over that sat phone? I did, and I think that code was just for us. Or not for the pilots, anyway. The code was remotely changed to lock the pilots out of the plane. Why? Pete asked. Because we were bait, Corrie said. Or I was. I don't follow. Kempton didn't need to send you to come find me, Corrie said. She could have sent me the phone through the mail, and I'd have called her, probably from a harbor just before I caught a cab to a train station to take me to an airport. But I'd have called. She said she wanted me to activate some old code, but she could have found someone else to do that. It's been years since I wrote it, and she must have hired hundreds of programmers since then. What code? What was it she asked you to do? That's really not important, Corrie said. That's the entire point. You met Kempton and Tamika, and you spoke to Sorcia on the phone, and Rampton and Jackson flew you here, right? They're all in the inner circle. This was a trap specifically set to catch Rampton and Jackson, or perhaps just one of them. Considering what we saw at the golf club, probably Jackson, but Kempton didn't know precisely who was betraying her. No doubt she set other traps for other members of her inner circle. But this is the one they were caught up in, because she didn't trust them. And with everything that was about to happen, she wanted to get Rampton and Jackson as far away from her as possible. So she sent them to Australia? Yep. To transport some random guy to persuade his estranged sister to reactivate a mysterious piece of old code. You've got to admire the simplicity of it. And the complexity. You do? You didn't even know I used to work for Kempton, so there was no way you could know a thing about what she supposedly wanted from me. That meant they, or he, had no choice but to do as ordered. Bring you here, let you travel onward to hand me that phone. I don't know what Kempton planned to do next, but the outbreak changed everything. And that's why Sorcia Locke left that message with the new master code. Assuming that message was for us, Pete said. Maybe it was meant for Jackson. Maybe Locke's another one of the traitors, if that's the right word. Maybe she is. But we've got the code, and so we have access to the plane, Corrie said. The outbreak changes everything, Pete echoed. So Kempton bought the carpet store just so she had an excuse to get the pilots out of the way? That's extreme, isn't it? Not for her, Corrie said. It's not like she'd miss the money, Besides, if you're going to bluff, always bluff big.
She was planning this for a while, though, Pete said. Mrs. Mathers sold the company to her before Christmas.
She's probably been planning it for longer than that, Corrie said. She didn't know who among her people she could trust, and thought she was preventing a nuclear war, but couldn't go to the authorities. Just because they really are after you doesn't mean you're not paranoid.
I don't think that's quite the saying, Pete said. Miko said he was waiting for me when the plane arrived.
Because Jackson told him, Corrie said. You might not have known where you were going, but the pilot had to. And maybe that's why you and I were chosen as bait. I bet Kempton has a ton of burned-out former employees she could have used for this. But I lived somewhere remote, hiding in plain sight, somewhere you can see people coming for miles. Somewhere strangers get noticed. Jackson couldn't follow you into the Outback, and that gave Kempton time.
Time to do what? Pete asked.
No idea. But the outbreak came first. Of course, that's why she sent her plane, not just so she could get rid of those 2 pilots, but a plane like that on an airfield like this, it's bound to be noticed. It was meant to be seen. She wanted everyone looking at that jet in one hand, while wondering what the pilots were up to in the other, while the real trick was being played out thousands of kilometers away.
In Manhattan?
Maybe, I don't know. Even for Kempton, the outbreak seems too much.
It's a different world, Pete said. Throwing millions of dollars around like it means nothing, using people and private jets as props in a secret war. I want to know the rest of the story, all of it. From when you started working for Kempton to when you disappeared, right up until I arrived, all of it.
That's fair, she said. But can it wait a little longer? I still haven't told you the bad news.
You mean what you just said was the good news?
Clearly, the pilots were told a story about me, that I know something important. They were tortured for a long time. I bet they shared every secret they knew. Whatever they said, it was enough for Miko to take an absurd amount of risk, sticking around Broken Hill after everyone left. Then, today, he must have seen Liu and Tess arrive with us. But they sprang the trap anyway.
I don't know he would have if that guy hadn't started shooting, Pete said.
Maybe not, Corrie said. But if the outbreak changed everything, why is Miko still here?
He said something about bunkers and mountaintop retreats, Pete said. That's what he's after.
No. He works for the cartel, and the cartel has been working with Kempton. I quit years ago. Anything I know is out of date. He's probably chasing a lie, a story, something told to the pilots that made it seem bringing me back from Australia was worth Kempton sending the 2 of them halfway around the world. Either way, whether he's chasing a lie or some fragment of truth, Miko won't give up. We have to leave. We found him by chance today, but we won't get lucky again. You heard what Tess said. This man is a serial killer the police thought they'd stopped. If he can evade the police, he can escape the soldiers, no matter how many are sent to look for him. Remember the other 2 bodies in the golf club? The couple he shot? Remember Josie? That's what'll happen to anyone who gets in his way.
We've got to leave, Pete said.
Of course we do.
As fast as we can, getting as far away from here as we can.
He stood up. Corrie smiled. I hoped you'd say that. But sit down. We've got to wait for Liu.
You mean we're flying? Pete asked.
Like you said, as far and as fast as we can.
A soul-grinding half-hour later, Liu returned.
She sat opposite. It took a while to get through, but I spoke to Anna. We've got the approval for the flight to Canada.
Pete frowned. I don't follow.
Anna Dodson, Liu said. Mick's daughter. The politician. Mick placed the call so I could speak to her. She approved the mission on the spot. We've just got to wait for the pilots and soldiers.
What soldiers? Pete asked.
For the flight to Canada, Liu said, like I told you in the van earlier. Wait, did you think we were going alone?
She laughed.
You did. You thought it was just you 2 and me. Sorry, but compared to everything else that happened today, it is funny. But, of course, you turned in early last night, so you don't know the other half of the conversation. They want staging grounds across the Pacific, places we can bring in supplies and troops while evacuating refugees. British Columbia is perfectly placed for moving people to Alaska, which is ideally situated due to the lack of roads and impassable terrain. before you get your hopes up, this isn't a plan for an immediate offensive. It's after the zombies die, and that could take weeks. But then they'll need to bring in the aid and troops to protect it while it's being distributed. They'll need to hold the airfields between now and then, airfields and ports, hence why they need to send someone up to Canada. And I already know about 4 airfields in British Columbia, thanks to Corrie. I used the location of the airfields, and me being a co-pilot, and that we have a plane to bargain my way onto the flight.
So this is going to be a proper expedition?
Pete asked. Very much so, Liu said. We lucked out on that jet. There are hundreds of planes and pilots, of course, but not with a clear runway, with fuel in the storage tanks, and with a range for a direct flight while retaining the capacity to land on a short runway.
And what about Corrie and me? We're allowed to come?
It's agreed that you two should leave with the plane. Whatever this psycho wants, if you're gone, and the plane's gone, he can't get it. They're sending more soldiers up to search for him. But they're also sending some Marines from your embassy in Canberra. You're going to lead them east to get some solid information about what's happening inland and in the US. I might have fudged your knowledge of the western United States, its terrain and backwards trails. After persuading Anna that I should be allowed to go on the trip, I needed a reason that you should go other than you were chasing down your one true love. You can tell the Marines the truth when we're in the air.
They're not planning to go to Indiana?
Pete asked. I don't know, Liu said. I can't see why. It would make more sense to find out what's happening in Seattle or Portland. Once we're in the air, we won't turn around. And once we land, I doubt they'll mind if you two head off on your own. And maybe it would be useful to know what's actually happening in the Midwest. And when we land, they'll protect the airfield? Corrie asked. That solves another problem. I don't know how long it'll take us to get to Indiana, or to find Olivia, let alone get back. But we won't need to rush, not if they're securing that runway. If we miss the flight back with you, we can wait for the next plane. But how do we know the jet can refuel there? For that matter, how do we know it can land? Military intelligence, Liu said. By the time we land, they'll have the Canadian military securing the runway, and with a beacon set up, so landing will be a piece of cake. This isn't going to be a suicide mission. And when are we leaving? Corrie asked. When the soldiers arrive, Liu said. It should be sometime tonight. There's a price to pay for this flight. I promised Anna I'd send her dead back to Canberra. Bobby's going with him. I can hardly take him with me, but he's not happy about it, so I better go see if he's calmed down a bit.
Pete looked out at the clouds.
I'm going home. We're going home, though it hasn't been that for me for a long time, Corrie said. She stood.
Where are you going?
He asked. We've got ourselves a flight back to North America, Corrie said, and we've got a way back here afterwards. That just leaves us the small matter of traveling from British Columbia all the way to Indiana. I'm going to see what gear's on the plane, and what else we'll need. A rifle for one thing, I suppose. Ammunition too.
And clothes,
Pete said.
It was snowing when I left.
Chapter 26. Fire from above. The airport, Broken Hill. Pete opened his eyes and realized he'd fallen asleep in the office chair by the window. Corrie had gone, and the room was otherwise deserted. The airfield looked deserted too. His stomach told him it was mealtime, while the shadows suggested it was around midday, so he went in search of lunch. Outside, on the edge of the runway, and in the shadow of a hangar, Mick Dodson was playing chess with Bobby.
Did I miss a meal?
Pete asked.
I've cake, if you want some,
Dodson said.
It's the last of it. That's something we'll not get in Canberra.
Checkmate in 3 moves, Bobby. Can I play next?
Pete asked. No, Bobby said. Dodson leaned back in his chair. You're mad because your mum's flying north without you, Dodson said. But that's not Pete's fault. It's his plane, Bobby said. It's Lisa Kempton's, Dodson said. Or it was. It's your mum's now. But be mad at Kempton.
I know I am,
Pete said, pulling up a chair next to them.
She turned my entire life upside down, and I still don't understand why. On the other hand, I found my sister, so there's some good that's come out of it. Isn't that one of your rules, Doc?
No,
Dodson said,
My rules are to keep you alive. Being grateful for what you have is more general advice for how you live afterwards. But Pete raises an interesting point, Bobby. If that plane wasn't here, your mum wouldn't be going north to get your sister. Good things can come out of the shadows. Just remember Rule 10. Recognise when something is beyond your control.
I thought you said that was Rule 11.
Bobby said. Did I? It's a good rule, Dodson said. When I tell my patients, the archaeologists, my daughter, I told it to the Prime Minister too. Not the current one, the one before that. About this time last year, when Anna took me on a tour of Parliament House. I think I should have told him Rule 12 instead. Always accept responsibility for those things within your control.
How do you tell the difference? Pete asked.
It's the trick, isn't it? Dodson said. Now, mate, if you want to play, spin us a yarn. Tell us a story about life in America. Make it a good one.
3 stories and 2 games later, Inspector Kwong walked onto the runway, a bag over each shoulder.
I'll bring gifts, she said.
For me?
Bobby asked.
Don't get too excited,
Kwong said.
It's your clothes, for Canberra. You put my smart clothes in here,
Bobby said, checking inside.
And a tie.
Of course,
Kwong said. You'll be representing Broken Hill. You have to look your best when you meet all those politicians. The other bag is for your mum. Where is she?
On the plane,
Bobby said. Then be a help and take her this bag. You can leave yours here. Can you manage?
No worries. It's not heavy,
Bobby said, clearly struggling beneath the weight of the blue holdall. He staggered off across the runway toward the jet. Kwong waited until he was out of earshot before continuing.
There's no sign of that Miko bloke and his crew.
Didn't he go into the Outback?
Dodson asked.
We think so,
Kwong said.
I think so. We've moved all the soldiers to the barricades at the edge of town, but they can turn around to look for danger inside the barriers as easily as watch outwards. Every road and alley is covered, and before dark will be protected by barbed wire. No one will get in or out before reinforcements arrive.
When's that?
Dodson asked. Hopefully before this evening,
Kwong said.
And they won't be able to help with the search until dawn,
Dodson said. So we hope Captain Hawker finds him,
Kwong said.
Or that Miko sees what we're doing here and leaves.
I doubt he will, Pete said. Not until the plane has left.
Possibly. Time will tell, Kwong said. Those pilots, Rampton and Jackson, they told you they wanted to go to Melbourne. Didn't they tell you why?
Not really, Pete said. Just that they had offices there. Colleagues, that sort of thing.
The cartel has a presence in Melbourne,
Kwong said.
Somehow, I don't think that's a coincidence. Corrie thinks one of them was maybe spying on Kempton for the cartel,
Pete said.
There were too many games within games going on here,
Kwong said.
What I do know, I tried getting in touch with a detective handling the serial killer case. He disappeared around the time of the outbreak.
You got through the police in Melbourne?
Dodson asked.
Just about,
Kwong said. I was using military frequency. Some soldier at the other end went looking for people with a badge until he found one who knew Sergeant Grabotnik. He hasn't been seen in days. He might have gone on leave, disappeared to help family, or he found himself caught up in the chaos, sent off to help protect somewhere remote, or he's another victim. I hate chasing serial killers. You know the number of victims by the signature, the manner of death, but that doesn't mean there aren't others who faced a less horrific end.
Or whose bodies haven't been found,
Dodson said.
Right, Kwong said. The line between assassin and serial killer is thin, and in this case, the bloke does it for pleasure as well as pay. Which begs the question, who's paying him?
The cartel, Pete said.
They're an international gang, right? So someone overseas. Then why didn't he vanish when the outbreak occurred?
Kwong asked.
This killer, what he did to those pilots, what he's clearly capable of, it terrifies me. Yet what he's doing isn't just for his own twisted enjoyment. He's working for someone, fulfilling a contract or debt. So who is this bloke so scared of, or in awe of, that he's still risking his life even now? Do you know what the motto of our police service is?
To protect and serve? Pete asked.
It's that punishment follows swiftly on the heels of crime. Kwong said. Never was a fan of the saying. It's not the police's job to punish, but to deter and catch. But in this case, punishment can only mean one thing, and it's the only way to protect. And so I've got to follow up quickly before the trail goes cold.
You going to Melbourne?
Dodson asked. First, I'm coming with you and Bobby to Canberra. Then it's Melbourne. When the plane's gone, the killer's going to leave too. I'll be in Melbourne waiting for him. And speaking of that, I'll need to get a sketch from you, Pete, of what the bloke looks like. And that gun I gave you, I'll need that back. I don't know if I can process it, but I'll need every scrap of evidence A thundering bang echoed across the airfield. Kwong spun around. What was... Another bellowing thud shook the ground. Kwong and Dodson ran away from the shelter of the hangar. Pete followed them, out to the runway, stopping just behind them, when he saw the smoke rising from the town. What happened? Pete asked. Nothing good, Kwong said. We should go help, Pete said. Never rush in before you know what you're dealing with, Kwong said.
Rule 9.
Dodson said.
But it doesn't apply to me. I'll get the fire engine from the garage. You get the soldiers to open the checkpoint on it.
Another 2 explosions rent the air, and this time Pete saw the flames before they settled into a cloud of dust and smoke. Mick, you stay right there, Kwong said, grabbing his arm. Not until we know what we're dealing with.
People are dying, Tess.
And we won't be any help if we die next. Car bombs? A remote detonator? Mines? Grenades? No. But it's Miko, isn't it? Pete asked. Maybe it's something he set up last night to cover what he thought would be his escape, Kwong said. Except now, he didn't know he'd go to the Gulf. What's going on? Bobby said, running up to them, nearly breathless. Get him out of here, Pete, Kwong said. The ground turned sideways, and Pete nearly fell, but caught himself just as the sound of the explosion shook the air around him. Glass and metal tinkled to the ground. He turned his head and saw the office was on fire. Wood and metal rained down on the runway as flames filled the sky. It's not on a timer, Kwong said. It has to be a mortar or artillery. They're out there firing at us, but they want the plane, right? They won't target that. Pete, take Bobby to the plane. Go! Pete pushed the boy before him, but Bobby was frozen, near immobile. After 3 faltering steps, Pete picked him up. Bobby was heavy, but laying a new carpet always involved carrying the old furniture and new flooring. It just didn't require he run at the same time. Halfway to the plane, Bobby began squirming. Let me down! Run, Pete said. To the plane. A figure was already sprinting from it. Liu, he realized a second later, just before another explosion rent the air. This blast wasn't close. Somewhere in town. But he didn't turn to look. He just kept running, keeping pace with Bobby. What's happening? Liu asked when they drew level with her. Bombs, a mortar, Pete said, breathless. Get to the plane. Safe on the plane. As they ran the last few 100 meters, those words echoed around his brain. Would they be safe? Why would it be safe? Corrie stood at the bottom of the steps, an assault rifle in her hands, but that was no more use than the machine guns mounted on the soldiers' armored trucks. Another distant explosion shook the air. A second followed immediately after, and Pete was grateful to just follow his feet, follow instructions, and follow Bobby up the steps and into the plane. Corrie, move those stairs off the runway, Liu barked. Bobby, are you okay? The boy nodded. Good, Liu said. Strap in. She hurried into the cockpit. Pete stood by the open door, watching the smoke rise above the town until what Liu had said sank in. He darted into the cockpit, where Liu was already flipping switches. Are you going to fly? This is Miko, right? Liu said. He wants the plane, yes? We move the plane and we remove the prize. He'll stop. How else do I keep Bobby safe? Make sure he's strapped in. There's a hatch by the door, a retractable ladder. Open the hatch, drop the ladder so your sister can get aboard. But I'm not waiting for her, sorry. Pete ran back into the cabin, checked Bobby was in a seat, then ran to the door, fumbling with the hatch and finding a flimsy stack of aluminum beneath. There were no instructions, but he pushed it towards the door, and gravity did the rest. Extending the ladder as it fell, Corrie ran over, grabbed the swaying ladder just as the engine began to roar. Pete reached through the door as Corrie hauled herself up the swaying steps. He grabbed her arm and hauled her aboard. What's going on?
Corrie asked, as they pulled the ladder aboard.
Wait, there. That button, that's to retract it. What's happening? A mortar, I think,
Pete said.
Or Tess does. Josie said 4 soldiers disappeared with a Hawkeye and mortar,
Corrie said. With the ladder inside, she reached out, grabbed the door, and hauled it closed.
Miko must have killed them. This must have been his plan all along. After the golf club, he decided to go through with it anyway.
What, blow up the plane?
Destroy the runway so the plane can't leave. Destroy the town so there's no reason for any of the soldiers to stay. Liu is taking off?
The plane gave the answer, juddering and shaking as it began to move.
I suppose so,
Pete said. He was out of answers, out of ideas, and long out of breath. He found his way back to Bobby, checked he was strapped in, then collapsed in the chair opposite, buckled himself in, closed his eyes, and didn't open them until the plane was in the air.
Chapter 27. Road Warrior. Broken Hill.
Tess Kwong dropped to one knee as an explosion detonated near the airport's entrance. A secondary explosion followed, and a sharp, piercing scream followed that. Without thinking, she ran. Mick Dodson was already 2 steps ahead of her, sprinting to the barricade on Airport Road, but the screaming stopped before either of them reached the casualties. 2 of the 3 Hawkeyes were gone, though it was a safe guess to assume they'd driven into town when that first explosion had occurred. They'd left 2 soldiers on guard. One had been in the Bushmaster PMV's turret, but that vehicle had taken a direct hit. Smoke billowed from the machine-gun-mounted vehicle. The soldier who'd been in the turret was nothing but scraps of bloody cloth. The other guard was a bloody ruin, thrown nearly 20 meters from his post. Mick Dodson closed the soldier's eyes.
He's gone,
the doctor said. Another round detonated, this one close to the runway. As Tess turned to look, she saw the jet fly up and through the smoke. Another shell detonated, a third, a fourth, all within meters of each other on the runway. But the plane was already in the air, soaring skywards, to safety, at least from the bombs.
Think they hit the runway,
Dodson said.
There won't be many more flights coming here for a while.
The plane is gone. They should stop,
Tess began. But a round landed on a street north of the airfield.
Why are they still firing?
To cover their retreat,
Dodson said.
They're out there,
Tess said.
Out there in the Outback. Somewhere right there.
She pointed at the scrubby dust. Dodson picked up the soldier's bloody rifle. He raised it to his shoulder and fired a shot.
Still works.
Give me that.
Fine. Then I'll drive,
Dodson said.
What do they call that 4x4? A Hawkeye? You think they can manage off-road?
Tess wiped the blood and gore from the rifle as a secondary explosion erupted, bigger than anything they'd seen before, sending a plume of fire and smoke 100 meters into the air.
Knock straight,
Tess said instantly.
Bet that was Christy Bradley's place. I don't know if we can stop them, but we can chase them away.
She grabbed a magazine from the dead soldier's webbing, then followed the doctor to the 4x4.
Here's the plan,
Dodson said as he started the engine.
Find them, shoot them, end this.
Nice plan,
Tess said.
Simple and doable. I've some questions I'd like answered, though.
We call that Plan B,
Dodson said.
We've got to get outside the barbed wire.
No worries,
Dodson said, driving the military vehicle slowly around the zippered barricade. A boom resonated behind them, jolting Tess forward. Dirt and shrapnel rained on the vehicle.
We're sitting targets,
Tess said.
Yep,
Dodson said, as he threaded the vehicle around the barbed wire.
But that means they can see us, which means we should be able to see them.
He spun the wheel, stamped on the accelerator, and gunned the 4x4 across the copper-red soil. Another shell landed on the road behind them, shattering the windows of the zippered car blockade.
They're targeting us,
Tess said.
Good,
Dodson said.
They'll aim at us and not the airfield. Blowing up my airfield,
he muttered, his hands tightly gripping the wheel.
Blowing up my town. Who do they think they are?
That's what they want, isn't it? Destroy the runway and enough of the town that Broken Hill has abandoned, leaving them free rein to get to that plane. No chance of that now. Captain Hawker said that vehicle and mortar disappeared a couple of days ago. He thought the crew had gone AWOL.
More victims,
Dodson said.
Easy on, this isn't your prop plane,
Tess said as the Hawkeye bounced over a rock, going airborne for a long second. She grabbed the strap above her head.
Now I know why they make soldiers wear helmets. Does that rifle have its safety on? Rule 44. Don't get shot by your own gun.
Dirt fountained 10 meters ahead and to the left. A shrapnel shower of pebbles and dirt pattered against the vehicle's armor.
Aim for that pair of wattles,
Tess said.
Those are mulgars,
Dodson said.
You think they're behind there? No, 20 meters beyond the trees. Bank, hard right. There's a depression 100 meters beyond. That's where they are. I remembered something else. Turn, now!
Dodson threw the wheel as dirt spiraled up in front of them.
What did you remember? Straight on. I remember that they had a machine gun and the missing Hawkeye. When they disappeared, they were meant to be setting up a checkpoint near Fowler's Gap. There, I see them. Not in a straight line. No worries, Dodson said. Rule 45, never drive in a straight line while charging a mortar position. A bit of a specialised rule, that one. You really do make them up as you're going along, don't you? Adapt to the circumstances, he said. They're running.
They weren't. They were driving, but not in a military Hawkeye. A dune buggy bounced out of the depression, driving due east, away from Broken Hill across the uneven ground. There was one seat occupied by a driver, with a solitary passenger behind, standing in an uncomfortable crouch, holding onto the roll bars the vehicle had in lieu of a roof.
I can only see two of them,
Tess said, turning around, peering through the soil-splattered window.
Where's the third? Where's the machine gun? Dodson said. And why did they do this? What is on that plane that's worth starting a war for? Maybe we'll try for plan B, if we can. I'd like some answers. Does this thing have wipers? Can't see much ahead of us. Keep driving. Go straight, Tess said. There's no third man. No machine gun. You sure? I'm sure he's not there, Tess said. If he's anywhere, he's where that Hawkeye is waiting. We want to stop them before they get there. The Menendee Road is ahead,
Dodson said as they jolted over a rock, down into a dip, and bounced up the other side.
Can you see it? Dead straight, she said.
The road grew from a thin sliver to a concrete scar stretched out before them.
Can you see the Hawkeye?
Dodson asked.
No vehicles. No people in sight. Hopefully no machine guns then,
Dodson said. When the dune buggy reached the road, the vehicle bounced onto the tarmac, skidded, but didn't turn. It continued over the road and back into the scrub on the other side.
Go straight, Tess said. Chase them down. It's what I'm doing, but where are they going? If one of them was a pilot, maybe they have a plane out here somewhere, she said. We need to end this. Can you get closer? Rule 3, never take unnecessary risks, Dodson said. But there's Rule 6 as well. We're running low on diesel. It's down to 1/10 of a tank.
The 4x4 bounced down a rocky incline, across a dry creek bed, and up the other side.
They're getting further away, Tess said. No worries, Dodson said. Hold on.
He gunned the engine. The Hawkeye bounced and skidded over the uneven ground, spraying soil and rock like shrapnel against the vehicle's hard case.
Can you shoot them?
Tess wound down the window, holding the rifle one-handed. She reached outside and fired.
I don't even know if it was close. You missed, if that helps, Dodson said. It doesn't.
She shifted position and pulled the trigger again, this time as they careened up a boulder, and she lost her loose grip on the rifle.
I dropped the gun,
she said. Ahead, the passenger on the dune buggy pulled himself around so he was facing them. One hand holding the grab bar, he raised a machine pistol that hung on a strap around his chest. He fired. There was no way to aim, but volume made up for accuracy. Even with so much soil and rock being churned by the tire's speeding passage, she heard bullets slam into the vehicle's armor. Dodson pushed the pedal all the way to the floor.
What are you doing?
Tess asked.
Ending this,
Dodson said.
Hold on.
She guessed what he was about to do as the distance between them and the dune buggy dropped. The gangster pulled the trigger, emptying the last few rounds. One bullet hit the windscreen, but it didn't shatter, and now the gangster's weapon was unloaded. The strap might prevent him from losing it as the buggy jerked and bounced across the uneven ground, but he couldn't reload one-handed. He reached for his belt anyway, going to draw another weapon, but the buggy hit a bump. He lost his grip and flew from the back of the vehicle, tumbling at speed across the rocky dirt.
One down,
Dodson said. The buggy's driver glanced around, realizing the passenger was no longer there. He swiveled his head further, unintentionally turning the wheel as he did so. The buggy swerved, skidded, and slowed while Dodson managed to coax an ounce more speed from their trembling engine, enough speed that the distance between them and the buggy fell away. Their grill slammed into the buggy's rear tire, sending the gangster's vehicle tumbling across the desert. But Dodson lost control for a second, and that was twice what the speeding vehicle needed to slam into a rock, flip, and roll. The seatbelt barely held Tess in place as the Hawkeye tumbled 360 degrees before settling on its wheels, now facing the wrong way. It took a second longer for the confusion and noise to coalesce into sights and sounds she could make sense of. A dull ache in shoulders and hips told her that pain would follow soon, but she could ignore it for now. The windscreen was completely smeared, and now partially fractured.
"Doc! Mick! You all right, mate?"
The older man groaned.
"Good," she said. "You're alive, and you're going back to driving school when we get to Canberra. Blood's pouring from a wound in your temple, not thickly and not fast, but persistently enough that you're going to need attention, maybe stitches, and soon. That'll have to wait until I've secured our suspect."
"Culprit,"
Dodson muttered.
"Too right,"
she said, first pushing, then kicking the door open, before dragging herself outside. Where the Hawkeye had landed on its wheels, the dune buggy hadn't. It was almost upright, balanced on engine and roll bars with the wheels in the air.
"Good things come to those who wait,"
Tess said. It wasn't the expression she meant, but her brain was slowing down as her knees seized up and the old stab wound above her left hip began to scream. She didn't think anything was broken, but everything was bruised. Far too slowly, her brain processed what she was seeing, and what was missing. The driver wasn't in the buggy. Her hand went to her holster, but her fingers were slow at finding the button. She heard movement, dropping to a knee as she spun around. The gangster was 5 meters away, a gold-plated revolver in his hand. He fired first, but he'd been aiming at where her head had been. He dragged his hand down even as he pulled the trigger, but the bullet whistled over her head as she raised her Glock 22, firing 3 shots. 2 hit his chest, 1 his neck. He fell, and she, wearily, achingly, pushed herself to her feet. Keeping her weapon trained on him, she walked slowly over to the body. But it was a body, unblinking and unmoving. She kicked the gun from his hand.
"Gold-plated. Not a 38, something bigger. A gun as ostentatious as that. Does that mean you're the boss? Are you Miko?"
She holstered her weapon and began to bend down to pick up the gun, but heard a footstep crunch on the dirt. She turned and saw the barrel of a compact pistol in the hand of the dune buggy's passenger. His blond hair was plastered across his face by the same blood and dirt that covered his crash-shredded jeans. His left arm hung loose by his side, but his right was steady, and there was a calm madness behind his eyes. Her gun was holstered. She'd have no chance of reaching for it. At that range, he'd have no chance of missing.
"It's over,"
Tess said.
"Your mate's dead. Your buggy's wrecked. The army's on its way. You can run, but you won't run far. Turn evidence. Tell us everything you know, and I'll get you immunity. Tell us who you were working for."
He took a faltering step towards her.
"I work for no one,"
he said. The shot echoed across the Outback. Nothing had ever been so loud in her life. She barely heard the second and third shots, but waited for her life to flash before her eyes. It didn't. The gangster staggered sideways. Dr. Dodson's 4th shot took him in the head. The thug collapsed. Dodson leaned against the smoking Hawkeye.
"You okay, Tess?"
"No worries,"
Tess muttered.
"You?"
"Alive,"
he said,
"and shouldn't be standing here."
He pushed himself away from the smoking vehicle.
"Which of these blokes is Miko?"
"Probably the one you shot,"
Tess said.
"This gold-plated revolver is too showy for a bloke who preferred knives."
She reached down to pick it up, but stopped halfway, clutching her hip.
"You sure you're okay?"
Dodson asked.
"It's just a memory of Sydney,"
she said. She reached into her pocket and took out her phone.
"Do you have a signal?"
he asked.
"Not since last week," she said.
She took a photograph of the man's face, then staggered over to the other man to take a photo of him.
"Didn't get a description from Corrie or Pete,"
she said.
"When they land, I'll get the picture to them. Get them to confirm that one of these blokes is Miko."
"When they land?"
Dodson asked.
"You might have a long time to wait."
"I might,"
Tess said.
"You okay walking?"
"Better than you."
"Our town's on fire,"
she said.
"You better go help put it out."
Chapter 28. Halfway around the world. Above Australia. As the plane leveled out, Pete finally opened his eyes. "We're alive," he whispered, but too loudly. "What do you mean?" Bobby asked. "Just that I hate flying," Pete said quickly. What he'd meant, what had been going around his brain since the plane began accelerating along the runway, was that the fear of being blown up had been replaced by the burning question of whether Liu could actually fly the plane. "Why don't you two look for treasure?" Corrie said. "Treasure?" Bobby asked. "I just started going through those storage boxes when we had to leave," Corrie said. "There's some cool stuff in there." "But not actual treasure," Bobby said. "I don't know," Corrie said. "This is a billionaire's plane. Who knows what we might find?" She gave Pete a meaningful look. "There was food in the galley kitchen," Pete said. "Some nuts and things, maybe even a steak." "What about cereal?" Bobby asked. "Maybe," Pete said. "After all, even billionaires eat breakfast." As Corrie went into the cockpit, Pete and Bobby began their search of the small kitchen between the cabin and the door leading to the rear of the plane. They found food, but most was of the dried fruit, pulse, and grain variety, each in individual pouches. "I don't think we should touch anything that was in the fridge," Pete said. "I'm not sure whether the plane had power while it was on stand. We could make some muesli with this stuff. There's oats, apricots, and here, there's sugar packets." "It wouldn't be the same," Bobby said. "Doesn't matter. I'm not hungry anyway." Pete opened the door behind the bathroom. It led to a space a little smaller than the cabin. Again, windowless, though almost chairless. Rows of jump seats lined either side, but all were folded back. Strapped to rails and floor and ceiling were more of the white coffin-shaped boxes. He closed the door. "Let's start with these two storage boxes in here," he said. He opened the lid and examined the neat trays, more interested in what was missing than what was still there. "This is food, I think," Bobby said, picking up the silver foil pouch. "Just add water. It's vitamins and fiber and stuff. Doesn't say what it actually is, like what flavor or anything. Maybe it doesn't have a flavor," Pete said. He lifted the tray. Beneath were zip-locked plastic bags, each marked with a size. "Clothes," he said. "I wore one of these when I left the plane." Bobby opened one, pulling out a tunic and pair of trousers. "You really wore this?" "They sort of took my other clothes," Pete said. "I think it's the uniform Kempton and her people wear." "Yeah, because you'd have to pay me before I'd wear anything like that," Bobby said. "Let's call that Rule 13, Pete said. "Rule 13 is always light the fire before you go and fetch water," Bobby said. "That way you can follow the smoke back to your camp. We can call this Rule 45. 45? Dr. Dodson has a lot of rules. Ah, there's more clothes here. And more normal ones. I wondered if there might be. The pilots were in suits. So was the chauffeur. Let's see. We've got waterproof windbreakers, some headscarves, and what I think is a dress." "It's weird stuff to pack in a plane," Bobby said. "And everything's in blue and gold. Hey, look at this," he added, tugging a foot-long hunting knife out from the tray beneath. "You're not allowed knives on planes. Everyone knows that." "I guess it's different rules for private jets," Pete said, taking the knife from Bobby. "Or maybe it's just the billionaires don't think the rules apply to them." "Dr. Dodson says the same rules apply to everyone," Bobby said. "And anyone who thinks they don't, who thinks they're special, they're the ones who end up needing rescuing by the rest of us." "Sounds about right," Pete said. "Shall we see what's in the other box?" It was more of the same, a mix of survival equipment and high-end women's fashion. He was about to suggest they continue the search in the storage area at the rear of the plane when Corrie came through. "Bobby," she said, "your mom wants to show you how to navigate. You're to go up front." "It sounds like a lesson," Bobby said. "A fun one, though," Corrie said. "How many other 10-year-olds have ever flown a private jet?" "There's a lot of weird stuff here," Pete said after Bobby had trudged through to the front of the plane. "Hunting knives and ball gowns. And take a look at these." He held out a pair of 4-inch heels. "I think this is real gold on the buckle." Corrie took it. "I think you're right. Shame." "Why?" "Gold is heavy. and these are useless," she said. "The extra weight means we're wasting fuel just carrying it." "But it's got to be worth something," Pete said. "Maybe not as much as before, but someone will want to buy it." "Not where we're going," Corrie said. "Where's that?" "Vancouver," Corrie said. "Seriously? To get her daughter?" Liu says she's still thinking about it, that she can't make a final decision for another half hour, until she's sure of her fuel consumption, but I think she's decided. "We're meant to have soldiers with us. Pilots, Marines," Pete said. "Yep, and it's more complicated than that," Corrie said. "The radio doesn't work. I think it was shut down when the code to the door was changed. I might be able to fix it, but not while we're in the air." "That sounds like a reason to set down as soon as we can," Pete said. "Not exactly. There's going to be danger in landing. In the air, as long as we have fuel, the autopilot is doing all the work. Before we set off, Liu asked for alternate landing sites if we had problems in the air, and for where we could return after Canada. The airports at Cairns and Brisbane had been shut. So was Adelaide. Too many planes had come in, the runways weren't clear. Cairns and Brisbane are in the north, Adelaide the south. They've been redirecting flights to Melbourne and Sydney." "What does that mean?" "Two things. First, we don't know of a clear runway, and since we can't use the radio, we'll have to find it visually. I'll come back to that. The other and more important point is really more of a question. If those runways are full, where did the planes come from? They're refugees, clearly, and probably from overseas. But where overseas? Were they fleeing the airport or the entire country? There's no way of knowing, but it adds a shadow of danger to everything beyond the Australian coast." "When Liu asked for an alternate runway, what did they say?" "Guam," Corrie said, "and that they would try to ensure it was clear by the time we were scheduled to fly." "Meaning it's not clear now?" "Or they don't know," Corrie said. "Without radio, we can't confirm it. I'm more worried about what's happening in northern Australia. But again, there's no way of finding out unless we set down. And that brings me back to problem number one. Even if the runway there is clear, I don't know if we can find Guam. We've no beacons, no satellites. We're navigating based on a compass, a clock, and speed." "Then we should set down now," Pete said, "which we'd have to do by finding a runway visually. That means finding a landmark, like a city, then following a river or road until we saw the airfield. If the runway is full, we'll have to look for another." "Which will be easy to do with a plane full of fuel," he said. "But other than the amount of fuel left, it will be the same in Canada as here. That's the dilemma facing Liu. The danger comes if we can't find a runway and have to set down on a road or in a field. That's when we might crash, when her son might die. But if that's the same risk in Australia and Canada, why not use the opportunity to find her daughter?" "Because we're alone on this plane," Pete said. "There's no point in getting angry with me," Corrie said. "This isn't my decision to make, it's Liu's, and I'm just explaining her logic. She says that there are 2 runways in Canada, in British Columbia, where there are soldiers waiting for us. One's to the west of Vancouver, the other's to the east. We might not be able to find Guam, but we can find North America. Portland, Seattle, then Vancouver, then the runways." "I bet Guam is bigger than Portland," Pete said. "And are there really soldiers in these airfields?" "I hope so. Now we're in the air, Tess or Dr. Dodson will call Canberra and tell them we've left. So hopefully they'll pass the message north, however they're managing that." "If there are empty airfields at all," Pete said. "I think there are," Corrie said. "If Bobby wasn't aboard, I might say differently, but I don't think Liu would risk her son's life. Anyway, it's out of our hands. I can't fly, and I don't think you've learned in the last few days. The plane did most of the work during takeoff, and it's doing it all now. But we'll need Liu for the landing." "Fair enough," Pete said. He sat in the nearest seat. "So we're going to Canada, then Indiana, I guess." "If you want to," Corrie said. "It was an idea," Pete said. "One I hadn't really thought through. One I didn't really think would come true. Like ever seeing you again." "But you did see me. You found me. We can find Olivia. There'll be vehicles at an airfield, soldiers too, hopefully, so it's not like we'll be setting out completely alone." "We'll be unarmed," Pete said. He reached for his pocket. "I've got the pistol. Do you still have the shotgun?" "Just the assault rifle," she said. "But I've only got 1 spare magazine."
How many zombies do you think there are in America?
That's a sum I don't want to calculate, she said. When we land, we can get a car and enough gas to reach Indiana and return. It sounds crazy, but I think we can do it. We can try. Yeah, we can try. And we'll bring back real intel on what's going on in America, Corrie said. That's what the Marines were meant to do. That should buy us enough goodwill to cancel out the fact that some gangsters were blowing up Broken Hill to get us and this plane. I hadn't thought of that. He stood and walked back to the boxes. Give me a hand. What with? It's going to be cold in Canada, he said. We're going to need some of those coats. Epilogue. Hello and bonjour. Nanaimo Airport, British Columbia, 26th February. It's a 5-hour time difference and a 13-hour flight, Pete said. So are we 18 hours ahead, or does that mean we've traveled back in time?
Time zones aren't the same as time travel,
Bobby said. Hey, but imagine if they were, Pete said. The further they'd traveled, the increasingly grumpy the boy had become. Both boys, if Pete was being truthful, but he was feeling too tetchy to be honest with himself. The decision to continue north-northeast up across the Pacific to Canada had been inevitable, made swiftly, and, ultimately, anticlimactic. The lack of windows in the cabin masked the true passage of time and distance. Bobby had spent some time up in the cockpit, but there was little for Liu to do, but hope the autopilot didn't break, and so less for her to teach her son. Corrie had spent more time up there, calculating and recalculating a course that was surely little more than a guess. Pete had taken one look at the wide blue ocean, another at the wider blue sky, and retreated back into the windowless chamber, where he distracted himself as best he could, and entertained Bobby as best he knew how. We've crossed the international date line, Pete said. So I think that means it's tomorrow. Corey's good at math. Always was. I'm terrible.
What are you good at?
Bobby asked.
I didn't mean...
I know what you mean, and I don't know, Pete said. I stopped asking myself that a few years ago. I don't think it matters whether you're good at one thing or another, just that you enjoy what you do.
Like selling carpets?
Bobby asked.
Did you really enjoy that?
Honestly? Yes. Some days I worked sales, some days I did fittings, so there was variety, but not too much unfamiliarity. The pay was okay, which, compared to some places I worked, was pretty good. I was tired when I went home, but not exhausted, and the people I worked with made it a place I didn't mind going back to the next day.
Oh.
Bobby mulled that over.
And is that what you want to do?
You know, after. If that's what I end up doing, I'd be more than happy, Pete said. Shall we watch another movie? Kempton seems to have everything that's just been released. What about Race Against Time 2?
I haven't seen the first one,
Bobby said.
I suppose I can when I get back to Australia. But it was meant to be a big trilogy. They'll never make the final film, will they?
Why couldn't they, one day? Bobby didn't reply, and Pete didn't press. He wasn't in the mood to watch a movie either. What about something to eat? Pete said.
Not hungry,
Bobby said. Me neither, Pete said. And he'd run out of ways to entertain the boy, or distract himself. So it was a welcome relief when Corrie came through from the cockpit. Still can't figure out how the intercom works, she said with forced cheer. But good news, we've got land ahead of us.
Is it Canada?
Bobby asked. Or the U.S., Corrie said. We've been in the air longer than we expected, which we can blame on the crosswinds, but it's hard to gauge what impact they had on our course. We can see snow on the mountainsides, so that's a good indication we're in very northern climes. But we can see green, too, so we've not flown all the way to the North Pole. She grinned. Bobby didn't.
Then we're not in Canada?
He asked. We're looking for a city, Corrie said. It'll be Portland, Seattle, or Vancouver. The terrain immediately before we reach it will confirm which. From there, we know what we're looking for. So we'll be setting down within an hour. Buckle up, because we're going to fly low, and there won't be any warning before we set down, not unless I can figure out the intercom. Pete had questions, but didn't want to ask any in case they made Bobby realize that Corrie hadn't answered his. They didn't know where they were going to land, or what they'd find when they did, assuming it was a landing and not a crash.
"Wish there were windows,"
Bobby said.
"Have you been abroad before?"
Pete asked.
"Oh, sure. Dad took me with him to a mine in China last year. It was super weird, but in a good way. Then we went to visit Clemmy on our way home."
"That's taking a long way home," Pete said.
"Australia was my second time out of the U.S. I went to Canada once. That was..."
The reminiscence was forgotten as the plane dipped forward. The engine noise, a dull background rumble he'd grown to ignore, rose in intensity. The plane tilted forward, steeply banked left, but then leveled off before tilting backward. The landing had been abandoned, he guessed. Too many planes on the runway? Or something worse. Something like... The plane shook as the wheels touched tarmac. A high-pitched whine drowned all the other sounds and thoughts as the plane rocked and shook. Just when he was sure the aircraft was about to tear itself apart, everything went still. Pete unclenched his fists.
"Are you okay?"
he asked.
"I guess,"
Bobby said.
"I think we're on the ground."
Liu appeared in the doorway a second later.
"Okay, Bobby?" "Fine, Mom. It was a bit of a rough landing, I know,"
Liu said.
"Blame the autopilot. It was doing most of the work. I think this plane could fly itself, but I needs a bit of practice on landings." "Are we in Vancouver?"
Bobby asked.
"Not exactly,"
Liu said.
"I'm not sure where we are, or even that we're in Canada. We are at an airfield, though, but not one of those I was aiming for."
"There are no soldiers here?" Pete asked.
"There's no one at all,"
Liu said.
"We're a lot closer to the Pacific than we should be. It might be British Columbia. It might be Washington State. But as we were coming into land, I saw people in cars, about a mile away, maybe less. They'll have seen the plane. They might be the soldiers we were hoping to meet, but they might be refugees looking for a flight out of here."
"Pete and I'll take care of them," Corrie said, coming through from the cockpit.
"You're not going to shoot them?"
Bobby asked.
"What?"
"No, of course not," Corrie said. "I'm not even going to take the rifle. We need to appear friendly, and we'll stick to the truth, more or less. There's a plan to put together a relief effort for the Pacific. Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, and other places between there and here. We're looking for a runway that can be used as a staging post to bring in supplies. We're expecting to meet Canadian soldiers, and we want to survey the ground. Once we've done that, we'll return to Australia, and we can take a few people with us, but we'll need the rest to hold the runway, to make it ready for the next flight. We left Australia without the soldiers because some idiots tried to steal the plane. We stick to that story, and we shouldn't have much trouble." Pete might have believed her if she didn't have concern written across her face. He zipped up his coat, followed her to the door, and helped her with the floor hatch beneath which the ladder was concealed.
"How bad is it really?"
he whispered.
"I'll tell you in a moment,"
she said, reaching for the door handle.
"You ready for this?"
"Sure," he said. She pushed open the door, and a cold blast of frozen air slammed into his lungs.
"Ugh, talk about bracing. We're not in Oz anymore. It's freezing,"
Corrie said, flinging the ladder out the open doorway. It clattered and clanked itself open as it fell.
"No, it's perfect weather,"
Pete said.
"It's what weather should be this time of year." "You're fooling no one," she said. "You're shivering, trembling with joy," he said. "Can't see anyone out there." "No, and I couldn't see anyone from the cockpit. Ladies first."
She climbed down the ladder. He followed and nearly slipped on the icy runway.
"Okay,"
Corrie said. She glanced up.
"Come on, careful of the ice."
"We're lucky we didn't crash," Pete said, turning his back on the gusting wind that was blowing daggers of icy air against his exposed flesh.
"We almost did,"
Corrie said.
"Look behind, then look down, then look over there."
He did. The plane was at 90 degrees to the runway, and right at its very edge.
"We spun?" "Wherever we are, no one was expecting a plane to land," Corrie said. "They didn't de-ice the runway. We saw a couple of airfields between the coast and here, but Liu thought they were too short. We need 6,500 feet, but that's a guess based on the unmodified version of that plane." "Looks like we found a runway that's exactly the right length,"
Pete said.
Only because we had the wind working in our favor, slowing us down,
Corrie said. An ice-white frost tipped the dark winter grass separating the runway from the blue-painted terminal and hangars that looked narrower than the jet's wingspan.
Those are some tall trees,
Pete said, thrusting his hands deep into the coat's pockets.
Well, not that tall, not really, but compared to Australia they are. And mountains behind them. Proper mountains. So much green and white.
It's an airfield, not an international airport,
Corrie said, shivering.
Even so, where are the planes?
Pete turned his gaze along the length of the runway, at the small hangars and cluster of smaller service buildings, then at the stands near the squat terminal.
There are no planes at all. Should there be?
I guess not,
she said.
We should head to the entrance before those people get here. I guess that'll be on the other side of that terminal.
Pete began striding towards the squat blue structure, but slipped when making his third step.
Ice,
he said.
You know, I was just getting used to Australia. Getting to like it, too.
It grows on you,
Corrie said.
I hated it at first. Almost left it twice, but I couldn't find anywhere else to go. I'm glad I stayed.
She glanced back at the plane.
We had half an hour of fuel left.
We really were lucky to land when we did,
Pete said. Ahead, a pair of jet-black birds took off from an unseen perch on the far side of the terminal.
Where are the people?
Corrie asked.
Where did they go? One of the other runways we flew over was full of planes, all small, on the grass, on the stands, on the service roads, but they didn't look like they'd crashed. Did they come from here?
Meaning, did they escape from here?
Pete asked, looking around.
Let's not give ourselves anything more to worry about.
Corrie glanced up at the fast-moving clouds scudding across the sky.
One thing we do have to worry about is getting that radio working before we return. We'll have to reassure those fighter planes that we're not carrying the infection.
What fighter planes?
Pete asked.
Of course you don't know. I forgot. Liu didn't want Bobby to know. A pair of Air Force jets gave us an escort as we left. It's what made up Liu's mind to keep going. She thought there was more chance they'd shoot us down if we tried to land than if we made it clear we were leaving.
I'm glad there were no windows. But fixing the radio can be a problem after we find fuel,
he said.
And after we figure out where we are.
And after we calm the approaching mob,
Corrie said.
Maybe we should have brought Bobby. The sight of a kid might have stemmed the desire for violence.
You don't think they're soldiers?
Not yet,
she said.
They surely have spotters along the coast. But they weren't expecting us to land here, so it'll be hours before they arrive. No, these are locals, and we just have to hope they're friendly. I think that's a service road over there, leading around the terminal.
Between them and it, parked on a narrow grassy verge, was a boxy ground power unit truck. Not parked, Pete realized, but abandoned.
Bullet holes,
Pete said, pointing at the uneven lines stitched into the vehicle's side, ending at a smashed driver's side window.
This is not looking good,
Corrie said.
That's good, though. That sign, it's in French as well as English. Nanaimo Airport.
She stopped talking and walking. A moment later, Pete caught up and saw why. The narrow ribbon of frosty asphalt led to a closed pair of roller gates and an unoccupied guard post. On the other side of the gate were an ambulance, a bus, and an upended sports car. Around the vehicles were figures, shapes, shadows of people, but they weren't the living.
Zombies,
Corrie said.
I count 19.
4 had reached the gate, pushing at the chain link, while the others were approaching fast. Padlocked chains held the pair of rolling gates closed, but they were bulging at the point where the 2 gates met.
I should have brought my rifle,
Corrie said.
I'm going to get it. Are you armed?
No,
Pete said.
Wait, yes, I have that pistol.
Do what you can,
Corrie said.
I'll be back.
She slipped on the ice as she tried to turn her walk into a jog. Pete turned to face the undead. He unzipped the jacket, letting the blast of frozen air focus his mind. His hand knocked against the detached suppressor as he fished a magazine from the other pocket.
Okay,
he said to himself.
You managed that, and you've done this before.
He loaded the magazine. He had done this before, back at Corrie's compound in the Outback. He glanced up at the clouds. There would be no SASR flying in to rescue them here. Glass tinkled onto the road as a zombie's flailing arm smashed the window of the bus from the inside.
"That makes 20, he said. "At least. 1 bullet, 1 kill. I'll have enough."
There was little comfort in speaking the words aloud. He had 2 magazines, but no idea how many bullets were in each. There was no comfort at all in the dry hiss of air escaping from dead lungs as zombies pushed and scrummed towards the gate. He took another step forward, and another, until he was 2 meters from the bulging gate. He picked his target. A zombie. Not an overweight man missing an eye and a good portion of his heavy goose-down coat. With each slapping throw of its hand against the gate, feathers flew from its shredded jacket. Pete pulled the trigger, reflexively closing his eyes as he did. When he opened them, the zombie was still there. He'd missed.
"Can't miss. Don't have the ammo to miss,"
he told himself, his words vanishing in a misty fog that was completely absent around the mob pushing at the gate. He took another step closer to the large man.
"No, you're not alive. Not anymore."
He fired. This time the zombie collapsed. Not giving himself time to think, Pete moved on to the next target, then the next. Each shot was fired from a meter's distance. He only paused when he had to wait for the zombies to clamber around the stalled vehicles and over their fallen fellows.
"Who are you?"
he asked.
"Who were you?"
A zombie in a ski jacket and matching trousers snapped its mouth up and down, its hands curling around the links in the gate. Pete fired.
"Where did you come from?"
he asked, talking as a distraction from the horror of the plealess execution. He fired again and realized that the answer to where these zombies came from was partly explained by the bus, partly by the empty runway. The planes had departed, perhaps flying in a short hop to one of the airfields closer to the Pacific, perhaps flying inland and a lot further. Either way, they'd gone, and the bus hadn't made it here in time. Were these zombies the passengers, or had they arrived afterwards? He fired, waited, fired again, waited, pulled the trigger. It clicked on an empty chamber. As he fished out a spare magazine, his eyes were caught by padlocks and chains. There were 4, the links nearly an inch thick, but the keys had been left in the locks.
"They were keeping you out. Were you on the bus, or were you following it? They locked you out and flew away."
He fired. The words he'd spoken slowly sank in. The airfield had been overrun, and it had happened days ago.
So much for there being Canadian soldiers waiting for us.
He fired. And then he realized something else. The zombies had followed the people. But why? How? He had an answer. It was sound that summoned them. Here it was the sound of an engine, the jets and the departing planes before that, and perhaps the sound of the bus itself. In Menindee, the zombies had heard the people hiding in the house. After the plane crash, they'd followed the sound of Corrie's car and the sound of the generator in the compound. Sight might be important too, but sound was key. He reached into his pocket and found the suppressor. He fumbled with his frozen hands as he attached it, and fired. The bullet flew with a near-silent whisper. He took a step closer, fired, then turned around when he heard running footsteps behind him. It was Corrie, rifle in hands.
"It's sound," Pete said. "They follow what they can hear, I'm sure of it. Our plane, cars, engines, generators, gunshots."
"Good theory," she said. "But how many bullets do you have left?"
Not sure. 7 or 8, I guess."
"There's too many," she said, as a zombie crawled out from beneath the bus. A second creature appeared in the vehicle's doorway, stepping on the prone and squirming figure, tumbling onto the gore-soaked roadway.
"Way too many. And they've already heard us."
She raised her rifle and fired. 5 minutes later, silence returned.
"It's easy with guns," Corrie said. "But what are we going to do when the ammunition is gone?" "The people who flew out of here left the keys in the padlocks," Pete said. "I think they locked the zombies out before they flew away. We're not going to find any soldiers anywhere near here. We need to refuel the jet. Wherever we are, it's not Vancouver, and if that's where we're going, that plane is the quickest way to get there."
It might be the fastest, but I don't know if it's the safest, Corrie said. But yeah, we need to know if there's any fuel here or not. Liu and I'll take care of that. Can you look in the terminal building, see if whoever was last here left any note saying where they went, or what happened here? We'll meet back at the plane in half an hour and figure out what to do next. Alone again, he walked along the ice-covered path towards the blue-clad terminal building, a 2-story structure smaller than most grocery stores. Taken with the size of the hangars and what little had been gleaned from his days at Broken Hill, this had to be an island-hopping runway for prop planes. The planes couldn't have gone far, but a more pressing question was why had no planes from elsewhere come here? The large glass doors leading from the terminal to the runway were closed, with metal shutters drawn behind them. Littering the ground, gathering dust, lay a hammer, a few chisels, and a smattering of screwdrivers, suggesting someone else had already tried to force the lock. He didn't bother trying, but continued along the perimeter until he reached a windowless door with a sign forbidding unauthorized entry in both English and French. He tried the handle. It was unlocked. The door opened easily, explaining why that person's attempt to break in had been abandoned. The door opened into a wide, windowless corridor, littered with discarded high-vis vests. A closed door led to the right, with a second door at the far end. To the left was a rack of emergency equipment. Most of it was missing. A lonely fireproof jacket hung above a solitary thick boot. A pair of wide snow shovels kept a trio of fire extinguishers company, while a box of flares lay open and empty. The mat of high-vis vests crinkled and crunched as he retrieved a fire extinguisher with which he propped open the outside door. With one option as good as any other, he tried the door at the corridor's far end. It led into a break room, though with a metal staircase taking up center stage. Around the walls were counters, and by the dim second-hand light bouncing off the high-vis jacket's reflector strips, he saw the empty coffee pots, the mugs, the moldering tray of half-eaten donuts, chairs, tables, posters, a work schedule, and then he caught sight of the lantern, on the counter on the far side of the table. He took 2 steps towards it, when he heard the noise. A shuffling rustle, a sniffing wheeze. He spun around, raising the gun, but the corridor was empty, with nothing outside. He took a step back towards the door, in 2 minds about abandoning the search, when he heard the sound again. Not from outside, but inside. Not from behind him, but above. He swiveled to his left, raising the gun to aim up the stairs just as a shadowy figure appeared at the top. He fired, pulling the trigger twice before he thought to ask if the figure was one of the alive or the living dead. The figure twitched, falling forward, toppling down the stairs. "I'm sorry, he began, but the figure squirmed, rolled. "You're okay?" he asked. It was a man, in brown trousers, a quilted vest over a checked shirt from which the left sleeve had been cut away so that a bandage could be applied. A bandage stained brown with blood. The man rolled to his side, and Pete saw the sightless eyes in the undead face. Its mouth snapped, its legs thrashed. Its arms beat and churned at the floor as it kicked and rolled its way to its knees. Pete raised the gun, but its hand curled around his ankle, tugging as he pulled the trigger. The bullet went wide, tearing off the zombie's ear, but it didn't stop pulling. Pete kicked and lost his footing, falling to the ground. Prone, he lashed out with his foot while pulling the trigger. The bullets whispered from the suppressed barrel, thudding into the zombie's shoulders, but that didn't stop it, and no one outside would have heard the silenced shots. He kicked with his free foot, then brought his knee back and stamped sideways into its head. There wasn't enough force to kill the zombie, but there was enough to free his leg. He scrabbled away and to his feet, turning to see that the zombie was doing the same. He raised the gun again, aimed, and pulled the trigger, but the magazine was empty. He swung the empty gun at the zombie, but it swung back, and harder. Its arm hit his wrist like concrete. The gun flew. He needed a weapon, something heavy. The closest object was a coffee pot. He grabbed it and swung, smashing the bulbous glass jug against the side of its head. The pot shattered. Red-brown pus oozed from the zombie's torn skin, seeping from the glass shard now embedded in its right eye. But the creature came on. Pete backed away and into the corridor. He grabbed a fire extinguisher, hefting it up and slammed it forward, breaking the zombie's nose. sending the embedded shards of glass deeper into its eye. Still, it came on. He pulled his arm back and slammed the fire extinguisher back again and again, screaming with terrified anger until, on his third blow, he heard bone crack. His fourth smashed skin and skull, spraying gore and bone across the narrow corridor. The zombie collapsed. Pete swore. He wanted to cry, to yell, to run, but there wasn't time. He dropped the extinguisher, jogged outside to the closed main gates, grabbed the hammer that had been left to rust in the open, then went back to the corridor, stepped over the dead zombie and into the break room. He took the electric lantern first, turning it on, then searched the room until he found the pistol. Only then did he check his pockets, but he truly had no more ammunition.
Yeah, it's easy with guns,
he said. Hammer in one hand, lantern in the other, he turned to the stairs. The light stretched up to a narrow landing, but he couldn't see anything beyond that. He supposed he should go up, but there could be more zombies. More. The word echoed around his head. Corrie and Liu thought the runway was safe, that the padlocked gate had kept danger outside. Lantern still on and still in hand, he jumped over the corpse and outside. Slipping on the ice, he kept running, back to the plane, only slowing when he saw Bobby standing in the open doorway.
"You okay?"
Pete called out.
"Are you?"
Bobby asked. Pete looked down.
"Fine,"
he said, but there was no point lying to the boy.
"There was a zombie,"
he added.
"Did you hear gunfire?"
Bobby asked.
"Gunfire? That was me, I think,"
Pete said. Except it couldn't have been him.
"Where?" "Dunno. Over there,"
Bobby said. Pete changed course, but had only managed 10 meters from the plane before he saw Liu and Corrie walking slowly back towards him, rifle and pistol held casually in their hands, though with a frequent glance over their shoulders.
"We've got good news in bed,"
Liu said as Pete washed his face and hands with bleach. She glanced up at Bobby, still standing in the plane's doorway.
"The good news is that there's fuel in the storage tanks. Bobby, can you get the map from the cockpit? Not the one of Vancouver, the other one that shows most of the Pacific coast."
She waited until he'd gone before continuing in a lower voice.
"I thought it was going to be like Broken Hill, that there'd be soldiers and barricades, electricity and normality. I didn't think it would be like this. If I'd known, if I'd realized." "Here you go, Mum,"
Bobby said. He dropped the map down.
"Thank you,"
Liu said, forcing calm back into her voice.
"Let's see. Nanaimo is here, this spec," she said. "We really need a more detailed map. The airport isn't even marked,"
Pete said.
"It wasn't one of the alternates,"
Liu said.
"Not even one of those I asked Corrie to look at when we were back at the house. Vancouver is about 50 kilometres to the east, but most of that distance is the Strait of Georgia." "What's that, Mum?"
Bobby asked.
"Water. Basically the sea,"
Liu said.
"We were meant to land on the other side of it." "We could fly, couldn't we?"
Pete asked.
"There's enough fuel,"
Liu said.
"We'd have to fly around to scout somewhere to land. Assuming there is somewhere to land. What worries me is that people will see the jet. They'll follow it to the airport, hoping it represents an escape, and then take it, leaving us stranded here. I suppose we could check the hangars, see if there's a smaller plane. That might be safer."
She glanced up at the plane.
"But is it really safe for Bobby?"
"We can lock the plane," Corrie said.
"We have the code. No one can steal the jet. They could destroy it, but why would they want to? I think we should take a look at the town, assuming there is a town and not just an airfield."
She peered at the map.
"It really is a speck, but it does look close to the water. Maybe there's a boat. That might be less noticeable than a plane. And then there's Bobby,"
Liu said.
"What do you mean?"
Bobby asked.
"He should come with us,"
Corrie said. She looked over at Pete.
"He can stay on the boat with Pete while you and I go find your daughter." "What about Indiana?"
Liu asked.
"Traveling 2,000 kilometers to chase down a girl who sorta kinda maybe likes me?"
Pete said.
"Yeah, no. It took coming this far to realize how dumb an idea that is. Corrie's right. We have to go with you. Bobby can't be left on his own, which means someone has to stay with him. He can't go with you into Vancouver, and I don't like the idea of staying with the plane without any ammunition. Scratch that. Even with ammo, I'm not sure I'd like the idea. It's not people I'm worried about, but more zombies. No, a boat would be safer. And it'd give you two a place to sleep at night if it takes more than one day to find Clemmy. Can zombies swim? Bobby asked. No, Corrie said, though too quickly. We're agreed then. You and I will go and check those hangars for a prop plane. Pete, you and Bobby can find some bags, fill them with any food that's aboard, and clothing, and anything else you think we'll need. That will save us looking elsewhere. We'll lock the plane, go into town, find ourselves a boat, and take it from there. No! Bobby called out. Hang on! Look! I can see someone coming! On that road over there. Are you sure it's a living person? Liu called out as Pete turned to look the direction that Bobby was pointing, but all he could see was trees. Pretty sure, Mum, because they're in a car. The car had stopped out of sight. That the four people approaching the padlocked gate were alive was obvious from the rifles in their hands. A young woman in a near-luminous yellow jacket casually held a hunting rifle. An older man with a fur-flap hat and thick suede coat carried an identical rifle far more cautiously. A man about Pete's age and a woman older than Liu both carried military-grade rifles. Those two were dressed in uniform, but not that of soldiers. The four of them slowed as they reached the pile of dead zombies between the gate and the bus. Pete wondered what he should say that could possibly diffuse the growing tension. "G'day," Liu called. That caused all four of the newcomers to stop. Even from a distance of 30 meters, Pete saw the puzzled expression on all but the older woman's face. It was she who spoke. "Where are you from?" she asked. "Australia," Liu called. "You didn't fly all the way here?" the young woman asked. "We did, all the way," Liu said. "No way," the young woman said with genuine excitement. "That is so cool." "Are you the soldiers?" Liu asked. "We were told there would be soldiers waiting, but I think we've come to the wrong airfield." "I'm Sergeant MacDonald, RCMP, the older woman said. "We're none of us soldiers. Why did you come all the way from Australia?" "It's a long story," Liu said. "Me, personally, I came to pick up my daughter. She's studying in Vancouver, but our plane is part of a mission to find runways across the Pacific, so supplies and troops can be brought in." "Troops? From Australia?" MacDonald asked. "And Guam, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea," Liu said. "Other places as well, I think. The runway was attacked while we were waiting for the soldiers who were meant to be leading this expedition. I was worried we'd lose the plane, so I took off, and decided we might as well land here as somewhere closer to home." "And the boy? How old are you?" MacDonald asked. 10 and a quarter, Bobby said. "My son," Liu shrugged. "We were expecting to have soldiers waiting for us. I thought Canada would be like Australia. If I'd known, I'd have done differently, but we're here now." "How about we continue this when we're all on the same side of the locked fence, eh?" MacDonald said. It took nearly half an hour to explain, more or less truthfully, who they were and how they'd come to fly halfway around the world. "And you two were meant to lead some U.S. Marines to Indiana?" MacDonald asked. "What's in Indiana?" "Nothing, really," Pete said, extemporizing on his increasingly cold and weary feet. "Nothing specific, anyway, but that's where I'm from. The goal was to find out what was happening inland, in Canada and the U.S. Indiana's a good spot to turn around. I guess since it's halfway across the country, they've got other teams moving in from the Atlantic to search the East Coast. I don't really know. We got tagged for the mission because we were at the airfield." "Everyone's having to do what they can to help, eh?" MacDonald said. "It's the same here. We could look for these soldiers who you were meant to meet, but I don't think we'd find them. Most of the military went east days ago. We can help you secure this runway, if that's important." "I think it is," Liu said, glancing at Corrie. "And supplies will come in? Medical supplies?" MacDonald asked. "I hope so," Liu said. "I can't promise any more than that. It's more hope than we've had since this began," MacDonald said. "And you want to look for your daughter? She was in the city?" "I don't think she'd be at home, but I've a few ideas where she might have gone," Liu said. "Vancouver is a real mess," MacDonald said. "We've had rioting and looting and people fleeing into the countryside, taking the chaos with them. The living dead are in the city now. I don't know if you'll find your daughter, and the search won't be easy. I've got to try, Liu said. I understand, MacDonald said. I have a deal for you. You two want to go to Indiana. Andrea can take you. She has a boat plane. I do, the young woman grinned. Where's Indiana? You can fly them to Lake Michigan, MacDonald said, and they can go overland from there to wherever they need to go. Oh, that'll be fun, Andrea said. You want to come with Jerome? She added, turning to the young police officer. He's still on duty, MacDonald said sternly. He'll go where I send him. Can this plane really fly all the way to Australia from here? Yes, Liu said. And down there you have hospitals, doctors? Of course. We don't, MacDonald said. Not to speak of, not anymore. We rescued some children out of the pediatric intensive care unit before the hospital burned down. 3 are still alive, but they won't be for much longer if we can't get them proper treatment. If you can take them back to Australia, I'll find your daughter. She'll be here waiting for you when you come back north. Liu looked over at Bobby, then at the plane. Of course. There you go, Martin. Help from above, MacDonald said. The older man closed his eyes and whispered a silent prayer. Pete pushed the cart into the corner of the hangar, once again enjoying the familiarity of a mundane task. The storage boxes were being removed from the plane, since they were both extra weight and space needed by the sick passengers on the return leg. He strolled back to the hangar's entrance and met Corrie wheeling a similar cart. This is the last one, she said. 2 more trucks have arrived. Pickups, with another 8 people aboard. MacDonald has 6, standing sentry. The other 2 are going back to the town to get more people. How many are there nearby? I'm not sure, Corrie said. 100, maybe, perhaps more. They've been running boats to rescue them from Vancouver, but sending them on elsewhere. Not sure where. I was eavesdropping rather than asking, because I didn't want people asking me questions in return. Not until we're on our way to Michigan. What I did hear is that they're talking about moving everyone from the town to the airfield, so I guess there can't be too many more than 100. Are you and I still going to fly out of here? Pete asked. At dawn, but we'll be leaving this airfield within the hour. We should take as much of that dried food as we can carry. Save us having to loot on the way. Loot? Yeah, it's really bad out there, she said. It sounds like the military were all sent east because they thought the danger would come closer to New York. They fortified the border, but there were too many refugees to quarantine them, and too long a border to defend. Too many planes as well. That's how the infection reached Vancouver. That's how they lost control of the city. Who is in control of it now, then? No one, she said. People have either left or they're hiding. I don't rate the chances of anyone finding Clemmy, so I think this has turned out for the best. Liu can keep her son safe while taking comfort in the notion someone else is searching for her daughter. What about the soldiers we were meant to meet? Pete asked. There are none, Corrie said. There are soldiers, but they're basically refugees like everyone else. I'm not certain, but I don't think Canberra was in contact with anyone here. They lied? Maybe Anna Dodson just said yes to everything Liu said, just to stop her doing something stupid like flying the plane halfway around the world. Maybe she was always meant to be stuck on a plane with Mick Dodson and flown to Canberra. Or maybe it was Anna who was lied to by someone in military intelligence. Or maybe there is some group of soldiers in contact with someone, but they're not in contact with MacDonald. Who knows? I guess it's not important, Pete said. No. Do you think Liu will fly back here? I think the jet will, and it would make sense that she's at least the co-pilot. And what else are they going to do with the aviation fuel? I suppose it depends what's going on in Australia. Really going on. But I've given Liu a message to pass on, a reason they should send the plane back for us. You have? Phones, she said. Or the cameras on them, anyway. We'll strap them on like body cams and record everything over the next few days. Those Marines, assuming they were real, they were meant to mount an expedition to learn what was happening in the interior. We'll give them video footage, which has to be worth something. There's plenty of that online, Pete said. There was, she said. But this will be verified and accurate, and we'll be able to mark down on a map precisely where the images relate to. Yeah, maybe it won't be much use, but after Broken Hill, It's the only thing I can think of that will make them let the three of us carve out a happy life down some mine or hacking dirt in a field.
I don't think they'll punish you, Pete said.
I was counting Olivia,
Corrie said.
Oh, yeah. The more I think about it, the more I realize how dumb an idea this is. It's not dumb. It's just stupidly romantic.
There's a difference? He asked.
Not really. We're getting flown to Lake Michigan, so that's safe enough. Then drive from there to Indiana. I guess that'll be dangerous. We should make sure to get some ammunition to add to the food. But as for looking for her, there aren't many places we can search. I don't know if we'll find her, but within a day, one way or another, we'll be heading back to that plane. Whether it's the three of us or just two, we'll have the camera footage, and whatever use that might be to Canberra, it'll prove that we had no nefarious purpose, just a young bloke following his damn fool heart. It'll be a good yarn to tell, if we live that long,
Pete said.
You actually seem cheerful. I guess I am, she said. Cheerful isn't the right word. I'd say I was content. I spent so much of the last few years hiding and running, worrying about Kempton and the cartel, and about politicians plotting their nuclear war. It's over now. None of that matters. The outbreak has changed everything, and for me, I guess it means my life can begin again. I'm looking forward to it. Tomorrow, when we're stuck in the middle of an undead America, I'll feel a whole lot different. Today, though, I'm genuinely grateful for everything I have. Especially you. Thanks for coming to find me.
You're welcome, he said.
But maybe you should save the thanks until we're safely on our way back to Australia.
To be continued. This has been Surviving the Evacuation, Outback Outbreak, written by Frank Tayell, narrated by Patrick Zeller. Copyright 2019 by Frank Tayell. Production copyright by Frank Tayell.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.